Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this class. Before we begin, I'd like to say thank you for choosing this particular course and get ready to make a difference in your life. It's made a difference in mine, and I hope to pass on that value to you. So without further ado, let me introduce this particular course. This course is over the top 12 basics of personal success and happiness in life. Hopefully, I've got your attention. My name is William Cal Hislop, and I will be your instructor throughout the duration of this course. And if you'd like to know a little bit more about me, go ahead and check out the bio section on the main page. So let's get started. To be truthful, each of these lessons could be an entire class by themselves. However, it's my intention to get you started with each of these 12 principles of success to make you more aware of their importance and how to take advantage of them. Then it will be up to you to continue learning more about these once this course is finished. So what are the biggest benefits of this particular course? Well, I've consolidated them into three main areas. Number one being more control over your future, more successful in your career and in life, and three, being happier in life. Don't we all want these things for ourselves and the ones we love? Have you ever heard this expression? Have you ever used it? Can you think of any mistakes you've made or lessons you've learned and wished you could have done things over again? What regrets do you have? Well, imagine if you knew then what you know now. You probably would have made better decisions and fewer mistakes, right? Well, this has been the case with me. I wish I knew these 12 skills when I was in my 20s. They would have helped me tremendously. So why have I chosen these 12 subjects to teach you? Well, let me tell you a little story. Not long ago, I became a father. After becoming a father, it became a big concern of mine to make certain that my daughter grew up having the right education. Now, we usually think that the right education means going to the best schools all the way through university. That's good, but I realize that it's not good enough. The world is overpopulated and extremely competitive. I knew that for the best chance of success, my daughter needed much more of an education than is only offered in schools. So after a great deal of research and reading, I've discovered that there are very important lessons which are rarely discussed at home and almost never taught in school. How strange it is that this happens to be true. The 12 lessons that I plan to teach my daughter one day are the same lessons you'll learn here in this course. I hope you'll think seriously about making the effort to understand these 12 principles for success and apply them in your life. And better yet, once you've done so, teach them to the people you love. Of all the successful people in the world, past, present, and future, 100% how to work hard, and 0% did it without the help of others. So I would like to do a little thought exercise with you. I want you to imagine a hypothetical situation. I want you to imagine that you had a time machine and you could travel to your own past to change some of the choices that you've made. What would you have done differently? Would you have studied harder on a particular subject? Would you have talked to someone that you liked but you were too shy? Would you have taken an opportunity to travel somewhere? What if you could change some of your regrets? What if you could prevent some of those mistakes? Do you remember that quote? If I only knew then what I know now? Well, now is your chance to use that time machine, at least in a way. Imagine yourself 20 years from now having traveled back to this day. You have the new opportunity to take advantage of the lessons in this course and use them to make your life the kind of life you really want. Carpe diem, right? Seize the day. Now, I have an important note for you. Keep this in mind. Some of these lessons you may have heard of before. For example, you need to set goals. You need to manage your time. You need to control your finances. You've heard it all before, right? Well, be careful and be sure to understand the law of familiarity. Don't take these lessons for granted because fundamentals need to be practiced daily. The best of the best in their fields practiced and mastered the fundamentals. And in order to master success and happiness, you need to master the fundamentals, starting with your goals. And to master these fundamentals, you need repetition. You need to do it over and over until it becomes a part of you. So Get excited about mastering these 12 core lessons and get ready to start fundamental number 1, the foundation of them all, goal setting and goal strategy. All right, guys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like you're ready to start core lesson number 1. Once you're ready, click the next button and start your lesson on goal setting. Hello and welcome to the first core lesson of this course. And I must say that I believe we're starting with the most important of these 12 lessons. And I'll show you why in a second. And this is something you want to work on as hard as possible now and continue to do so over time in the future. You want to revisit this lesson over the years because it plays such an important role in today and your future development. And our topic is on goals, specifically how to set the goals for the life you actually want. Now, our lesson is going to start with a quote. And our quote of the day goes as follows: "Life best lived is life by design." And what that means is the best kind of life to live is the one that you design and the one that you control. This lesson on goals, this core lesson on goals, will start out with today's introduction and mystery question. I'm going to give you a mystery question at the beginning of each core lesson. It should help stimulate your thinking and be a little bit interesting to you. And you want to try and answer that question as we progress throughout this lesson. At least think about it. And then at the end of this core lesson and all core lessons, I'll give you the answer. We'll see how close you came to figuring it out. Second, I'm going to tell you why you should have goals. Next, we'll have a workshop, a warm-up to get us thinking about our goals, get you in the right mindset. Next, we'll go to workshop part 1 on goals, which is goal setting. Then we'll go to part 2 of our workshop, which is goal strategy. And then finally, as I said, we'll wrap things up by giving you the answer to the mystery question. Before we begin, though, I really want to impress upon you that today's lesson on goals really helps build the foundation of only not the rest of this 12-part course, but also the rest of your life. It really sets you in the right direction and helps you accomplish whatever goals you seek to finish. I'd like to introduce you to a man named Jim Rohn, and he's one of my favorite guys. He's really an inspirational man. He's an American entrepreneur, author, motivational speaker. He's really helped a lot of famous people that you might have heard of become who they are today. And unfortunately, he passed away in 2009. He has an interesting quote that I found inspirational, and it really has a lot to do with today's lesson. And it goes like this: "You cannot change your destination overnight, but you can change your direction overnight." And that's what we're going to do. We're going to find your direction, put you on the right path to getting those goals finished. Because without direction, how are you going to get to where you want to go? So help me if you will. I know I can't see you, although you can see me. I would like you to raise your hand if you have specific goals for the next 5 years. Do you? Do you have specific goals you want to accomplish within the next 5 years? Raise your hand, yes or no. Okay, how about this? Do you have specific goals for the next 10 to 20 years? That one's a little more difficult. Raise your hand, yes or no. All right, we're getting closer to the right mindset. So let's build up this mystery question. Let me give you some background on Jim Rohn. Jim Rohn had a mentor. His name was Earl Shoaff. And Earl Shoaff really put him on the path to success. After all, Jim Rohn became a multimillionaire. Earl Shoaff, Jim Rohn's mentor, asked him a question when Jim was about 25 years old. He asked him if he had something specific about his goals. And if he didn't have this particular important thing, then Mr. Shoaff said he could guess his bank balance within a few $100s. Jim Rohn said that he actually did not have this particular thing regarding his goals, and Mr. Shoaff was able to guess his bank balance fairly accurately, which was not that much money. Can you guess what this thing was? What important thing did Jim need to have regarding his goals? So the question again, What is one of the most important things you need to do with your goals? Something you need to have. I want you to try and guess before the end of this class. And I'll give you the answer at the end of this core lesson. So let's recap what we talked about for this introduction on goals. I mentioned that your goals lay the foundation for your success and, of course, the next 11 lessons. I mentioned a man named Jim Rohn, highly successful and has helped others become very successful, specifically because of goals. I mentioned that goals help you find direction in life. And finally, the mystery question I asked, what is the crucial thing you need to do and have regarding your goals? Okay, so that wraps up this introduction to our first core lesson. Let's get ready for the second part, which is why have goals? Great, so let's start section 2 of this core lesson. It's really about why you should have goals. So thinking about why is goal setting so important? What have you heard about the importance of goals or setting goals? Well, today I'd like to take you through 3 distinct reasons that goals are important for your life and why you should be setting them. Number 1, goals help you design your future. Now, we just saw this in the previous section with the quote from Jim Rohn. If you recall, life is best lived by design. You want to have control over your life. You want to be the designer of your own life. Now, how many of you remember Alice in Wonderland? Now, if you don't recall the author, that person's name was Lewis Carroll, and one of the characters was the Cheshire Cat. At one point, Alice was asking a question. She was lost and she wanted to find her way out. The Cheshire Cat asked her, well, which way do you want to go? Or where do you want to go? And she wasn't sure. The Cheshire Cat responded by saying, well, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. What can you take from that quote? If you don't have a clear direction, if you're not working on your goals, and you don't know where you're going, you're really not going to go very far. At least you're not going to go where you were hoping to go. Number 2, goals pull you through the hard times. Now, we all have our aspirations for the future. When we set these goals and we run into obstacles, looking at these goals, being clear on these goals, and especially knowing why we set these goals will help us continue through these obstacles. All too often, people quit when things get hard. It's inevitable that you will face difficulty and self-doubt on your struggle to success. Goals will help you remember what you're doing and why you're doing it. And number 3, goals can transform your life. And this is truer than you may think. Once you're clear on where you want to go in life and you're clear on all of the goals that you've set, then you find direction and you really start going down that path at an accelerated speed. You start accomplishing 1, 2, or 3 goals. You build your confidence, and then the next thing you know, you've built this momentum that's going to keep pushing you further down the road towards success. And then one day, not far from then, you look back and you can compare who you are today to who you were yesterday, and the difference can be really surprising in a positive way. So there you have it. These are 3 special reasons that goals are important, not only to have, not only to set, but to continue to strive toward. And those are as the following. Number 1, they give you a design for your future. They give you the control over your life. Number 2, they pull you through tough times because there are always obstacles in front of us. You just can't escape that reality. So be prepared for them, and goals help you with that preparation. And number 3, they transform your life. You'll be so surprised once you have a clear set of goals and once you continue to work on those goals that they really change the person that you are, and they help you become the person you want to be. So I hope you found value in this particular lesson, that you better understand why it's so important to set goals. And let's get ready for the next section. We're going to do a warm-up to get you mentally prepared to start setting these goals. Okay, see you very soon. Fantastic. We're almost ready to set your goals. But before we do so, I want to get you in the right state of mind. So what we want to do now is to go through a little bit of a goal setting warm up, so to speak. If you haven't guessed already, the first thing I'm going to ask for you to do is get out some paper and a pen. Doesn't really matter. It could be just some scratch paper. Just as long as you have a blank piece of paper and something to write with, you should be okay. Okay, push pause for 1 second, grab that paper and pen, and then let's begin. Okay, are you ready? The first question that I have for you are, what are 5 things you've already accomplished that you're proud of? Now, this could be something simple or complex. Are you proud of something that you worked hard to purchase, or something you've worked hard to accomplish, like a skill that took some time? Perhaps it's a relationship. Maybe you're really proud of a girlfriend, boyfriend, wife, husband, or even a friendship that you have. Whatever it is, list 5 things that you have accomplished that you're proud of. Push pause, write those down, and then we will continue. Great. Now I'm going to ask you a quick question that I think we both know the answer to already is, do you want to accomplish bigger things? Well, most likely yes, because why else would you be taking this course, right? Well, since most likely the answer is yes, my next question is, what do you want? What do you want in the next 10 years? Now we're going to go through a little process. I'm going to ask you to list on your piece of paper 20 items at least. 40 is better. But before you start, I want you to think, in a perfect world, what would you want to have, or what would you want to have accomplished in the next 10 years? Again, in a perfect world, what do you want? But before you start writing, I want you to make sure you have SMART goals, a SMART list. And what does that mean? Well, you might have guessed the SMART stand for something. Let's go through what those are. S stands for specific, and this is very important. Whatever your goal is, you want to make sure that it's clearly written and not vague. You want to be detailed. For example, don't say something like, I want more money. Well, if I gave you $1, congratulations, you got more money. If you want more money, specifically, how much do you want? If you want to be more skilled, what specific skill do you want? What degree or level do you want? Next is M. M stands for measurable. State how much and how often. How will you judge your success? You got to be specific, and it needs to be something that can be measured. So when you're writing your goals, how will you know when you accomplish those specific goals? A stands for achievable. This means be realistic. Make certain it's realistic and you can get the resources that are needed. Now, you don't want things to be too easy. Easy goals are achievable, but they're not satisfying. You want to challenge yourself. Whatever goals you set, have goals that will challenge you. It's that challenge that makes the accomplishment that much better. R is relevant. Relevant means that each goal should help make a significant improvement in your life. Again, let's use the make more money example. Whatever specific and measurable amount of money you've put down, how will that make a difference in your life? If you put down a specific skill that you would like, how is that going to make a significant improvement in your life? If you want to own something, how is owning this thing going to make a significant improvement in your life? And finally, T. That's time bound. There should always be a due date. There should be some approximate completion date. There should be some research and realistic time frame, because if there isn't a due date, then it sort of doesn't really exist. Giving yourself a deadline is going to push you more toward accomplishing that goal. So returning to question number 2, write somewhere between 20 to 40 items that you want to accomplish in the next 10 years. Okay, you've got the idea. Go ahead and push pause and see how many items you can come up with. Now, I want you to take a look at all of the items you've listed and assign each item a number, either a 1, 3, 5, or 10. These numbers represent the amount of years you expect it's going to take to accomplish each item. It's a rough estimate, so don't worry too much about the specifics. Yet, still go ahead, give them a 1, a 3, a 5, and a 10. Okay, go for it. Push pause. Now let's do something interesting. I want you to count. How many 1s, 3s, 5s, and 10s do you have? Again, push pause real quick, count the number. Go for it. Now, if you have a larger amount, a significantly larger amount of 1s compared to 10s, what does that tell you? It tells you you're more focused on short-term goals. If you have more 10s than 1s, then you're more focused on long-term goals. If you're even across all 1, 3, 5, and 10s, well, that's pretty balanced, right? If you're more short-term focused, maybe you want to think more about long-term, and vice versa. Next, what are your top 5 goals on that piece of paper? Look at all 20 to 40, and I want you to circle the top 5 that are most important to you. Take a minute, push pause, and do that. Now, looking at those 5 important goals that you've listed, my question to you is, why are these important to you? Can you take the time and write down 1, 2, 3, 4 sentences for each of these 5 goals? Can you clearly state why each of these goals is important to you? As clearly as possible, write down why are these 5 goals important to you. Go for it. All right, now looking back at your answers on why, there's a quote that I want you to remember, and here it is on your screen. When the why gets stronger, the how gets easier. The why pulls you toward the future, and that pull becomes stronger and quicker towards reaching your goals. All great accomplishments start with an idea. Imagination is the beginning of reality. So if you can clearly articulate why you want something, the stronger and the easier it's going to be for you to get to those goals. Okay, great. Congratulations. Thank you for going through this process with me. Hopefully you've taken the time and effort to clearly and completely finish this particular workshop. It really will make a significant difference as we get into the next section. And to recap what we went over, we looked at your past accomplishments. What are you proud of? Get you stimulated. 2, what do you want to accomplish or have in the next 10 years? And we want to make sure that those things are SMART goals. From there, we want to understand why specifically. Why do you want to accomplish these particular goals, especially your top 5? That's going to make a significant difference as you go throughout the strategy toward accomplishing those 5 goals. Okay, now let's get ready for the next section, our workshop part 1, which is on goal setting. See you soon. Well, I hope you're getting a little bit excited about your goals, because pretty soon you're going to be clear on the goals that you have for the rest of your life, and you're going to be affected because you have those goals in front of you. So let's get started with part 1 of our goal setting workshop. I'd like you to get your paper out again if you don't already have it with you, and get a new piece of paper. We're going to start something fresh, more or less. So we've talked about short-term goals and long-term goals. Now, I want you to think about these slightly differently now. With your short-term goals, I want you to think of those as your confidence builders. As you accomplish your short-term goals, they should give you more energy into focusing on your long-term goals. The more successes that you have with your short-term goals, they're going to help aid you in accomplishing your long-term goals, which you want to refer to or think of as your dreams. To be a little more specific with short-term and long-term, I want you to think of short-term as under 5 years and long-term as over 5 years. In the previous lesson, you categorize your goals into 1, 3, 5, and 10 years. So let's lump the 1 and 3 as your short term and the 5 and 10 as your long term. Now, there are different types of short term and long term goals. One is economic goals. 2 are your things, the things you want to own and possess. And 3 is your personal development. We want to make a list of all of your short-term and long-term goals you can come up with. On a sheet of paper, I want you to divide your list into short-term and long-term goals. And then we're going to break them up into these other 3 categories. So on that piece of paper, on the left side, create a column for short-term, and on the right side, create a column for long-term. And then create an area for economic, things, and personal development. Now you should already have a list of, let's say, 20 to 40 items for your goals in general. Take what you wrote down on that list and transfer them over to this new piece of paper in this format. Go ahead, push pause, and work on it. And we'll come back to it later. Don't worry if it's not as complete as you were hoping. We will revisit it. Now let's think a little bit more about these goals. Let's start with your economic goals. These are things like income, business, profit. How much money do you want to make and by what date? How much money do you want to save and by what date? And what about investing? Have you thought about that? How much money would you like to invest and by when? Go ahead, push pause, and write down your goals for today regarding your economic goals, your money goals. Did you know that only the top 5% of people make, keep, and update their economic goals? That should make you feel pretty good because you're on your way. Number 2 is things. What things do you want? What do you want to own? What do you want to possess? Again, transfer the items you made earlier on your previous piece of paper onto this new piece of paper under the category of things. Press pause and make sure you've completed that as best possible. Okay, you know it's fun as you list the major things you want to own and by when. What's good is as you accomplish these goals, check them off. This helps get you excited. It builds momentum and increases your confidence, pushing you further toward accomplishing those long-term goals. And thirdly, personal development. Now, think of the person who you want to become. What skills do you need to acquire? What information do you need to have? What about you personally? How do you want to improve yourself? Maybe your habits, your personality, your health. Push pause and complete this section on personal development. Don't forget your short-term and long-term goals. Now, as we think more about personal development, what about books? What books have you read recently or are you currently reading? Think about how often do you read? Do you read books for entertainment or to improve yourself? I highly suggest make reading books a part of your goals. So, what books can you think of that you'd like to start reading? All right, push pause again. Add those to your list in personal development. Still, regarding personal development, listen to what one of the greatest experts on personal development had to say about the topic. This is a fantastic quote. Please understand it and try to live by it. It goes like you see on your screen. Work harder on yourself than you do on your job. Because if you work hard on your job, you'll make a living, you'll make money, you'll do okay. However, if you work hard on yourself, you can make a fortune. Quite often, you'll find that income rarely exceeds someone's personal development. That means rarely would someone be paid more than the value they bring to a company, organization, or another person. Now, let's take a look at all the goals you've just listed in the categories of economic, things, and personal development. Take a quick look and count. How many economic goals do you have? How many thing goals do you have? And how many personal development goals do you have? Is it fairly balanced or do you have a lot more on one side than the other? Especially take a look at your personal development count. If you don't have a lot of personal development goals, you want to maybe rethink that, because it's the personal development goals that will feed the economic successes and the thing successes. And when it comes to these three categories, economic, things, and personal development, it's good to have goals for things, but we're going to focus on economic and personal development goals because it is these goals that bring you success, real success. And once you have success, you can make your own choices on what things you want to get. And as you work on accomplishing your goals, remember that we don't always succeed at the first attempt. That's just natural. Actually, it often takes us several tries to win. So as you see some successes and as you see some failures, don't give up. We grow from two things: the joy of winning and the pain of losing. Be happy when you win and learn from when you lose. But don't let losing defeat you. We all must lose at some point. Failure is a great teacher. And as you take a look at your goals, some may be relatively easy to accomplish, while others require time and effort. Put a check mark next to the goals that take time and effort. Plan to celebrate once you accomplish these goals. How do you plan to celebrate when you reach some of those goals? Okay, now it's time to get to our worksheet. You've put a lot of effort on your scratch paper. Now we want to transfer these ideas into a more solid form, which is your worksheet. And this worksheet is called your goal setting worksheet. Now refer to your notes. I want you to write your goals in the order of importance to you within their categories. Again, short-term goals are under 5 years, and long-term goals are over 5 years. Take a moment to assign the numbers, with 1 being the most important, and then go from there. Do this separately for short-term and long-term goals. Remember to make them SMART goals, your SMART goals. Later, you can make copies of this worksheet and enter your goals, or you can keep a copy of all your written goals on a piece of paper. That's really up to you. So just to clarify, again, here we have our goal setting worksheet. First, we start with our short-term goals, and I've listed about 15 goal areas for you. If you have more, just use another piece of paper or print this worksheet out again. Make sure you have your goals and their due dates here, and this is your list of importance. So short-term goal number 1 should be the most important goal for you here. And then all the way down to 15 being the least important of all of these 15 goals. And I put only 10 areas because typically people have fewer long-term goals than short-term. If you need more space than I provided here, just print another copy. And don't forget, goal number 1 for long-term is your highest priority goal. Now, once you've finished this goal-setting worksheet, no matter what you do, make sure you have these written down. Make sure you have your goals on a piece of paper, whether it's your own paper or this worksheet, and put it somewhere visible where you can see it every day. That way, it's always in the back of your mind. It's always present. So you're always conscious of working on those goals. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's a lot of work, but this is really the hardest lesson in all 12 of these core lessons. And it's also really important that you take the time to go through these steps and complete them as best possible. So let's recap what we went over in this particular lesson. 1, we talked about economic goals. What are the money goals, the monetary goals that you want? 2, the thing goals, those things that you want to own and possess. And 3rd, personal development, those things where you want to become a better person tomorrow than you are today. 4, don't forget to grow from your experiences, especially your failures. Failures make you stronger and they prepare you for future successes. 5, make sure you celebrate. Life isn't worth living unless you have fun, right? So when you do succeed, celebrate. Do something special. And finally, keep your goals visible. You've got to see them. Number one, you've got to write them down. And two, you've got to post them somewhere that you can always look at. Great. We've done a lot of work here. We still have a little bit more to do. So let's get ready for the next section, our workshop part 2, which is based on goal strategy. So now you understand your goals, you've set your goals. The next thing we need to do is get you a strategy to actually reach your goals. And that's this lesson. I have a question for you. What is the formula for successful goals? It's A plus B equals success. So what do you think A and B are? Well, I'll just show you. A is write your goals down, plus B, which is work on your goals regularly. So congratulations, you've already written your goals down. That was our previous exercise. The next thing you need to do is work on those goals. And not only work on those goals, you want to do it, as I said earlier, you want to do it regularly. So in order to work on your goals, you need a strategy. What is a strategy? Well, it's pretty simple. Let's say you've got your idea and you have your set of goals to reach your idea, your result. So you want to go from idea to result. What do you need? A bridge. And that bridge is essentially your strategy. And after all, a goal without a strategy is just a dream, nothing more. So you need that strategy. And when you're ready to work on that strategy and you want to reach your goal, to create a strategy, you need to break down your goal into certain steps. Let's say baby goals, and one will precede the other, so you have an order of accomplishment. And these smaller parts are clear and realistic steps to get you toward finishing that goal, toward your result. For example, let's say you have a short-term goal. I'm going to choose opening a business. Now, in order to open a business, what do you need to do? Well, you probably need to do some research, and then let's say you write a business plan. From there, you go to the bank and get a loan. And with that money, you're able to buy or rent your space and buy everything that you need and get things organized. And then when you're ready to open a business, you can market your business for its grand opening. And then ta-da, you're a business owner with a functioning business. Let's say you have a long-term goal. For example, become CEO. Okay, great. That's ambitious. What steps do you need to become a CEO? Well, the general steps might include, number one, get your degree. It's not always necessary, but it gives you an advantage. Then you get your position at the company of your choosing, hopefully. From there, you gain experience over the years and get promoted regularly on the fast track towards success. And from there, you want to make yourself valuable, indispensable, and you have a much better shot at becoming CEO. So what I want you to do, I would like you to look at your previous paper, your goal-setting worksheet. Now you have a list of your short-term and long-term goals. Take a look at your short-term goals and choose one of your top 5 short-term goals. I want you to work on one of those. From there, I want you to identify the major steps from start to finish in order for you to get that result, to accomplish that goal. Let me give you 2 more examples. Let's say you want to become a Pilates instructor. Well, take a look at all of these steps, these major steps that it takes to get success in this field. Number 1, decide the type of instructor you want to be. 2, certification. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, continuing education. Now, you need to identify not only those steps involved, but you need to also have a good understanding of the time it's going to take for you to accomplish each of these. Let's go to another example. Let's say self-publish your own book. There are more steps possibly involved and maybe more time involved. Number 1, write the book. Well, there are a lot of steps just inside that major step, right? That could take a year. and the rest of them maybe a little bit less time, but overall, it can take quite a chunk of time, right? But you've identified the steps you need to take and the time required to do so. So let's get out your next worksheet. And that worksheet is titled your Goal Strategy Worksheet. What I want you to do is, again, choose that one short-term goal you're going to create a strategy for. Then do your research. Research the steps involved, fill in major steps, maybe any mini steps as well, and the time required. And this is going to take a little bit of time, so do this for homework. Let's take a closer look at your goal strategy worksheet. So here we are. Put your name and your date, but more importantly, here you will put your specific goal title. And remember, you've got a due date for this. Put in that due date here. List the major steps, number 1, number 2, number 3, and so on. And then maybe break it down into smaller steps, mini steps, A, B, and C. And of course, don't forget the completion times here with a total time. Once you've gone through that process, you'll have a much clearer idea of the amount of time it's going to take for you to complete all of your major steps. And there's something I want you to keep in mind as you progress throughout these 12 core lessons. As we cover future lessons in this course, you might want to modify your goals. New ideas will pop up. Maybe new goals will surface. That's okay. Remember, goal setting is always a work in progress. So get excited about modifying your goals now and in the future. And I have a personal challenge for you if you're willing to take it. How about committing to accomplish one of your short-term goals by the end of this course? This is a great opportunity to challenge yourself and really get involved. This will also serve as added motivation for you to accomplish a goal sooner than later, and you will feel fantastic having done it. So what do you think? Take that challenge. Choose a goal. Try to finish it before you finish these 12 core lessons. Now you have a clear understanding of the bridge you need to create from your idea to your result or your goal. And that's your strategy. So let's recap what we talked about. We covered the formula for successful goals, which is A and B. A being write down your goals, and B, work on those regularly. We looked at how to make a strategy, how to identify the major steps in each strategy, and to expect to modify your goals and your strategy as you progress in the future. And I asked you, take a personal challenge, take my personal challenge, try to complete one of your goals before the end of these core lessons. All right, congratulations, we're almost done with our first core lesson. The last part is the mystery question answered. Get ready for that section coming right up. So the final section of each core lesson will end with the answer to our original mystery question. And if you recall our mystery question for this core lesson on goal setting and goal strategy, it had to do with a man named Jim Rohn. To remind you of the situation, Jim Rohn's mentor, Earl Schoaf, asked him a question when he was in his early 20s. He asked him if he had something specific about his goals. And if he didn't have this important thing, then Mr. Schoaf said he could guess his bank balance within a few $100s. Jim Rohn said that he actually did not have this, and Mr. Schoaf was able to guess his bank balance accurately, which was not that much. Can you guess what that thing was? What important thing did Jim need to have regarding his goals? And the answer is goals that are written down. You might have guessed this already, but perhaps not. The point is, writing down your goals is crucial, and you've done that already. Keep doing it. Now, I've got a little homework for you for our next lesson on time management. What I'd like you to do is fill out this time tracking worksheet. I want you to plan and then record one weekday of how you spend your time. Once you get out your time tracking worksheet, you'll see something that looks just like this. And what I want you to do is In this area here, this column, what you planned to do, I want you to write out before your day begins. I want you to write out what you expect to do for a perfect day from 7 a.m. all the way through 7 a.m., 24 full hours. Now, of course, include sleep somewhere in here. Write out your perfect day as best you can. And then, before you start that day, keep track over here on the right column, what you actually did. Write down what you actually did, again, for 24 hours, 7 a.m. through 6 a.m., here on the right column. You're going to want to have this completed and ready to go for your next lesson on time management. So make sure you do it. It'll be worthwhile. And I'd like to conclude with a lesson from a man named Seneca. Seneca was a Roman philosopher, statesman, and dramatist, and his quote went like this: "While we teach, we learn." What that means is, as you teach something, you actually learn that subject in greater depth. And I want you to try to do this with each of our 12 core lessons. This is something I would like you to think about and seriously consider. Take a moment to let Seneca's quote here sink in. It really is true that you become better at understanding a concept and better at putting ideas into practice if you actually take the role as the teacher, even a minor role. Scientists have called this phenomenon the Protege Effect, and research shows that when students tutor others in the same subject, 3 things happen. Number 1, they work harder to understand the material. They can recall it more accurately. And 3, they can apply it more effectively. That's really valuable. So become a tutor of this material. Tell your brother, sister, or friend about what you've learned and ask to teach them. Why? Well, you will learn the material in even greater detail. You will be helping someone else become a better person. And helping others is one of the ingredients to happiness, something we'll touch on in greater detail in our lesson on the science of happiness. So, once you've finished completing this lesson's worksheets, print out another copy of the goal setting worksheet and the goal strategy worksheet, and help someone start working on their goals. Fantastic job, ladies and gentlemen. You have completed your first core lesson. Now we only have 11 more to go, and it's really worth it. So make sure you stick with it and complete all core lessons. You'll be glad you did, and I'll see you for core lesson number 2 coming up soon. Hello, and welcome to our second core lesson, and this one is all about time, specifically time management. And the title of this particular core lesson is How to Get Time to Work for You. Let's take a look at our quote of the day, and then we'll go through the list of what's to be expected in this lesson. Our quote of the day is this: "Ordinary people think merely of spending time. However, great people think about using it." So something to keep in mind as we progress. What we'll cover in this lesson is, first of all, our introduction and mystery question. Then, what is time management and why do it? The 5-step process to good time management tips, and then finally we'll wrap it up with the mystery question answered. So let's get into the next part. First of all, if you will recall our previous lesson on goals, you learned how to set goals, and not only how to set goals, but how to set SMART goals. Remember, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. You also know that having goals plus a strategy is your formula for success. But how true is that? Well, the truth is that good intentions just aren't enough. And I think everyone's experienced this. Most likely you've had goals before and you had a clear strategy, but for some reason you didn't reach those goals. And this is all too common. For example, losing weight. Most of us have wanted to lose weight or still hope to lose weight, but how often do we succeed? How often do we fail? There are a lot of reasons for this. What do you think? Why do you think a lot of people fail to lose weight and keep it off? And what about more generally? Why do you think people fail at goals in general? Well, do you know when you should work on your goals? Do you know the best times to work on your goals? Because timing is crucial. Let me introduce you quickly to a man named Robert Cialdini, or Dr. Cialdini. Dr. Robert Cialdini has spent his entire career researching the science of influence, earning him an international reputation as an expert in the fields of persuasion, compliance, and negotiation. So he's someone you can listen to. And he states that research shows that this disappointing success rate that we all experienced is caused mostly for two specific reasons. Number one is that we don't really recognize the best times to work on our goals. And number two, we're quite often distracted not by normal events, but unexpected events that just happen out of nowhere. And then we lose focus on our goals. And interestingly enough, he's shown that there's a scientifically proven method to get around this issue. And it's rather simple. He says that by saying a specially worded quote-unquote self-statement, you can overcome these problems. For example, when patients were having trouble remembering to take their medication and they used these self-statements, adherence rose from 55% to 79%. That's pretty significant. Furthermore, when recovering drug addicts were asked to prepare a resume to help them find a job after being released from their rehabilitation clinics, there were very impressive outcomes. Some people were asked to use this self-statement, and of course there was a control group where they were not. What do you think the results were? Well, those who did use a self-statement, 80% remembered. 80% successfully completed their resumes. However, those that did not use a self-statement or were not asked to, what do you think their percentage was? Shockingly, 0%. What a huge difference between the two. So this should give us an idea that this self-statement has some effect. So my mystery question to you is, what was this self-statement that was so effective? Can you guess what it is? Keep that in mind as we progress throughout this course. Maybe you can guess, and if not, I'll let you know at the end. So let's recap what we covered on this section on our core lesson on time management. We came to understand that although you have goals and you have a strategy, good intentions really aren't enough. You need to know when to do your goals properly, which leads us to the next part, recognizing the right times. You need to recognize when you should work on your goals. In addition to that, you need to be aware of unexpected events and make sure that they don't interfere with you working on those goals. Number 4, I mentioned that there's a certain self-statement people use that really helps them overcome the problems of timing and unexpected events. And finally, it is my question to you. What do you think that self-statement is? Okay, that completes our introduction and mystery question. Next, let's get ready to learn about what is time management and why should you be doing it? So our next section is, what is it and why do it? My question to you again is, what is time management and why do it? Well, let's start with a definition of time management. What is it? Well, you can probably guess, but just to be certain, time management is the process of organizing and planning how to divide your time between specific activities. Good time management enables you to work smarter, not harder, so that you get more done in less time, even when time is tight and pressure is high. Failing to manage your time damages your effectiveness and causes stress. It seems that there is never enough time in the day, right? But since we all get the same 24 hours, why is it that some people achieve so much more with their time than others? The answer lies in good time management. Overall, good time management skills will help you get better grades, limit the amount of stress in your life, and help you become more competitive in the workplace, especially since most others don't take the time to manage their time. So, do what others are not willing to do. Manage your time. However, many systems for time management fail. You may have experienced this in the past. Many people try to squeeze as many things as possible into their schedule to be as productive as humanly possible. But most of us are not Superman or Superwoman, right? Our approach to time management needs to be realistic. Otherwise, you'll have too much trouble trying to keep up that you'll actually start falling behind. Then you may even completely abandon your effort or your goals, and you may just completely quit. Keep this in mind when adding tasks to your schedule. Keep it realistic. So remember that in order to accomplish the daily requirements that you need to get done and still be able to work towards your goals in life and have time for yourself, you need to have a plan to manage these things with respect to the time they take and the time you have. Simply put, you need to manage your time regularly. And keep this quote in mind. Time is more valuable than money. You can get more money, but you cannot get more time. So to wrap up this quick lesson, we defined what time management was, and we looked at the reasons to manage your time effectively. One is to work smarter, not harder. The next is it'll help you achieve more in life. And finally, we need to make sure that we're realistic, that we're not trying to squeeze too much into our schedule because remember, everyone has the same number of hours in a day. And now that you know what time management is and why you should be doing it, let's get ready for the 5-step process to help you manage your time most effectively. So now hopefully you have a better idea of the importance of time management and you're ready to make more of a commitment to manage your time for, of course, your success. So let's get into what is called the 5-step time management process that will help you on your way to better results. The 5-step time management process is fairly simple and it's something that you should continue to do. First, we start with goal setting, then time tracking, then on to plan making, then taking action, and finally shifting and adjusting. And it repeats itself over time. First of all, goal setting. You're already really familiar with this one, aren't you? Congratulations! Now, you have a good understanding of setting your goals and breaking those goals into smaller goals, thus creating a strategy to complete your ultimate goal. So we really don't need to spend a lot of time or any more time on that particular subject because you already have a fairly good idea about it. Part 2 is time tracking. In order to better manage your time, you first should have a clear understanding of what you actually do with your time. You may be surprised how much time is spent doing things that you may not have been entirely aware of and on things that really have little or no benefit to you. What activities might you be wasting time on? It's a really good question to ask yourself. We want to eventually write the things that we plan to do. However, we need to first understand what we actually do. So let's spend one day being conscious of all of our activities over 24 hours and make a log on how we spend that time. So I have a little bit of homework for you. I'd like you to get out your time tracking worksheet. Looks like this. And I want you to put down what you planned to do and then later what you actually did. So here's a better view of your time tracking worksheet. After this lesson, I'd like you to go in here and write down what do you plan to do, let's say for tomorrow, starting 7 a.m. all throughout the rest of the next 24 hours. Now, of course, you need to put your sleep in there somewhere too. How much sleep do you plan to get? Then, on that actual day, I want you to log what you actually do throughout that day and compare the two. You might be surprised what you find. It's up to you how you interpret this worksheet. However, the idea is to eventually have your actual activities match your planned activities. This may not be possible for everyone at first, but that's okay. Just make sure you continue to make progress. Third on our list is plan making. You've probably already used various planning tools. If you're currently a student in university, you probably are using a helpful calendar that lists all your classes for each day of the week. If so, that calendar has been helpful so far, right? Good. Keep using that calendar and let's keep track of all of your other activities and responsibilities on a new calendar. As we do this, keep in mind that we're making plans that can always change. Don't be a slave to your plans. Be flexible and continue to adjust your calendar to fit your life. Life can be unpredictable. That's okay. So I have another worksheet for you. I'd like you to get out your monthly calendar and we're going to plan your month. And in the meantime, get out your goals strategy worksheet from our previous lesson on goals and Let's use it to start planning the rest of your month or the next month. It's up to you. Based on your goal strategy worksheet, write down due dates for items. Write down days or times you plan to use working on things to reach those due dates on your monthly calendar worksheet. Get a clear sense of what you need to do for each day of the week for the entire month. And here's a closer look at your monthly calendar. So it says, after writing down your goals into a strategy, decide what things you need to be working on and accomplish for each month. Write down these items in the calendar below so that you have a clearer idea of what things you should accomplish for each day of the week for an entire month. So here we go, starting on a Sunday, ending on a Saturday, and just take the time. You'll of course have to put in the numbers of the month yourself, the days of the month. So you can use this repeatedly. All you need to do is print it out or just use it on your computer. This can be a really helpful tool to help manage your monthly agenda. And I really suggest that you manage your day with some sort of app. Now, whether you're an iPhone user or an Android user, there are all kinds of time management apps out there waiting for you, and a lot of them are free. Choose one that works best for you. I'm an Apple user, and I think this is only available for Apple users as well at the Apple store here, but I like something called Summit Daily Planner right here. I use it religiously. I use it every day, and let me tell you, it has really made a difference in scheduling my to-do list and keeping track of what needs to get done. So get yourself an app today. The fourth part is taking action. So you want to get to work on putting thought into action. Now that you've planned out what you do for 1 month, you don't have to waste time thinking about what activities to do each day. You're now organized and have more direction in life. You're now much more likely to accomplish what you hope to accomplish. However, still keep in mind that you'll probably need to adjust your goals and plans because of unexpected events or changes in your goals. Some things will take longer than planned. That's just natural. And new tasks might emerge. Distraction will also pop up. Be aware of these distractions and try not to let them affect your progress. Remember that no one is perfect and no plan is either. And the final stage of this process is shifting and adjusting. As you get closer to finishing your tasks, obstacles may get in the way. These troubles can be predictable or unpredictable. They may be controllable or uncontrollable. For those that are out of your control, do what you can to get back on track as soon as possible. For those that are within your control, be forceful to stop them from hurting your progress. The more you practice stopping these obstacles, the easier it gets. And let me share with you 5 common obstacles. Number 1, getting started. There's a fear of poor results or negative evaluations that people have when beginning to begin. A great way to overcome that is just commit to completing 10 minutes into getting started. That's really the hardest part. Then we have procrastination, waiting to do something. You know, people distance themselves from stressful activities. We don't like pain, so we try to avoid it as much as possible. And we associate these stressful activities with pain. So if you're feeling overwhelmed, just finish a few simple items first, and then you can return and start later. Motivation. Are you lacking motivation or motivated to do something else? Be mindful of what motivates you. Be mindful of motivating distractors. Talk yourself into getting motivated, and you can make that little leap forward. Commuting. How can you use commuting time to your advantage? Well, while you're commuting, make the most of that time. If you're on a subway and you're not driving, well, read something, write something down, listen to something that's of advantage to you. Use that time intelligently. If you are driving, your hands aren't free, but your ears are, so listen to something that's of advantage to you. You're in control here. Make your commute work for you, not against you. And then time between classes. If you have blocks of time between classes, use them wisely. Similarly to commuting. Plan this time in order to get other tasks out of the way. That'll really lower your stress, free up your time, and make you more productive. So there you have it. There is the 5-step process to really good time management. I highly suggest that you give it a try and commit to it later, if not now. So what did we go over? We went over goal setting, something, is our lesson, our number one lesson, our first lesson. Hopefully you have a really good idea of that by now. 2, time tracking. Make sure you track what you do each day. Plan making. You got to have a plan. If there's no plan, then you can't really implement something, right? Then take action. Ideas are great, but ideas are useless without action. And finally, shifting and adjusting. The world is complicated. Life is complicated, so things are always in flux. Things are always changing. You just got to be ready for it. So don't be too concerned about when obstacles come your way. Just adjust your time and adjust your plan. Okay, remember, don't forget that 5-step process, and let's get ready for the next section of this core lesson, which is a few time management tips, and they're pretty good tips too. How would you like a few tips on how to manage your time a little bit better? And I've got a special category. I have some tips from an actual Harvard graduate. So let's check out these tips. Here are a few tips to keep in mind directly from the mouth of a Harvard graduate, and a successful one at that. Number 1, segment time that you work into large chunks of time. Your priority should be to focus and finish tasks. This limits transition time needed for your brain to switch focus. So when you have a lot of things to do, clump them together. If you don't, then you're going to be switching your focus from one thing to another in between breaks, and this puts a little extra stress on your brain. Next, steal time and take advantage of moments when you have nothing to do, like when traveling on the subway or jogging on the treadmill. We mentioned this earlier. One of your obstacles was commuting. So when commuting, use that time as efficiently as possible, but not just commuting. The example here is also jogging on the treadmill, exercising. That's actually something that I do. Jogging on the treadmill is pretty boring, right? What I do is watch YouTube videos that are on subjects that interest me, subjects that will help with personal development. Can you watch any videos or listen to any podcasts, perhaps, that will stimulate your mind, that will help you get things done, that can help you prepare for classes, or that can help you finish something that you've been working on? Learn things correctly the first time. Pay attention and concentrate when in class, and remove distractors such as your phone. While in class, focus. Put your phone away. Listen to the lecture. Pay attention to the material. It's a waste of time if you don't, right? And if you do it right the first time, well, you're not going to have to go back and do it again. That can be a real time waster. So pay attention the first time. Prioritize correctly. Don't let socializing become more important than homework and sleep during the weekdays. Do most of your socializing on the weekends. Sure, you want to be social. It's an important thing in life. Social people are more successful. But prioritize things. Make sure you're getting your work done during the weekdays and have time for fun on the weekends. And don't neglect sleep. Sleep is incredibly important, not only for your productivity, but also your happiness. And finally, the 80-20 rule with school. Spend most of your time on projects that will have a bigger impact on your grade. Now, the 80-20 rule means 80% of your grade may come from 20% of the work. Find out what work that is and focus on that. That is the art to prioritizing. Now, I have a few bonus tips for you as well. Do not multitask. It's a myth, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot focus on two things efficiently at the same time. Someone once said what multitasking actually is. Multitasking is doing two things poorly at the same time. Schedule the next day in advance. Know what you want to accomplish tomorrow. Write it down, schedule it, put it into your time management application, and you'll be ready for tomorrow. Take small breaks and make sure to properly unwind before bed. Now, the brain needs breaks. It tends to lose concentration after about 2 hours. Take a small break. Refresh yourself. Get a coffee. Get something to eat. Do something that's not task-oriented. And before you go to bed, take time to relax. You probably don't want to be on your smartphone. You know what you probably should do? Read something interesting. Reading actually tends to relax the mind and body, believe it or not. 4, be able to say no to socializing too often or too late. Once again, be careful with your socializing. You don't want to do it too much, and you definitely don't want to do it too late, even on the weekends, because if you do, your whole next day is ruined. And number 5, reward yourself with accomplishing bigger goals. Remember in our goals lesson, when you finish something, when you reach a certain goal, celebrate. Do something fun. It makes that all the more sweeter. So what do you think? Do you have any other tips to help with time management? What works best for you? Whatever you answer to these 2 questions, jot it down, write it down, add it to the list that we've just gone over. Experiment with what works best for you. So there are a couple time management tips that really can help you if you use them. We briefly went over a few tips from a Harvard graduate, and I gave you a few bonus tips. Don't forget, take advantage of these, make them work for you, and you'll be so happy that you did. So let's get ready for the next lesson, our mystery question answered. Do you remember when I mentioned Dr. Robert Cialdini? Well, let's get into answering our mystery question, and I'll remind you about this particular doctor. Robert Cialdini mentioned that research shows that there's a disappointing success rate when we're working on some goals, and it has 2 reasons generally. 1, not recognizing the best times to work on our goals, and 2, being distracted by unexpected events. So what can we do about this? There's a self-statement that's been scientifically proven to help overcome these 2 particular problems. My question to you was, what could this self-statement be? Well, were you able to guess? Let's take a look at the answer. Dr. Robert Cialdini mentioned that if you can make an if-when-then statement and use this statement when you come across these 2 obstacles, it has a profound effect on helping you accomplish your goals. What these if-when-then statements actually do is help you identify cues around your goals. And it helps you get ready to take action when we come across these obstacles. For example, losing weight. If you use this self-statement, if or when I want a snack at night, then I'll eat fruit, your success rates go up. Or for example, if when I don't feel like exercising, then I'll remember that the hardest part is showing up to the gym. These self-statements can make it much easier to actually get to the gym and exercise. Again, these statements are designed to put us on high alert for a particular time or situations when a productive action can be performed. We first notice these favorable times and then later associate then actions with those situations, making them become closer to habits over time. Take a look at your goals. What are you having some problems accomplishing? Is it losing weight or something similar? Can you come up with some if-when-then statements for yourself? Push pause and try and create one of these statements. Go ahead, give it a try. Okay, I have a little bit of homework for you for our next lesson, personal finance. What I'd like you to do is find your weekly expense tracker worksheet, and I want you to track your spending for the next week. List your expenses over that next week. So this is what your weekly expense tracker looks like. We've got 1 week, Monday through Sunday. Now you might not have enough items in here or item space, but that's okay. Work with it as best possible. List the expenses that you actually incur over the next week, starting with whatever day you're on. List those expenses, make notes in this area here, and then the amount. Once a week is up, go ahead and give it a total amount spent. we're going to need to use this worksheet to help you on our next core lesson on personal finances. And use an application to help you keep track of not only spending over the next week, but for the future. Search Google for the best budgeting application of the year. Using an app can really make a difference, so give it a try. Download one today. And don't forget, become a teacher. Is there someone that's having trouble reaching their goals that you know of, a family member or a friend? Is someone having trouble with managing their time? Use what you've learned over this lesson and the previous lesson on goals, and who knows, you could help change someone's life. Okay, let's conclude this lesson on time management and get ready for the next lesson, the third lesson, which is pretty interesting, on personal finance. Hi, and welcome to our third lesson in our course. This core lesson is about your personal finances and how to control your money and not let money control you. I'd like to start off, as usual, our quote of the day, which is personal finance is 80% behavior and 20% knowledge. What does that mean? It means that you don't really need to know the details, the fundamentals necessarily of finance per se. However, you just need to know a few basics on how to behave, what to do in certain situations so that your money grows. This core lesson is going to start out as usual with our introduction and mystery question. Then we'll move on to why learn money management and why learn about how to control your personal finances. Next, we'll go on to personal budgeting. We'll talk about the core basics about how to budget, and I'll provide you a budget Excel spreadsheet so you can start the process and get a feel on how to actually create and use a budget for yourself. Then we'll talk about savings, your options for savings, and what strategy maybe you should take, which is, of course, up to you. Then we'll go into what I like to call an investing eye-opener. And as you might know, an eye-opener is something that gets you interested, and maybe there's a little bit of a wow factor, something that you didn't know. Hopefully something that will maybe motivate you to start saving and perhaps investing. And finally, we'll wrap things up with the mystery question answered. So, I'd like to begin by introducing you to a pretty famous book. It's called The Richest Man in Babylon. And if you look up here in the top left-hand corner, here it says more than 2 million books sold. That should give you an idea of the success of this particular book. And what I like about this book is that this book covers a series of short stories that take place in and around the city of Babylon, the ancient city of Babylon, which is considered the richest city in biblical history. The book teaches straightforward lessons that attempt to show that the secrets of wealth building are unchanging and remain still applicable today, even though they were once used in history. While none of the concepts are likely to be earth-shattering for you, they do encapsulate the fundamentals that are the basics to money management and personal finance. So the question that I want to ask you is, what do you think are some of the best ways to build your wealth? And what are you doing now? Or what have you been doing to control your personal assets, your personal income, and build wealth for the future? One of the most interesting sections of this book talks about what are considered the 5 rules of gold. And we'll get into all 5 of these at the end of this core lesson. But I want to start by introducing rule number 1, which is called pay yourself first. And I'm curious, can you guess what pay yourself first means? Keep that in mind as we go throughout the lesson. Try to answer that question as we progress. And you'll notice around the midsection of this core lesson, I'll bring up the first rule of pay yourself first and explain what it actually is. Keep in mind, what could pay yourself first actually mean? And do you think you've done that or are doing it? And what do you think might be the other 4 rules of gold? Okay, with that in mind, let's go ahead and go on to the next section. Why should you be interested in personal finances and money management? So why should money management and personal finances be interesting to you? Well, have you ever questioned why doesn't university teach money management? And why usually at home do parents not teach the basics and fundamentals and or the details, of course, of personal finances? This is an interesting question to ask. Have you learned any particular classes on personal finance in university or high school or in school generally? And how about your parents? Have they really sat down and talked to you about how to control your personal finances for the future? Well, if not, why not? It's so important, isn't it? Well, schools tend to mostly teach subjects related to students' majors. Schools also seem to think that this is a personal choice and the responsibility of the parents. That's a mistake. Homes either don't know what to teach, don't take the time to teach, or feel that the topic of money is taboo. That's also a mistake. Whatever the reasons are, it is still undeniable that being able to manage personal finances is crucial to a person's success. So, how does learning money management and personal finance help you? Number one, reduce stress and conflict. Struggling to pay the bills, not having enough money at the end of the month, not having enough money to pay for the things you need and want can really be stressful. And once you're married, stressing out about money can lead to even more problems with your relationship. Married couples have even reported that the number one cause of arguments, believe it or not, is money. People even get divorced because of money issues. Furthermore, financial problems can lead to health problems such as migraine headaches, cardiovascular disease, and insomnia. Getting control of your finances and creating a surplus rather than a shortage of money can potentially prevent these problems. So, wouldn't you want to prevent these problems and reduce stress and conflict in your life? And how about a home? Homes are huge expenses, and the vast majority of people need to get a loan in order to purchase a house or apartment. Getting a loan requires a down payment. This means you must have already had a fairly large amount of cash ready to give the bank in order to get that loan for your home. The number is typically over 5%. You do the math. In addition to the loan, there are several other fees that are included too. So add another 5% to that number. Minimize debt. One of your goals should be to have as little debt as possible. Debt is money that you must pay someone else, usually on a monthly basis. So what could these include? Student loans, a home mortgage, a car, credit card debt. If you have too much debt, then it can be impossible to save money and you can become even greater in debt. This is a horrible situation to be in. And imagine if you're in this situation and an emergency happens. There's some unexpected event. How are you going to pay for it? Experts say that you should have around $1,000 minimum saved specifically for these times because it's not that if they'll happen, it's when they're going to happen. So be ready for emergencies. Yes, it's not a matter, as I just said, if an emergency is going to happen. It's a matter of when one will happen. You need to be ready with that $1,000. Maybe you should add this to your future financial goal on your goals worksheet. What do you think? Emergencies may include sickness in the family where you need to help, or you may need to stay in the hospital for your own illness, or you could get in a car accident. So there are dozens of possibilities that you want to be prepared for. And be ready for opportunities when they arise. Opportunities come and go, but not that often. If you're not ready or able to take advantage of a great opportunity when it comes, then you may never see that opportunity come again. This could be an amazing investment opportunity. Perhaps the home of your dreams is available at a fantastic price, but only for a short time. Will you be able to buy? It's hard to predict what opportunities may present themselves, but you want to be ready when they do. If you miss that opportunity, then you're stuck where you are instead of going forward toward a better life. Make more money with your money. One of the amazing things about having money is that your savings and investments can make you even more money. Have you ever heard the phrase, it takes money to make money? Yeah, probably you have. Well, it's true in many ways. The cash you save can be used as your own little employees who work hard for you to create more cash for you. And then that builds upon itself. That's the beauty of investing. It's a real benefit to learn the basics of investing, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and investment funds. So get ready to make your money work for you. Have your money help you live a happier life. And having control of your money will help you live a happier and more fulfilling life. There are many ingredients to happiness, but being rich and having money really isn't one of those. However, having enough money to prevent problems, enough to build a meaningful life and relationship with family and friends, enough to take care of others and help family, enough to grab opportunities when they come, and enough to grow in life are some of the ingredients to a happy life. And finally, financial independence. Financial independence is what everyone looks for. Does this mean be rich? Well, the true meaning is having enough money to live comfortably, safely, and have enough to get the things that you want. To have enough money to be free, let's say. This can mean being able to take a vacation when and where you want, being able to help family members when needed, being able to start a business, being able to leave your job and find a better one if needed, and not to worry about the costs while making that transition, being able to invest in opportunities like we just mentioned, having enough money and future income to easily retire when it's time. So, why learn personal finance? Why learn money management? It's simple, and there are a lot of good reasons. Number one, reduce stress and conflict. 2, be able to afford the home that you want. 3, minimize, hopefully eliminate any debt. Be ready for emergencies because you know they're going to happen eventually. Take advantage of opportunities. Don't let opportunities pass you by. Make more money. Use your money to put into investments so that builds upon itself and makes even more money for you. Live a happier life because you don't need to be rich to be happy, but you do need to have the basics and be prepared for opportunities and emergencies. And finally, to be financially independent, to be free. So having said these 8 parts on why to learn money management, let's go on to our next section. So our next section in personal finance and money management is creating a personal budget for yourself. Now, you may or may not have already used a personal budget, and you may or may not already know how to, but if you haven't been using one, it's really important that you start now, because using a personal budget on a regular basis really is the first step to gaining control on your personal finances. So this really sets the foundation for your own personal finance. But before we begin, there are 2 worksheets that you're going to need to use that hopefully you've already completed prior to this lesson. Do you remember lesson number 1 on goal setting? If you can get out your worksheet titled Goal Setting Worksheet, I'd like you to identify any economic or financial goals that are on that worksheet. So scroll through the worksheet and circle any of your goals that happen to be money related. Then I'd like you to consider, are there any additional financial goals that maybe have popped up in your mind that you haven't thought about since the previous goal setting lesson? If so, write a couple quick notes on this goal worksheet. And make sure that you classify any additions into 1, 3, 5, or 10-year goal projections. Next, go ahead and get out some paper and pen. We're going to need to write a few things down. First, let's go over 3 particular things I want you to consider. Quickly, those are, what are your current sources of income? You probably have one, but who knows, you maybe have more than one. What are your spending habits? What do you like to spend your money on these days? And let's take a general look at all of your expenses, including necessities and including just the things that you like to spend money on for an entire month's period. First of all, what are your current sources of income? That just means what money is going into your pocket. List those different sources on a piece of paper now. Do you have a part-time job? Do you have a full-time job? Do you get any money from parents or from any other source? And along with those sources, list the monthly amount that you get from each. Now, if it varies month to month, go ahead and put down an average. Next, I'd like you to get out your weekly expense tracker. Up here, I asked you to track yourself over any given week. I wanted you to put in the expenses that you have incurred for each day of the week, Monday through Sunday. Get that out and let's take a look at it. As you scroll through it, do you notice any patterns of spending? Which expenses do you really need? Which expenses would you consider essential that you really can't do without? Take a moment, look at those expenses, and make a note somewhere. You can either make a note on the right or left, but identify those clearly, those expenses that are necessary. What should be left over or what you would consider unnecessary. Now, take a close look at those considerably unnecessary expenses. How much do you really need those? Do you think that you could possibly do without those expenses or minimize them in some way? That should be one of your goals now, is to somehow minimize or just completely get rid of these unnecessary expenses. Although, of course, you want to keep some, because what's the fun in life without having some fun, right? Next, I want you to be able to identify and list on that piece of paper all of your expenses for a month. In essence, this is the money out of your pocket. Try to list each one as best possible, and don't worry, later you might think of a few more and just add them to your list. Include the items that are on your weekly expense tracker and any other items that are not on there, because of course you probably have more expenses that you didn't incur over that last week. By now, you should have a pretty clear idea of all of your sources of income and a pretty clear idea of all of your expenses for any given month. Next, what I want you to do is get out the Excel spreadsheet that I've supplied for you. It's your personal monthly budget Excel spreadsheet. Looks something like this. What I want you to do is take the time and fill this out as best possible. Put in your income, list as many expenses as you possibly can. Now, if there are any line items on the left that aren't there but you want to put in, go ahead, change the Excel spreadsheet. And finally, at the bottom, we're going to see what's the difference between your income and your expenses, and what's the difference between your expectations and your actual spending. Let's do some of this together so you better understand this particular worksheet. I've opened up my copy of my personal monthly budget. Now it's blank because I want to go ahead with you and try and fill in some of the categories. Let's work with income first. Now, assuming that you're a university student with a part-time job, just for demonstration purposes, let's assume that you're making about $30,000 a year from a part-time job. You're working hard to pay your bills and save money. So that's about $2,500 per month. Do you get any money from your parents? Let's say you're lucky and you get $500 per month. Congratulations. Now, I'm not going to put anything else in here. If this applies to you, go ahead and fill in these sources of income for yourself. We're going to assume now that this particular person is making $3,000 per month. Not bad, especially for a student. What about expenses? Maybe you don't need to pay for tuition. Perhaps you're lucky enough to have a parent pay for it. Let's go down to some obvious stuff. Maybe you need to pay rent. Let's say $300 for rent, and you have credit card payments. You know, who doesn't? Let's do another $300 for credit cards. Food, $200 per month. Loan payments, maybe not. Computer equipment, dorm, books, maybe, maybe not. Let's see. Let's go down to your phone bill. How about $50 a month? Maybe you have a car, let's say $300 a month. Fuel, $50 a month. Unhealthy habits, entertainment, let's have a little bit of fun. Let's go $100 a month. And unhealthy habits, I don't know what those are. It depends on you. Let's say $100 a month. Maybe you need to buy a few gifts every once in a while, $50 a month. You want to buy some clothes. Let's do $50 a month. Laundry, $25 a month. And savings. And this is important. You want to put money into savings. It's crucial. We'll talk about that pretty soon. So let's say $200 a month. Okay, let's go back up. Maybe we have a few more expenses to make this a little more realistic. Let's say school supplies, $50 a month. Groceries, $100 a month. Cleaning supplies, among other things, $50 a month. Utilities, $100 a month. Internet, $50 a month. Travel, who knows where, $100 a month. $25 a month on average. Car repairs, let's put in, just in case for emergencies, $25 a month. You're going to get sick every once in a while. Let's just say $25 a month. And let's leave it at that. So if we compare our total income, $3,000 coming into our pockets, and then our expenses, our projected expenses, $2,250 per month, we end up with extra money, about $750 per month. This is our projected income. This is our budget. Now, realistic or unrealistic, that will depend on your own situation. Now that you have your projected amount, you'll go through the actual month and put down how much did you actually make. Maybe you didn't get to work as much. Maybe there are a few issues. $2,000. But we can still depend on good old mom and dad, right? So let's put in $500. Now we're at $2,500 is the actual amount we made for, let's say this was in January. But your expenses really could change quite easily from your expected amounts. What can we do? Maybe housing rent is going to stay the same. Credit card payments, maybe you had to purchase something bigger, so let's say $400. Maybe you're hungrier than usual in the month of January and you did extra stuff. You spent a little extra money. You spent more in school supplies. Groceries was more than expected. Housing supplies was about the same. Utilities went up because it's cold. You had to put on the heat, $150. Your phone bill, you talked a lot, let's say $70. Internet, it's about the same. You traveled a little bit more because it's the holidays, let's say $250. That's a lot. Car payment is still the same. Car insurance is the same. Car repairs, maybe you had an issue with your tires. You had to put down some extra money on a new set of tires. $500. Oh no, that's that emergency I was talking about earlier. Fuel, let's say because you're traveling a little bit more, let's say it's $100. Entertainment was about the same. Unhealthy habits, about the same, maybe. Medicine, you're lucky. You felt great. You didn't have to buy any medicine, no doctor visits. Gifts, it's the holidays, a little bit more. Clothing, $0. You didn't spend any because you're already buying other people's gifts. Laundry, you got to stay clean, let's say about the same. And we always got to put in at least $200. So now, comparing our projected to our actual amount, now we're $720 in the hole. We spent too much. Maybe we have credit card debt. This is the purpose of creating a budget. As you create a budget, you're going to be able to better control your expenses based on your expectation of income. That way, you don't get deeper into debt and you're still able to transfer money to your savings and investments. So this is a really crucial spreadsheet to have. Make sure that you take the time to understand it. It won't take you very long at all, but take the time to put in the right line items for your income and your expenses so that you can have better control over your personal finances. So now that you have a better idea of your income and your expenses, fill out this personal monthly budget and continue to do so on a regular basis. Go ahead and make this homework for yourself. You'll appreciate that you took the time and effort to do so. So, to recap this particular lesson, we've been able to identify your economic goals. You were able to identify money going in and going out of your pocket. You're able to identify spending habits and things that are necessary and unnecessary. You can now adjust your expenses to reflect your economic goals. You can minimize unnecessary expenses. And most importantly, you're able to control all of this through your own personal budget. So that does it for this lesson. Let's get ready for the next one, saving strategy. Okay, the next section in this particular core lesson on personal finance is saving strategy. What should you be doing with the money that you're saving? And what do you think is the best approach to go about saving your money? So the first question I have for you is, how much should you be saving? And how often do you think you should do it? Once a month, every paycheck, once a year? I'd like to introduce you to a quote that I thought had a fair amount of impact when I first read it. And it goes like this: poor people spend their money and save what is left. Rich people save their money and spend what is left. Now, it might seem obvious that this is an important thing to do. It's unfortunate that people will go ahead and spend their money and then won't really consider saving until they've gone through all of their expenses. And quite often, there's nothing really left over, because people tend to live or spend at their means or above their means, which means people will usually spend as much money as they have, or even spend more money than they have, which is through the use of credit cards. However, what you really want to be doing is saving money first, and then using your personal budget, you'll be able to spend what is left over on the necessary items, and then possibly on other items that are more for fun and entertainment. So take the advice of the rich. You want to save your money first and then spend what's left over. So let's go back to the 5 rules of gold in the book, The Richest Man in Babylon. Earlier, I asked you to try and guess, what does pay yourself first really mean? The first law out of the 5 rules of gold goes like this: save no less than 10% of your income. Put it away before you pay any expense. What that means is on payday, the very moment, the very day that you get paid from your job, take 10% minimum and put it into a savings account, or put it somewhere that you will not touch it, or better yet, cannot touch it. Make note, do not ever pay bills or other expenses first. It might seem impossible to do for some people because they think they can't afford it. However, everyone is able to fairly easily adjust to living with a little less each month, and you will be so happy to see how quickly your savings increase as the months progress. Kind of an obvious answer to this question: when should you start saving 10% or more? When should you start paying yourself first? All right, give yourself a round of applause. You probably guessed now is the best time to start. Now that you have a clear understanding of the first rule of gold, pay yourself first, what do you think you should do? How about take a moment, look at your goals worksheet, and adjust any financial goals. Perhaps adjust your savings goals. And now that you know how to use a personal budget and you have an Excel spreadsheet, maybe keep in mind the line item at the bottom for personal savings. How much money are you going to contribute to your savings? And next, what should you do with the money you save? Actually, this is a question that we're going to answer in our next section, but I want you to start thinking of this. What would you do with the money that you save? Should you put it in a piggy bank? Should you put it in a savings account? Should you invest? We'll answer that question soon. To recap our saving strategy lesson, now we know more of the importance of having a saving strategy. Remember, don't do what the poor do, do what the rich do. Save first, spend later. Take heed of the first rule of gold. Pay yourself first. And how much? What's the minimum you should pay yourself first? Each time you get income, make sure it's a minimum of 10%. Okay, that wraps things up. Let's get ready for the next lesson, Investing Eye Opener. Welcome to the next section, Investing Eye Opener. So previously I asked you a question. What should you do with the money you save? Would you keep your money in a piggy bank? Under your mattress? In a bank? In the stock market? What would you do? What about investing? Do you already have any particular investments? And what have you invested in? Before we go further with investing, I have a question for you. It's referred to as the magic penny. Let's say you have a choice. Two choices, actually. Choice number one is just take $2 million. Imagine right now you could take $2 million and do with it as you choose. Or take the magic penny. And this magic penny does something special. What it does is it doubles its value every day for 30 days. Well, of course, there's got to be a catch, right? Why would we call it the magic penny? Well, if we took that penny and doubled it every day for 30 days, the value would come out to be over $10.7 million. Definitely better than $2 million, right? This example is an illustration of something called compound interest. Wikipedia defines compound interest as the addition of interest to the principal sum of a loan or deposit, or in other words, interest on interest, which means if you invest money into something, you expect a rate of return, let's say 5%. As time goes by and you make interest on your investment, you also start to make interest on that interest, and it just gets bigger and bigger as time goes by. Well, Warren Buffett, with an estimated net worth of over $76 billion, someone who is unquestionably one of the most successful investors in history, said that his wealth comes from a combination of three things: living in America, some lucky genes, and compound interest. Sure, America's great because it's considered the land of opportunity. And yeah, DNA has something to say. His personality is very investment driven. But number three, what I want you to focus on is compound interest. It's compound interest that made his money make money. And Albert Einstein had something to say about compound interest too. He said it's the eighth wonder of the world. And more specifically, and take note, quote, "He who understands it earns it. He who doesn't pays it." If you don't take advantage of investment opportunities, you may end up paying interest instead of earning it. Let's go through one more scenario, and I really quite like this one. Let's suppose that there are two friends who just graduated high school and have entered a university. We'll call them Jake and Katie, about 19 years old each. Although friends, they decide to take two different paths regarding finance. Katie decides she'll get a part-time job and invest about $2,000 every year from the age of 19 to 26, earning a compound interest rate of about 12%. Once she's 26, she stops completely, and her investment continues to make money, continues to make interest, and compounds. On the other hand, we have Jake. Jake decides not to invest anything at all. Instead, he wants to enjoy his time in university. After he graduates, he gets a job. Then he decides to start investing. At the age of 27, he does the same thing as Katie did. He invests $2,000 a year and continues to do that for another 39 years. Once Jake and Katie are retirement age, around 66, they reap the rewards of their investment. At this point, Jake has invested a total of $78,000 over a 39-year period. And Katie, on the other hand, invested a total of $16,000 over an 8-year period, although she did start 7 years earlier. Once they're 66 years old, what do you think the difference is between the gains they've made through these investments? Katie has made a whopping $2.28 million at this point. How about Jake? Only $1.5 million. That's a stark contrast. And that's the power of compound interest. And in order to understand a little bit more about compound interest, you want to understand the two types of interest. There's simple and compound. And both are available in investments. Simple interest is a fixed rate. Let's say you have $100 and 8% interest. No matter what, over time, you're going to make $8 on that investment every year. However, with compound interest, you'll make $8 the first year, and then you'll make another 8% on the $108 you had the second year, and it continues to grow. So that's a no-brainer, right? You want to go with compound interest. To make it a little clearer, let's look at a few examples between simple interest and compound interest. And here, we're going to invest $10,000 in simple interest and $10,000 in compound interest. Both of these at the same rate of 8%. Here, in year one, from $10,000, we get $800 return with $10,800 at the end of year one. We have the same thing over here in the first year with compound interest. But beginning in year two, things start to change. The difference is, although in simple interest, we still get the same rate of return, 800, 800, 800 every year, what changes is we're making interest on our interest with compound interest. Notice the first year's return is $800, the second $864, then $933, then $1,008, and it just continues. Imagine doing that over 20 or 30 years. Imagine continually reinvesting money. So where should you invest? The bank, the stock market? Well, the two most common places to put your money that have compound interest are banks and the stock market. Which one do you think is considered the best option? In the bank, you have other options such as checkings account, savings account, money market account, and certificates of deposit. Respectively, usually a checking account will be 0.05%, as will a savings account. Money market is twice that at 1%, and a certificate of deposit is a full 1%. Not bad, right? Well, let's look at the stock market. On average, in America at least, the stock market returns 8 to 10% per year. However, banks do guarantee these interest rates. So if you really want to play it safe, put your money in the bank. However, the stock market may have an average 8 to 10% per year return, but it's not guaranteed. It really depends on the economy and how things are going. However, over the long term, the chances are you'll get that 8 to 10% return. So, bank or stock market? Well, I'll tell you what, the rich don't keep their money in the bank. There's a calculation, or let's say there's a financial trick called the rule of 72. And this helps you understand the difference between 3%, 4%, 5% return, because there's just sort of numbers, right? Well, the rule helps you understand how long it's going to take for your money to double with compound interest. And it's a simple equation. Simply divide 72 by the interest rate. For example, if the interest rate is 8, it's 72 divided by 8. So, where to invest? Bank or stock market? Well, let's take another look at the checkings, savings, money market, and certificates of deposit. How long will it take for you to double your money? Checkings and savings account? 1,440 years. That's kind of a long time. Take care of yourself. Money market account? 720 years. Still, huge amount of time. Certificate of deposit, 72 years. You might make it long enough to see your money double, but what about the stock market? Let's take the 8%. Divide 72 by 8, and how many years will it take? Only 9 years to double your money. Again, what would you choose? So I have the same question for you as earlier. When should you start investing? Yes, you guessed it. Right now, take your money, put it into something that you trust, that you've done your homework, and that earns compound interest. Now, I'm not here to give you advice on exactly where to put your money, so I suggest do a little research. You can find indexes, mutual funds, other investments that earn compound interest and are considered relatively safe. So the next time you have some free time, Google investments that earn compound interest and go from there. So to recap this lesson, Investing Eye-Opener, we took a look at should you save or invest. Invest is probably the wisest choice. We explained the difference between compound interest and simple interest. Of course, compound is the way to go. We looked at the differences of compound interest in banks and the stock market. We took a look at the rule of 72. This simple trick, this simple equation will help you understand how long it should take for you to double your money. And we answered the question, when should you start investing? Now. Great, that's it for this lesson. Let's get ready for the final section of this core lesson, mystery question answered. Here we are at the end of our core lesson on personal finance, and we're going to end as usual with mystery question answered. Now, if you'll recall, I asked you earlier to think about the 5 rules of gold. I gave you the first, but I was curious if you could guess any of the other 4. And I'm sure you remember that the first rule of gold was pay yourself first. Here, a person should save at least 10% of their income for the future, which means every time you get paid, every time you get a check from your job, take 10% minimum and put it into savings or invest it. So what are the other 4? Well, number 2 is invest your money in a way that your money will simply make more money. We just talked about this. Can you guess? Compound interest. Here, you put your money into an investment that earns compound interest, and the money you make on interest will start making interest. You have a snowball effect, essentially. Number 3, only take investment advice from those considered professionals in the field. I'm not a financial professional. However, the rules of gold here are not mine, but those that have been passed down over the years by professionals. These rules are timeless. And when it comes to the point where you're seriously thinking about investing in something, don't rely on advice from family. Don't rely on advice from friends. It's good to listen to them. But when it comes down to actually making a decision, unless your family or friends are professionals, seek out the advice of a financial professional. Now, the last 2 rules are things not to do. Number 4, do not invest in areas that you're not familiar with or not approved by a professional in the field. If you don't understand the tech industry, maybe don't invest in it. If you don't understand the oil and gas industry, maybe don't invest in it unless you do your homework. Perhaps a good example of something that you are familiar with is Coca-Cola. The world is familiar with Coca-Cola products, and these products probably aren't going anywhere, so they seem to be a pretty safe bet. Maybe take some time and learn more about Coca-Cola Company. And number 5, never invest in something that promises incredible returns far greater than average. And never invest in something when pressured to do so by someone else. The first thing that comes to mind here for me is Bitcoin. Everybody was jumping on the bandwagon, expecting to make huge gains while watching Bitcoin continuously rise. And what happened? Boom, bust. Most people who invested in Bitcoin and other similar things probably were not obeying rules 4 and 5. Remember the old saying, if it seems too good to be true, it probably is. Guard your money and only put it into investments that you're comfortable with and have a decent level of understanding about. So keep in mind these 5 rules of gold. If you follow these throughout the rest of your lifetime, you're definitely well on your way toward building wealth. And don't forget, become a teacher. Take what you've learned here today and pass it along to family and friends. Perhaps help someone with their personal budget. Go over the Excel file with them. Teach someone about compound interest. Tell someone the story about Jake and Katie and the difference from investing when you're 19 compared to 27 regarding compound interest. Have fun. Spark a conversation on investing in general. Who knows? As you become the teacher, you might also learn more. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I really hope that what you learned in this lesson is of value to you and that you're able to take it and build your wealth as the years progress. Don't forget to continually update your goal sheet and continually update your budget. Take care and see you for the next lesson. Hello, and welcome to the next core lesson titled Continuous Personal Development, Increasing the Value of You. As you can guess, the main purpose of this core lesson is personal development. Not just personal development, but continued personal development. So let's start off with our daily quote. Education doesn't cease when you leave the university. Education is a lifetime process, and now you need to become self-educated, which means, of course, we put in a lot of time getting an education in high school and university. But a lot of people tend to abandon their education once they graduate university, and that's a mistake. What you want to do is continue to develop yourself so that you become better tomorrow than you are today, and that will help solidify a successful position for you in your career as time progresses, especially compared to the competition around you. So today we're going to start off with our introduction and mystery question as usual. Then we'll go into and sort of define what is continuous personal development and why should you do it. Then we'll look at the 3 parts to continuous personal development, which include number 1, your attitude and your philosophy. Number 2, the physical, your health and your appearance. And number 3, the mental, continuously building your brain. And finally, we'll get to the answer of the mystery question. So let's go to our mystery question. Take a look at the people in this photo. How many of these people can you identify by name? Take a moment and guess. Let's start from the top left and make our way down to the bottom right. In the top left, we have Will Smith, then Thomas Edison, Benjamin Franklin, J.K. Rowling, Frederick Douglass, Oprah Winfrey, Malcolm X, Nikola Tesla, Warren Buffett, Mark Cuban, Bill Gates, Barack Obama, E. Kuan Yew, Madeleine Albright, and Winston Churchill. So my question to you today is, what do all of these people have specifically in common regarding continuous personal development? They all attribute doing the same thing as a major cause for their success and continued success. What could that one thing be? Keep that in mind. Try to guess as we progress throughout this core lesson, and if you listen carefully, you might be able to get the answer correct. The answer to this question gives additional benefits to just success, and those include improved focus and concentration. A 2009 study showed that this is the most effective way to reduce stress. It only took an average of 6 minutes to lower the heart rate and muscle tension after starting this particular exercise. And it can slow down the process of dementia and Alzheimer's disease. This sounds fantastic, doesn't it? So, what could this one thing be? Keep that in mind. What we've looked at just now in continuous personal development is that, number 1, that a lot of successful people share one particular thing in common that was a major contributor to their success, and that this particular thing has some interesting additional benefits. So try to guess as we progress throughout this lesson. Okay, so let's go on to the next part. What is continuous personal development and why should you be doing it? Welcome back to the next section of continuous personal development. Here we're going to talk about what is continuous personal development and why should you do it and how will it affect you in life and your career. So what is continuous personal development? Well, it's defined as the conscious pursuit of personal growth by expanding self-awareness and knowledge and improving personal skills. I'd like you to take personal note of these 3 things. It's expanding your awareness and specifically awareness of yourself. It's expanding your knowledge base, learning more in several areas, and it's improving your skill set. which in turn makes you more valuable in the marketplace. So keeping that in mind, why is continuous personal development important for you? Well, let's look at a couple reasons. One, it develops your strength. You are put on a path that leads from being good at something to being great at something. You also learn new skills that become tools you have for the future. And these tools can come in handy in ways you may never have predicted. Confidence, becoming better at what you already do and developing more skills builds more confidence. And confidence leads to more accomplishments. People and organizations are attracted to those who have confidence. And confidence helps you push further toward taking the risks you need to take in order to find greater success. It improves your self-awareness. You get to look closer at the areas of your life where you do well and those that need improvement. You get more direction in life and a better understanding of what areas you want to develop. We need to spend a portion of today getting ready for tomorrow. We need to spend a portion of this year getting ready for the next year. You need to develop the skills that make you valuable tomorrow. This all starts with personal development. And if money is your main concern in life, which I hope it isn't or doesn't continue to be for long, if you hope to be wealthy in life, you may consider this quote: "Income rarely exceeds personal development." So, in order to get more than you have today, you need to become more than you are today. And if money isn't your biggest concern, then how about getting a job? How about going further in your career? How about rising up that corporate ladder or creating and developing your own company? Just about wherever you go, you'll find that competition is high. So keep this in mind. Competition for a job can be huge. It isn't always that easy to get a job, and it certainly isn't always that easy to get the job you want. Continued personal development helps you become more competitive. When you graduate from university, will you have gained certain skills that will make you valuable to companies? Perhaps. But how will you be different than all the others who have gone through the same educational process? What will make you different then? What will make you different in the future? How are you going to stand out from the crowd? And once you do have a job, or perhaps you create your own business, you want to do what you can to keep progressing, keep accomplishing, and keep being successful. Education doesn't stop when you leave the university. Education is a lifetime process, and you now need to become self-educated, so never stop learning. Now, we all know who Warren Buffett is, right? Well, he had something to say about personal development. Quote unquote, "Ultimately, there's one investment that supersedes all others. Investment in yourself. Nobody can take away what you've got in yourself, and everybody has potential they haven't used yet. What potential do you have that's just waiting to be unlocked? And what are the steps toward continuous personal development?" You might recall that I mentioned earlier there are 3 particular steps toward personal development. However, we'll talk about those in our next lesson. To recap, what is continued personal development and why should you be interested in it? Well, number 1, we talked about the definition of personal development: awareness of yourself, a broad range of knowledge, and improving your skill set. 2, we looked at why is it important: strength, confidence, and self-awareness. And finally, how can it help you in your career? Well, it's going to make you stand out and become more valuable in the marketplace. Okay, that's it for this particular round. Let's get ready for the next, the 3 steps toward personal development. So, how is it that you go about with continued personal development? Well, as I mentioned earlier, there are 3 steps, and in this lesson, we're going to look at the first one. But before we look at that particular one, let's look at what are those 3 steps toward continuous personal development. These 3 include 1, your attitude or philosophy on life; 2, the physical, which is your physical state, your health, and your appearance; and 3, the mental, which includes the knowledge base that you possess and the skills that you possess. Before we begin, what I'd like you to do is get out a worksheet that you're able to download. And that particular worksheet is called Personal Development Reflection Worksheet. You can see an image of that on the right side of the screen. Take a moment and get that out, and we're going to fill this in as we progress throughout the rest of this lesson. Now, the first part under your past personal development, I'd like you to take a moment and think about, aside from school-related activities such as studying for classes, list the things that you've done in the last 12 months or so to work on your own personal development. Have you read any special books that add to your wealth of knowledge and skill set? Have you worked on any particular certifications, perhaps? Have you gained any experience in a part-time job that might be related to your industry or future career? So what have you done within the last year to help you develop as a person? Go ahead and push pause and complete this section as best possible. Next, I'd like to ask you, what is your personal philosophy? Now, this might be somewhat of a difficult question to answer, so I want you to take time and think about what your attitude toward life or what your philosophy on life might be. And keep in mind, you can change this as time progresses because we all tend to change our philosophy as we progress. So let's talk about attitude first. This is your attitude towards life, maybe your philosophy of truth. And regarding all people, when things are going our way, it's easy to take credit for it. These are your accomplishments, therefore we take credit for them, right? However, it's just as easy to blame others and the world around us when things don't go our way, when we fail or fall short of our goals. For example, the economy is too bad. The laws and regulations are too strict. There's too much competition. No one ever taught me how to do it. No one ever helped me. But don't fall into this trap. It is the philosophy of the poor to blame others, while it's the philosophy of the rich to blame themselves. Obstacles and setbacks, well, they happen to us all. That's just life. However, the important thing is what you do about it, because you can't change the world around you, but you can change yourself. Here are two principles to live by. If you can understand and use these two principles in life, then you will find that success will come more easily to you. And those include, number one, it's not what happens that determines the major part of your future. What happens to us all, as I just said. The key, however, is what you do about it. What action do you take to correct the situation? And two, what you have at the moment, what you have now, is what you have attracted by the person you've become. What this means is the successes and failures are really attributed to who you are today. And the successes and failures that you come across in the future will be directly because of the person you are in the future. So, who do you need to become? And when you make the right changes and become the person that you want to be, the person you need to be, then you attract the right circumstances. And this is what we call the law of attraction. Here, new opportunities will present themselves. Here, new doors will open as you become a new person, as you become the person that you want and need to be. I'd like to leave you with a few things that the great Jim Rohn said. If you change, everything will change for you. To have more, you must become more. Don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. And don't wish for fewer problems, wish for more skills. This is the essence of the personal development philosophy you want to adopt. So, start working on yourself today. Next, in the personal development reflection worksheet, we have your attitude and philosophy. In this section, I want you to write a few sentences on your attitude and your philosophy on life. It's entirely up to you on what you write. There's really no right or wrong answer, and this philosophy will probably change as time goes by, as I've already said. So, what is your attitude and your personal philosophy on life? Take some time to write down a few sentences as best you can to answer this question. Go ahead and push pause and get to writing. Okay, so to recap our section on your attitude and philosophy regarding life and personal development, we went over the basics of the first 3 parts to personal development, which are attitude and philosophy, the physical, and the mental. As we went deeper into philosophy, we opened up our worksheet and answered a few questions. First of all, what have you done over the past 12 months to work on personal development? And then I asked you to write down your attitude and philosophy on life. So let's get ready for section number 2 on personal development, the physical. So the second part of personal development is the physical. And as you can guess, this has to do with your health and your physical appearance. So my question to you is, do you have healthy habits? If so, what are they? Do you have more healthy habits than unhealthy habits? If you have unhealthy habits, what are those? What can we do to increase your healthy habits and decrease your unhealthy habits? Regarding the physical, we always want to strive to be healthy. If you aren't healthy, then you won't enjoy your time here on earth as much as you could, and you might leave sooner than expected. Your body is the only body you have, so take care of it. Let's take a moment to look back at your goals. What goals, if any, did you have for your health? Did you put down better health as one of your goals? Perhaps lose weight or exercise more. How about a better diet? Eating healthier? Are you getting the proper amount of protein, vegetables, fruit, nuts, and berries? Do you have a balanced diet? On the other side, are you consuming things that might be unhealthy? For example, sweets, too much sugar, too much alcohol, foods that are high in those bad fats. How about smoking? If you're a smoker, isn't it about time that you really seriously considered stopping? Because after all, there's really nothing beneficial to smoking, right? And what about your physical appearance? Are you taking the time to look presentable? Are you wearing proper clothes for the proper occasion? Is your hair combed? My hair is always combed. This, of course, depends on what type of profession you want to have or lifestyle you choose. It's up to you, but remember that it is people who offer you a job and opportunities, and it's a fact that people will judge you on your appearance, whether you think that's right or wrong. So be mindful of your appearance, but don't be obsessed. Think about this. You're making an impression every day to everyone you meet, and the more people that you meet, the stronger that impression becomes. This then becomes your reputation. Good reputations take a long time to build and only a moment to destroy. Today, are you making the impression on people that you want? If not now, then when? Start with your appearance and then with your actions. So let's go back to your personal development reflection worksheet. The next section is, of course, your physical condition. And I have 4 areas I want you to write in. Number 1, take some time and list the healthy habits that you feel you do have. Then, in the next area, list the unhealthy habits that you feel you have. Third, list the health habits that you would like to develop in order to be healthier. These habits that you don't have now, but you want to start. And then finally, how do you plan to lessen your unhealthy habits and increase your healthy habits? How will you add these to your schedule? Let's go ahead and push pause, take a moment or two to answer these questions, and then go back to your goals, go back to your schedule, and make the appropriate additions so that you're on your way to minimizing unhealthy habits and increasing healthy habits. So today we've looked at a couple things with the physical. We've looked at why physical condition is important for your success. We've talked about healthy habits, your appearance, and we've looked at your personal development worksheet in order for you to get a clearer idea of what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to change it. Now that we've covered the physical, let's get ready to go on to the third section, the mental. Okay, now on to the third and final section of personal development, the mental. Here we are back at our goals. considering what knowledge and skills we want to acquire. Do you recall what you put in your goals? What skills do you need to acquire? Well, before we go there, I have a question for you. How would you define success? Everyone sort of has a different answer because quite often success can be quite personal. Someone's definition of success could really depend upon themselves. On the other hand, others might see it as a universal answer. Go ahead and push pause for a moment and think, how would you define success? Someone once said that they know the definition of success, and that is, success is being willing to do what others are not willing to do. If you only have the average education, and if you only put in the average amount of effort, what results can you expect? You guessed it, average. Try to answer these questions. What knowledge and skills do you need? By now you probably have a pretty good idea. What knowledge and skills do you want? There's a difference between need and want. Need would probably take a higher priority than want. And where can you get these skills? Where can you get this knowledge? Here's a clue: books. It's not an accident that successful people read more books. After all, knowledge is power. There's a vast amount of information that we can learn from books because what we learn from books are the experiences and failures and lessons from other people. How many books do you read a month? How many books do you read a year? I hear that the average in America is about 4 books a year. I also hear that the average in South Korea is about 9 books a year. But what types of books are people usually reading? Let's listen to Jim Rohn's take on reading. The habit of reading is a major stepping stone in the development of a sound philosophical foundation. And, in my opinion, it is one of the fundamentals required for the attainment of success and happiness. All of the books that we will ever need to make us rich, as healthy, as happy, as powerful, as sophisticated, and as successful as we want to be have already been written. People from all walks of life, people with some of the most incredible life experiences, people that have gone from pennies to fortune and from failure to success have taken the time to write down their experiences so that we might share in their wealth of knowledge. Almost everything that you need to know, almost everything that can help you be the person you want and need to be is out there in a book somewhere. You just need to take the time to get those books, read them, and implement that information. So let's think a little bit about books and your experience with books. Can you name one book that changed you in a positive way? If so, what was that change? Can you name one book that you've heard about that you were hoping to read? It's on your list, but you haven't quite got it yet. What successful people would you like to read about? Who would you like to learn from? Take the time, study other successful people, and learn from their experiences. Then let's go back to the final page of our worksheet under your mental condition. Answer these questions. Number 1, what skills would you like to acquire? List at least 3 skills. How and when do you plan to acquire these skills? Remember, everything needs a due date. And how will you add these skills to your schedule? And 3, what books would you like to read? Take some time, research, and list at least 3 books that will help you in your mental development. Go ahead, push pause, and try to answer these questions as best possible. And if you can't think of 3 books off the top of your head, take a little more time after this lesson, do the research, and see what books you can come up with. So, we've gone over the 3 parts to personal development: your philosophy, the physical, and the mental. What changes did you come up to help you with your own personal development? How do you plan to change your schedule to make sure you achieve these goals? After this lesson, take a little extra time and adjust your goals and adjust your calendar. So, to recap, personal development, the mental, we talked about knowledge and skills and the importance of these things. We talked about how important books are to your mental personal development. We finished up our personal development worksheet section, and you're on your way to making the proper adjustments so that you can reach these goals. So we're almost at the end of this particular core lesson on personal development. The next section that we're getting ready for is mystery question answered. Get ready for that. Do you remember the mystery question at the beginning of this core lesson on personal development? Do you remember all those people who I talked about? Do you remember their names? Well, let's get on to the answer. The question is, what do all these people attribute to doing that has helped them to succeed? It's one particular thing that we just covered. All these people have one thing in common that they say was instrumental to their success. And not only does it contribute to people's success, it has a few additional benefits. It improves focus and concentration. It's a fantastic stress reducer. And it even makes you healthier in older age by slowing down the process of dementia and Alzheimer's disease. Did you guess it? 3, 2, 1. Books. Books do all of this and more. Books, again, are priceless. So make sure you're taking advantage of reading. Remember, all the information that you would ever want to be successful, to be happy, it's somewhere in a book. Talk to a family member, talk to a friend, ask them about their philosophy, ask them about their health habits, ask them about what books they've read. Who knows, you might find someone who has similar goals as you do. And if you do, if you share similar goals, work together. That's synergy. Accomplish those goals quicker. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I really hope that you found these lessons helpful and that you found value in them. And the next lesson I also hope will be equally valuable. I'll see you soon for our next lesson. Take care. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our next core lesson. It's our 5th core lesson on being likable. I have a quick question for you. Did you know that being likable can have a huge impact on your career, your relationships, and your life in general? So, of course, today our topic is how to be more likable. And our quote for today comes directly from the book we'll talk about in a second from Dale Carnegie. This quote goes like, "You can make more friends in 2 months by becoming more interested in people than you can in 2 years by trying to get people interested in you." That means don't waste your time trying to impress people. People can see right through that sort of behavior. Instead, you want to be as genuine as possible and try to be genuinely interested in others. So having said that, let's go through the major sections of this particular lesson. Those are, of course, number 1, introduction and mystery question. Number 2, why be likable? Can you guess? 3, we're going to go over the 6 principles of likability, and we'll cut those 6 principles into sections themselves. Then we'll answer the mystery question, and you might be pleasantly surprised. We'll see. But first, let's talk a little bit about Dale Carnegie and his book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And you can see I have that copy right behind me, right here. How to Win Friends and Influence People is a self-help book written by Dale Carnegie, and it was published in 1936. I know that seems like a long time ago, but the principles today are the same as they were in 1936. And really, these things aren't going to change as long as we're still human beings. And this book is really popular. Over 15 million copies have been sold worldwide and translated into 36 languages, which is huge, making it one of the best-selling books of all time. This book also happens to be one of the best books I have ever read, in my opinion. So I really recommend that you take the time and find this book, order it from Amazon, go to your local bookstore. But whatever you do, get this book, take the time to read it. And it's one of those books that you don't just read and finish. You really refer back to it over the years because it's really that important. So why don't you take a note and maybe add this to your personal development list of books. And you may have guessed this lesson is really greatly based on part 2 of this particular book, How to Become More Likable. So the question here, the mystery question here is, who is the greatest winner of friends? Take a moment. What could I mean? Who do you think gets the number one amount of friends? Who do you think is the most likable? Dale Carnegie starts section 2 of his book with this question by describing the greatest winner of friends the world has ever known. And let's look at it quote unquote. He said, "You may meet him tomorrow coming down the street. If you stop, he will almost jump out of his skin to show you how much he likes you. And you know that behind the show of affection on his part, there's no ulterior motive. He doesn't want to sell you any real estate, and he doesn't want to marry you. He makes his living by giving you nothing but love." So can you guess who would win this award on likability, popularity, and overall being great? As we go throughout this course and you try to answer this mystery question, it'd be great if you took a little bit of time and Googled Dale Carnegie. You might be pleasantly surprised to understand more about him. And we talked about his book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's a fantastic book. As I said just a few seconds ago, I really recommend it. Take the time to get to know it a little bit better. Order it from Amazon. Make it part of your collection. And the mystery question is, who is the greatest winner of friends? Can you guess by the end of this core section? Okay, let's go ahead and get ready for the second part of this core section, why be likable? So why should you try to be more likable? Well, as I already mentioned, it does a few things for you. It has a huge impact on your relationships, on your career, and life in general. So it's really important to be likable. But before we talk about why we should be likable, what is likability? What is it to be likable? Take a moment and ask yourself, try to answer this question, what is likability? Think of any of your friends. What characteristics do you think your really likable friends have? How do those characteristics make them likable? Well, everyone wants to be liked, right? It means that people on average tend to form a good first impression of you and can easily like you. Remember, first impressions are critical. They really stay with the person who's being impressed upon for quite some time. It's also quite difficult to change first impressions. So you always want to give a good first impression, and a likable first impression is even the more better. However, this does not mean that you should ever sacrifice your principles, your independence, your uniqueness. Being likable should be genuine. You want to be yourself. You want to be genuine to other people. You don't want to fake it to make it. You want to be real. Keep that in mind as we go over the 6 principles of what it means to be likable, the 6 principles of likability. Why should you be likable? Yes, it has a big impact on your career, relationships, and life, but who does it have an impact on? Well, one, it has an impact on your friends. Being likable helps you make more friends, and hopefully the right kind of friends. Being likable helps you with your family. You're able to work better with your family, overcome obstacles, and be considered a better contributor as a family member. It helps with your boss or the company you work for. Being likable means that your employer will have a more favorable opinion of you and offer you more opportunities to grow within that company. It also helps with coworkers. You want to get along with your coworkers. You want cohesion in a team if you work in a team. So being likable helps you work better with your coworkers, and even better if your coworkers are also likable so that you have a synergistic effect. And clients. If you have clients, if your customers like you, then they want to do more business with you, and in turn, you get more profit. You are more successful around your coworkers, around your employers, around your family and friends. So they all really work together. Overall, Likability helps you be a better person and helps you work with people. Because don't forget, we are social animals. Humans are social animals, and it's important that we are able to work with people. So likability is a main contributor to that workability with other people. And all these people and more, all the people who interact with you tend to ask the same conscious or unconscious question. From every angle of human interaction, the basic question is this: do I like this person? Your friends, family, employers, coworkers, and clients will ask this question over and over: do I like you? And you want that answer to be yes. Being able to get more people to say yes to this question will have a huge impact on your career, your relationships, and your life. So, how can we get people to answer yes to the question, do they like you? And when they answer that question yes, you'll build better relationships, and in turn, that helps open up more opportunities for you. And in addition, you may find yourself happier as well. So in this section, we've gone over what is likability and why be likable. Don't forget that it's really important and has a huge impact on your future success, your future relationships, and your future life in general. Remember, the number one question people ask when they meet you is, do they like you? And of course, you always want to have a yes to that answer, because being likable has a huge impact on better relationships, more opportunities, and the happiness that you'll experience in life. So keep this in mind as we go into the next section of this core lesson, the 6 principles of likability. So let's get on to the 6 principles of likability directly from Dale Carnegie's book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, starting with number 1. But before we jump into number 1, I'd like to ask you, how can I be likable? Can you guess any of these 6 principles that make someone likable? Well, first of all, as I mentioned in the lesson right before this one, don't try to impress people. Why? It's insincere, and people will see right through what you're trying to do. When we go through these likability principles, we always want to keep in mind, be real, be true to yourself, be true to others. Don't fake it. Don't try to impress people. Instead, be genuine. And that's our word of today, genuine. As we get into this principle number 1, here's another question. Who are people most interested in? Who's the number 1 person you're interested in? Most likely, that answer is me. Not me, your teacher, but you, the student. You are most interested in yourself. Think about it. How many times do you see people taking selfies? And what about you? If you don't take selfies, what about pictures of you in groups? If you look at a photograph of a group of people and you're one of those persons, where do your eyes go to first? Naturally, you seek out yourself in that picture first, and then you look at others. I do it, and you probably do it too. But that's okay, it's natural. So let's use this natural instinct to help us become more likable. Principle number 1 is become genuinely interested in other people. As I said, not faking it, but being genuine. But some of you might be asking this question, what if I don't like people? What if I just don't get along with people? What if I'm not a people person? Well, if you think that you don't like people or you find it difficult to genuinely like others, you have 2 choices. Number 1, you can choose not to make an effort to be interested and hope it doesn't negatively affect relationships. Good luck. Or number 2, make an effort and see what happens. Remember, it's our human nature to be social. We're social animals. We're social creatures. We work better in social situations. We have a natural tendency and desire to connect with other people. And later we'll see that that desire to connect with people is a component to happiness. A Viennese psychologist named Alfred Adler once said something that sort of stuck with me, and I want to share it with you. He said, quote unquote, "It is the individual who is not interested in his fellow men who has the greatest difficulties in life and provides the greatest injury to others. It is from among such individuals that all human failures spring. Let's revisit this quote and look at the two consequences of not liking your fellow person. Number one, those who don't like others have the greatest difficulty in life because we're social people. You need to be social and work with others. Along with that, they also cause the greatest harm to others. Usually, this tends to be the people they're closest to, family and friends. Really, it's a tragedy when people don't get along with others. Just look in the news today. All the bad stuff you see and read about, there's an issue of liking your fellow person. So let's all make an effort to genuinely be interested in others. And here's a little trick you can try when speaking to others. When you're talking to someone else, look and listen for points of interest. Look for something that you think genuinely interests you. Everybody probably will have some quality, some characteristic that you can identify with. Once you start to look, you may be surprised about how unique and special each individual may be. The Roman poet named Publius Cyrus once said, "We are interested in others when they are interested in us," and this holds true today. To be likable, you want to show that you're interested in the other person. When they pick up on your interest, they can't help but start to become interested in you. Therefore, likability. So, what can you do to be more genuinely interested in someone? Here are 3 things to keep in mind. Number 1, make an effort to help others. It's one of the reasons we're here, is to help our fellow person. What have you done recently to help someone? What have you done in the past to help someone? How did that make you feel? Usually, we feel good about it. So keep in mind, make an effort to help someone today. And do things that require your time. When you take the effort to take time out of your day, because there are only 24 hours in a day, and this is a resource you can't get back. When you give your time to someone, people feel more touched. They feel that you're being more genuine. It's not something as simple as money. You're giving yourself to that person. So when you make an effort to help others, make sure it requires your time. And in doing so, make sure you're being unselfish. What goes around comes around. You might be surprised that as you help others, it has a way of coming back to you in ways you wouldn't expect and in ways that you couldn't get otherwise. So, principle number 1, become genuinely interested in others. So, what could principle number 2 of likability be? Let's go ahead and take a look at this particular image. And my question for you is, what is the first sign that someone likes you? Take a look over here at the woman. What is she doing? Maybe you can guess. I'll give you a hint. What do you think? Well, to show or the sign that somebody likes you usually is immediately, and you guessed it, they smile. So principle number 2 is simply to smile. It's a huge impact, and it's so easy to do. There is some interesting science behind a smile. We won't look at the details in this lesson, but I encourage you to Google how smiling affects the body and the mind. You may find it quite interesting. But we'll look at 2 quick things. Number 1, it makes us appear more attractive to others. If you saw 2 pictures of the same person, one when they're smiling and the other when they're not, people are going to rate the smiling picture as more attractive 9 times out of 10. So to make yourself more attractive, not just physically attractive, but likability attractive, you want to smile. It makes you more open and more approachable to others. And it can lift our mood as well as the moods of those around us. So if you smile, just the act of smiling creates neurotransmitters in the brain that make you feel better. It's amazing how it works. And not only does it do that to you, when someone sees you smile, it creates the same effect in their brains. This may be why people can be more attractive and attracted to others when there's a smile. But your smile needs to be real. It needs to be sincere. people will know when you're faking it. The typical fake smile only has the mouth smiling, but the eyes need to smile too. You can spot a fake smile. So let me demonstrate for a moment. Here is a fake smile. You're looking around, look at my eyes, they're not really moving, but my mouth is. Fake smile. Sometimes when people are trying to smile, but they feel strange, it might look like this. But typically a fake smile doesn't have the eyes moving, but only the mouth. But a real smile has everything. The eyes smile and the mouth smiles. Let me try and give you a genuine example. How about that? So, did you smile too? If you didn't, I'll try one more time. Ready? Hopefully you smiled. There's an ancient Chinese proverb, one that I think is also comical, that goes like this. A man without a smiling face must not open a shop. What does this mean? You're not going to sell anything if you open a store and you don't smile. Think about the service you've gotten before, where a waiter or waitress had a nice personality. You probably tipped more. You probably want to go back to that restaurant more. However, look on the other side. If you have service where someone's just angry or depressed or in a negative mood, you're not going to have a very good experience either. This is the same thing with all social interactions. So when you smile, it has a compounding effect that makes others feel better, therefore makes you feel better, and everybody wins. So don't forget to smile. Try it today. The next time you're walking down the street, the next time you're in the office, or the next time you're meeting students, fellow colleagues, smile. Smile at people you know. Also, smile at a stranger. Watch them smile back. $1 million, I bet. You'll feel better. They'll feel better. Be a person who adheres to principle number 2, smile. So now we go on to principle number 3. But before that, let's recap our first 2 principles. Remember, number 1 is be genuinely interested in other people. Number 2 is to smile with not just your mouth, but your eyes, a genuine smile. Number 3, what could that be? Well, you might have guessed it at some point. That is names. Remember that a person's name is to that person the sweetest and most important sound in any language. So learn names, remember names, and use names. Did you know that the average person is more interested in his or her name more than all of the other names on earth put together? I guess that makes sense. Remember, we are interested mostly in ourselves. And although you might be taking the time to remember names, you have to say them too. Use their name. Hi, John. Hi, Alice. Gary, it's good to see you again. Okay, Liz, that makes a lot of sense. During the course of a conversation, use that name at least once and make sure it's clear that you're using it. Make sure they hear you. If you at all like movies or television, you probably recognize most of these actors. And although I've already given you their names, what's my purpose here? Take a moment. Read these people's names. How confident are you that you're pronouncing them correctly? Well, saying someone's name is important, but so is the proper pronunciation, especially if it's somewhat of a foreign name. Let's go from the top left down to the bottom right and pronounce these names correctly. At the top left, we have Rafe Fiennes. Different than it looks, right? Next, we have Famke Janssen. Down to the bottom left, we have Joaquin Phoenix. And then finally on the right, we have Saoirse Ronan. It's a fantastic opportunity to learn how to pronounce someone's name, especially if it's difficult. Why would that be? Well, if you pronounce someone's name correctly, and it's a difficult name to pronounce, they're going to be much more likely to remember you and remember you in a fond way. Because with their names and their history, either people in the past have not taken the time to remember and say their name, probably because it's difficult, Or if someone has used their name, they've said it incorrectly. But imagine you come along and you say their name and you say it correctly. Instant love and instant likability. So learn, remember, and use people's names. Now, it's not always easy to remember names. This is actually a common difficulty for me, but just a little bit of practice and a little bit of creativity can go a long way. So what can you do to remember names a little bit easier? Well, here are 4 things that might help. If you've been introduced to someone and they say their name but you don't quite hear it or you've forgotten it, it's real easy to say, "Sorry, I didn't clearly hear your name. Can you repeat it?" And then when they do, you should then repeat it as well. Say it out loud. In addition to that, if you don't remember someone's name and you're talking, you might ask, "So what was your name again?" Or how is that name spelled? This doesn't always work because, how do you spell John, for example? There are not a lot of variations. So if you're pretty confident that it's somewhat of a strange name, why not ask, "Can you tell me how you spell that name?" Number 3, when you hear someone's name, repeat it. Repeat it to yourself several times. Envision that person's face. Say it over and over again. Use it in the conversation more than once, more than twice, maybe more than 3 times. And number 4, something that works best with me is try to associate that person's name with their appearance and physical features. What is something that stands out physically about this particular person? Have your mind focus and latch on to that physical trait, and that should create some kind of connection between the person's name and their physical features, making it much easier to remember the next time around. How would you like some great advice on how to be disliked? It's real easy. Number 1, never listen to anyone for very long. Number 2, talk constantly about yourself. And number 3, interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. Has this ever happened to you? How fondly do you remember these people? They might stick out in your mind quite easily, but they have a negative association. Make certain you are not like this. This is a great example of what not to do. But what about good advice? To be liked, you should do this. Ask others to talk about themselves. Listen intently to others. Be genuinely interested in what others say. Follow these instructions and you're well on your way to being even more likable than you are today. So don't forget principle number 3, names. Remember that a person's name is to that person the sweetest and most important sound in any language. Again, learn names, remember names, and use names. That is the essence of principle number 3. So on to number 4. The 4th principle of being likable is be a good listener, encourage others to talk about themselves. Let me start with a story. This story is Dale Carnegie's specific story, straight out of his book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And it goes like this. Dale Carnegie happened to be attending a specific dinner party where he spent most of his time talking to one particular man throughout the whole time about that man's hobby. And that man's hobby was botany. Now, for those of you who don't understand botany, it's the scientific study of plants. Some might find that interesting, some might not. Me particularly, I love all aspects of science, but it bores some other people. But that was besides the point to Dale Carnegie. He knew that listening, whether it was interesting or not to him, was a great compliment to the person speaking. So at this dinner party, surrounded by people, he focused just on the person he was speaking to. And he encouraged this man to talk more about botany. Carnegie thought it would be a great idea to ask more about botany because it would stimulate the other man to talk more. As the subject was discussed, Carnegie not only listened very closely, he also became very interested in the subject. He was genuinely interested in the man and his conversation about botany. This discussion lasted for over 2 hours, and Carnegie said very little during that time while only encouraging the man to speak more about the subject and asking thought-provoking questions. Interestingly enough, this man commented to the host of the party that Mr. Carnegie was an amazing conversationalist. Really? He hardly said anything at all. But the man felt liked and appreciated because Carnegie gave his full and genuine attention to him that night. Why? Remember this. Good listening is one of the best compliments you can give a person. Not only does this work in social situations, it works in negative situations. If you have an angry friend, an upset boss, a concerned customer or client, if you have upset parents or concerned parents, if you're in a relationship and you have one of those talks, what should you do? Give your full attention and listen intently to what these people have to say. You'll be showing them respect, and it will most likely help to diffuse the situation. And overall, remember, to be interesting, be interested. Show that you're genuinely interested in what the other person has to say. So, for principle number 4, keep in mind, don't forget and remember, be a good listener. Encourage others to talk about themselves. By doing so, that makes you seem to be a great conversationalist. Then what is principle number 5 of being likable? Simply put, it is talk in terms of other people's interests. Now, you might not immediately recognize this man, but I'm sure you can guess what he did for a living. Theodore Roosevelt was the 26th President of the United States. He was known for many things. One of these was his ability to speak on a wide range of topics. He was seemingly very knowledgeable and able to have a conversation with people on a wide range of subjects, too. It didn't matter the other person's background. They could have been a lawyer, a doctor, a teacher, a salesperson, or even a bus driver. Roosevelt always knew what to say, and this skill most certainly helped with his success in life. So, what was his secret? It's simple. Whenever he expected a visitor the next day, he would stay up late researching and reading about the subject that he knew they were most interested in. That way, he could be a good conversationalist when it was time. There's an old saying that goes, "The road to a person's heart is to talk about the things they treasure most." And this couldn't be more appropriate, nor could it be more true. Do you remember the previous principle, principle number 4? Well, if you already forgot, it was encourage people to talk about themselves. While you're getting people to talk about themselves, listen closely and listen for clues about what they're interested in. Surely you'll be able to pick up on their body language, their tone of voice, and their mannerisms when they start talking about something that they're particularly interested in. Once you pick up on that, start asking questions. Ask them to talk more about that topic. Ask them to explain. Ask them the history. Ask them why. There are a whole range of questions that you can ask on that particular topic. So this is the art of conversation. Not only getting people to talk more about themselves, but you to talk about their interests. Yes, it seems a little one-sided, but that's the art of likability. That's the art of conversation. It's a combination of two things, right? Listening and what? Yeah, speaking. So can you guess what's the 6th principle of likability? Well, before we go there, let's just remind ourselves the 5th principle of likability is talk in terms of other people's interests. Okay, let's get ready for the 6th and final principle coming up soon. Okay, on to the final principle, principle number 6, and that is make the other person feel important, but of course do it sincerely. Remember, the word of the day is genuine. Carnegie writes in his book about a time when he was visiting the post office and saw one of the clerks who seemed very bored at the time. Carnegie decided that he wanted to make the clerk feel better by commenting on something he liked about the clerk. So he looked at him and tried to identify a characteristic that he genuinely liked. Remember, you shouldn't be insincere about these things. He saw that the clerk had a very nice head of hair. Makes me jealous. Carnegie then remarked to the clerk and said, I certainly wish I had your head of hair. The clerk looked up, smiled, and said, well, it isn't as good as it used to be. Carnegie talked a little bit more to the clerk, and they had a very pleasant conversation. In his book, Carnegie states that he assumed that the clerk's day was a little bit better because of that conversation. He made the clerk feel special and important. Let's take a quick look at what two American psychologists had to say on the subject. Number one, the desire to be important is the deepest urge in human nature. And two, the deepest principle in human nature is the craving to be appreciated. These two statements are almost identical. So what should that tell us? Well, do you remember back in high school where you probably learned about Maslow's hierarchy of needs? This is the psychological explanation of how human motivation moves from the bottom up, from the basic to the highest level of attainment. First, humans need to satisfy their psychological needs, then safety, then loving, belonging, then esteem, and then self-actualization, and only in that order. Well, if you look in the green, esteem, it's the same as importance. Humans have the basic need to feel important. So, help others with that need. Talk to people about themselves and they'll listen for hours. Make others feel important and do it sincerely. You know, in a conversation, people aren't really going to remember you so much for what you say, nearly as much as for how you made them feel. And making them feel important is a huge component to likability. So there we have principle number 6, make the other person feel important and do it sincerely. So let's briefly go over these 6 principles of likability. Number 1, be genuinely interested in other people. Make that effort. 2, smile and do it sincerely. Have your mouth smile and your eyes. Remember and use people's names, especially if you can pronounce them correctly. Be a good listener. Listen intently. Look at people in the eyes while you're doing it. Talk in terms of people's interests. Pick up on what those interests are and expand on them. Ask more questions. And finally, make other people feel important. Make the occasional comment. Compliment people. Show that you notice their unique and positive characteristics. And don't be shy in doing so. Regarding these 6 principles, you don't need to practice all of these all the time. However, I would suggest trying all of these at some point, hopefully sooner than later. Remember that being likable is a skill that anyone can learn. It takes practice. So try to make these 6 principles part of your skill set for a lifetime. So that does it for our 6 principles today. Let's go on to the next section and answer that mystery question. So here we are at the end of this core lesson on likability and how to become a likable person. And now it's time to answer the mystery question. Do you remember what that was? Let's revisit. Who is the greatest winner of friends? Dale Carnegie starts this section by describing the greatest winner of friends the world has ever known. Let's look at that one more time. He says, quote unquote, you may meet him tomorrow coming down the street. If you stop, he will almost jump out of his skin to show you how much he likes you. And you know that behind the show of affection on his part, there are no ulterior motives. He doesn't want to sell you any real estate, and he doesn't want to marry you. He makes his living by giving you nothing but love. So, who is the greatest winner of friends? Did you guess it? Dun, da, da, da. A dog. Remember, you can make more friends in 2 months by becoming interested in other people than you can in 2 years by trying to get other people interested in you. And that's what a dog does. Gives full attention to the person, unconditional love, and genuine interest. So I have a little bit of homework for you. Pick one day during the next week. On that day, smile at someone new at least once every hour. Make a note on how you felt at the end of the day and if you noticed that people acted differently around you. Give it a try. you might find that your day is brighter and the day of others is brighter too. And don't forget to become a teacher. Is there anyone close to you, family or friends, that you think could smile more? Is there anyone that you think could learn people's names better? Is there anyone you think could improve upon listening more than talking? Tell them what you learned today about likability and spread the knowledge. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes this course section on likability. And don't forget, if you get the chance, go out and buy this book, Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's a fantastic read, and there's a lot more to it than just likability. Okay, see you for the next core lesson. Talk to you soon. Hello, and welcome to our 6th core lesson on networking. This is your chance to make connections to success, so pay attention. What we're going to do is go through a few things, but before we do, let's talk about our quote of the day, which is, "The richest people in the world look and build networks. Everyone else looks for work." What does that mean? Those who are successful know that a strong network is a key to success, and you want to take that advice. Those who aren't successful don't take the time to build and manage their networks. So keep that in mind as we go throughout this core lesson. Today, we're going to start off with what is networking and why do it? It's a little different from our other lessons because usually we'd start with the mystery question, but we're going to do that second because in order to get to the mystery question, I want you to understand what is networking and why is it important. So after that, as I just said, we'll go into our mystery question. Number 3, we'll talk about network building while in university. Now, this component is more specific to younger people who are just starting university or still in university, but it still applies. Some of this will still apply to you if you've already graduated from university. So don't worry, pay attention. Number 4, I'll give you a networking assignment that you might find interesting. We'll see. And then we'll conclude with answering our mystery question. So let's jump into what is networking and why do it? Well, networking is making human connections for the purpose of sharing ideas, building relationships, and helping and finding help in one's career. Networking can include simply talking to new people you meet at a party, or up to organized network events such as industry conferences and seminars. Networking can be all kinds of things. It's making these human connections, and these human connections will serve you in one way or another in the future. So the basics to networking involve, you guessed it, giving out your contact information and collecting other people's or other companies' information in order to build that network. So here we are exchanging contact information. That's sort of step 1. From there, once you've exchanged information, well, now's the time to start building these relationships. The people in your immediate circle, we want to branch out. We want to meet friends of friends. We also want to meet new people to add to our network. And over time, your small network will build up to something potentially global. Who knows? Whatever happens, you want to expand and include more people with a variety of backgrounds into your network. And of course, you'll want to manage that network over time. Keep in contact with these people. Offer help to these people, and in return, you'll find that they will offer help to you. Let's talk about a word called capital. You might have already heard this word before. It's a common term in English, of course, even more common in business. Usually, capital is synonymous with money. But let's look at the definition. Capital is wealth in the form of money or other assets. Now, capital is not only money. However, we usually think of it as money. Companies have, for example, working capital, money that's around so they can invest in other things. Capital management is usually money management. You might hear companies say, we need more capital to support research and development. This is all money-based usually. However, there's another term called Social capital, can you guess what that means? Well, remember that the word capital really means wealth. Wealth in the form of what? Here, this is wealth in the form of something social. Therefore, wealth in the form of people. You want to build, of course, your monetary wealth. You want to build your monetary capital. More money in the bank is always good, right? Well, we also want to build our social capital. And over time, you'll see that your social capital feeds your money capital. A good network will have an effect on your wallet and your bank account. So what are the benefits of having a network and continually managing and building that network? Well, maybe some of these are obvious. Maybe some of these will be a surprise. Number one, a good network helps you find job opportunities. Remember, it's not necessarily what you know, but it's who you know. Have you ever heard that before? It's people that will open up the doors to job opportunities. Now, you might not get jobs from people in your immediate circle, but you very well might through people that you know, from friends of friends or friends of other friends. This is what can be referred to as the strength of weak ties. Believe it or not, the majority of job opportunities don't come from people that you know well, but they come from people that you know just a little bit. For example, friends of friends. It's an interesting social fact. Two, not only does a good network help you find a job, it helps you keep that job and go up the corporate ladder. It's good to have a strong network in your company as well and in your industry. So once again, it's not what you know, it's who you know in your job and in your industry. Number three, it helps you get advice and support. When you know a wealth of people, a wide range, a variety of people, you have the door to information that you would not usually be accessing. More people means more information and possibly better advice and better support. Number four, it builds confidence. You know, the more people we know and the better relationships that we have makes us more confident. And confidence can do a lot of things. We are attracted to people who are confident, and people give jobs. People give opportunities to those who are confident. And a good amount of confidence will give you the power to strive toward accomplishing whatever goals you may have. Number five, new ideas and new perspectives. Again, a strong network, a variety of people in your network will give you access to new ways of thinking, new perspectives, which can help you in a variety of ways in the game of life. So, social capital. You want to build your social capital. You want to build your network. That's why we're here today. But before we progress on what to do about building your network, let's recap what we've talked about in this short section. Number one, we talked about what is networking. We talked about having social capital. It's the wealth of the people that you know and the benefits of networking. So now you have a better understanding of what networking is, why to do it, and the benefits. Let's go into our mystery question coming up in 1 second. See you soon. So it's time for our mystery question. And what I'd like to get into before we ask that mystery question is let's take a look at one of my other favorite books, especially my favorite book regarding networking. It's titled Never Eat Alone. You may have heard of it. You may not have. It's written by an expert in his field and definitely an expert in networking. His name is Keith Ferrazzi. He's an American author and entrepreneur and a really successful guy in his own right. This book, Never Eat Alone, is one of today's leading books on how to successfully network. So I really recommend this book. Maybe add it to your list of reads for the future. Something he makes a big point of at the beginning of this book is where things are today with people's careers compared to the past. Now, in the past, it was quite common for people to get one job and stay in that job for the rest of their life. And at the end of that job, I don't know, maybe they'll get a nice gold watch. People would spend 40 years at the same company. But is that true today? Not at all. He says, in the past, people could trade loyalty for job security, but that's not the case, not anymore. What does that mean for you? Instead of being loyal to one company for a person's lifetime, instead, either you will be or you are today a free agent. What does that mean? Well, Farazi, the book's author, says that lifetime corporate employment is dead. We're all free agents now managing our own careers across multiple jobs and companies. And because today's primary currency is information, a wide-reaching network is one of the surest ways to become and remain thought leaders of our respective fields. So let me say that one more time so you perfectly understand. Read along if you don't mind. Lifetime corporate employment is dead. We're all free agents now managing our own careers across multiple jobs and companies. And because today's currency is information, a wide-reaching network is one of the surest ways to become and remain thought leaders of our respective fields. Notice the word currency. What is currency? Well, the definition of currency is money or some other medium used to buy and sell things. Of course, every nation has their own currency. Here in America, our currency is the dollar. In South Korea, currency is the won. In other fields and industries, currency might be a little bit different. Not necessarily a dollar or won, but some other medium of exchange. Let's look at some examples. Earlier, we read that today's primary currency is information. Of course, this is the information age. People buy and sell and trade information on a daily basis. Just look at Facebook, for example. What is their business? It's personal information. It's personal data that they take from their own members and use in a variety of ways. So information is the currency of today, and trust is the currency of leadership. Great leaders need trust. The more a leader can be trusted, the stronger that leader's position is. So trust is that medium for leadership. Also, attention is the currency for social networks. Everyone understands SNS, right? Facebook, Instagram, and so on. On social media, everyone is vying for attention. Look at me. Look at my company. Look at my product. The more attention someone has on social media, the more successful they are in whatever realm they're trying to succeed in. So, my mystery question to you is, what is the currency of effective networking? It's just one word. Can you guess? Now, if you can't think of something now, see what you can come up with as we progress throughout this core lesson on networking. So to recap this section on the mystery question for networking and effective networking, remember we talked quickly about the book by Keith Ferrazzi named Never Eat Alone. Again, I highly suggest it. Add it to your list. 2, we talked about that we're no longer working for companies for an extended amount of time. Instead of trading trust and loyalty for job security, we're free agents. And we talked about the definition of currency. Information, trust, attention are currencies in some ways, but the mystery question regarding currency is, what is the currency of effective networking? Having said that, let's get ready for the next section, how to build your network. How can we go about building a network while still in university or still fairly young? Now, although this specifically applies to university students, if you've already graduated and you already have a job, a lot of this still may apply to you. So go ahead and go through it and see what value you can take from this lesson and apply into building your own network. So having said that, let's look at the 4 approaches to building a network while still in university. First of all, let's get out your worksheet that goes along with this lesson. It's titled Network Building Worksheet. Take a moment, get that out. If you want, push pause and then come back so We can go throughout this lesson and you can fill out this worksheet as we progress together. Okay, let's continue. Starting to build your network as a university student is perfect timing. You're now an adult and open to the world and making connections that could last a lifetime. These connections can help you become successful as a student, but they can also help you become successful in your career well after graduating. So take advantage of this time now and start actively building your network. You'll be so happy that you did it. And this is an advantage over most other students because they're not going to take the time to do what you can do now, which is build that network. Number 1, getting a part-time job. Having a part-time job has several benefits, such as gaining experience and earning money, of course. However, meeting new people through your job is also an opportunity to build your network. Many of the most successful people started with part-time jobs. Warren Buffett was a paperboy, for example. Getting to know your boss and others with industry experience can help you learn many things that universities just don't teach. Can you identify any part-time jobs that are related to your major? Are there any positions available? Any internships? How about working for free or for limited pay if no positions are open? Instead of money, you'd be getting paid in knowledge and experience, which can be priceless. So take a look at that worksheet. What I'd like you to do is start filling out the first section. First of all, list any potential part-time jobs available in your area. What comes to mind? Go ahead and brainstorm and write a few options down. Once you've done that, list potential part-time jobs that may be related to your major or your area of study. What part-time jobs are connected to the career you're going to try and build? And 3, what can you learn from your boss? Do you have a part-time job now? Well, what can you learn from that person? What about a potential part-time job? From the boss who works there, what can you possibly learn from them? And what questions could you ask? Make a list of these questions and keep them for future reference. Take a moment and push pause, brainstorm and think about how to best fill out this section, and then return to this video. Number 2, mailing influencers and people you admire. Even though you may feel uncomfortable mailing someone you don't know, that's okay. You might find out that they're happy to answer you. Most people are willing to help others, especially when they feel appreciated and important. Do you remember our previous lesson on being likable? Wouldn't it be great to get to know someone you admired in your industry? Someone famous or successful? Imagine the advice that they'd have for you. And really, what do you have to lose? Nothing, right? Dale Carnegie wrote about a successful magazine editor who mailed famous people he admired. He read about their lives and biographies and asked them for more details about their childhoods. He asked these people to tell him more about themselves, and it worked out rather well. So it can work out for you too. So in the next section of your networking worksheet, I'd like you to start by listing at least 3 people who are influencers and or people you admire who are other than family, of course. Can you identify anyone connected to your goals? Does anyone pop into your mind yet? Next, I'd like you to list some of the reasons you admire these people and go through each person individually. Why do you admire that person specifically? Then, what more would you like to know about them personally? Sure, there are things you could read in a book or look at in a YouTube video, but what would you like to know more about them specifically? Not necessarily their successes, but them as a human being. And finally, what advice would you like to get from them? This could be golden. Remember, we always look to the successful to get information on how we can emulate them, therefore how we can also be successful. So, what advice would you like to hear? These people can be heroes of yours, famous leaders in the industry you plan to start a career in, or people of influence in your industry, or potentially somewhere else. It's really up to you. So go ahead again, push pause, take the time to fill out this section, and then return for number 3. Number 3, joining groups and clubs on campus. It's common for universities to have groups, clubs, and associations for you to join of all kinds. If you don't already know, ask where you can find a list of clubs available at your university and decide which groups you may benefit from. If you already belong to a group, are you putting an effort into getting to know the members? And better yet, the leaders and organizers? And what if there aren't clubs where you can network? Well, how about starting a club of your own? Start a club yourself. Look into the guidelines and procedures of opening a club. You may be even surprised that some universities will actually provide money to help you out. So again, what do you have to lose? Nothing. Remember, success is doing what other people choose not to do. Be the person who chooses to do that which will put you on the road to success, and here on the road to building a better network. In the next section of your network worksheet, I'd like you to start by answering this question. Where can you go to get information of the clubs offered at your university? This is just a couple of clicks away on your university's website, or a few questions away posed at other students, other current clubs, or even professors. Wherever that information exists, take the time to find out where you can go to get it. Then list the clubs offered at your university. Go through that list and look at the ones that you might be interested in, where you can possibly meet new people and build new relationships. That's essential. You don't want to meet people you already know. So don't go to a club where the members are already your friends. Instead, go somewhere that's new. It's these new connections that are going to build this new and better network that you want to work on. Then, does your university have any clubs dedicated to something that really interests you? Perhaps a passion. If not, would you be interested in creating your own club? Hopefully the answer is yes. And finally, where can you go to find the requirements and procedures to create a university club? Even if you're not thinking about opening a club, even if you feel uncomfortable, still go through the process, find out the requirements and procedures. You might be surprised. There are a lot of benefits into having your own club or organization. And finally, number 4, meeting with professors, even if you don't take their classes. Universities are full of professors who are experts in their fields, of course. Why not get to know some of them? Why not get to know some of them in the fields that interest you? You don't even need to be one of their students. The principle of importance applies here again. Just like mailing people you admire, these professors most likely will be flattered that you took the time and effort to make them feel important, and may also be just happy to talk to you. These conversations and potential relationships can have a profound effect on the direction that your life takes. So again, take the step to talking with people that you don't know. Take the time to meet with people in positions of power and information. Take some time to meet with professors in your university. Again, you'll be glad that you did. In the final section of your networking worksheet, I'd like you to fill out these 3 things. Number 1, can you name any professors at your university who you'd like to ask questions? 1, 2, potentially 3 professors? The more the better. Can you name any professors outside your university, around the world, you would like to ask questions? Are there any famous professors throughout the world in your industry you'd like to know more about? Brainstorm for a while, do a little bit of research, list those names. And finally, what questions specifically would you like to ask each of these professors individually? So, how many of these approaches will you try? Now we have 4 of them. Will you go for 1, 2, 3, or 4? Remember, the more the merrier. The more you try, the more effort you put into it, the better you'll get at building a network, and then the better you'll get at being successful. Once you start building your network, you have to keep track of it. Networks are things that you need to manage. But you're in luck these days because of technology, smartphones, and applications. Use software or an application to keep track of your list of contacts, Popular apps include Google Contacts and LinkedIn, and there are many others. What works best for you? If you have any recommendations, let me know. I'd sure love to hear from you. So to recap this section on network building, especially if you're in university, first of all, we talked about getting a part-time job. The currency here maybe is not necessarily the money that you make, but the experience and knowledge you get from being there and the people that you meet in the process. Number 2, contact people of influence. Contact people that you admire. You never know who will respond. Number 3, join groups, join clubs. Whether in university or outside of university, clubs are everywhere. Put in the time, put in the effort to become part of a club or part of an organization. And number 4, meet with professors. They have a wealth of knowledge. They probably love to talk to you, and who knows what kind of information, knowledge, and advice you might get from these people. And finally, once you've done all that, you need to keep track of your network, preferably through some sort of software or application. The next section is a special networking assignment based on this lesson, so let's get ready for that section. So the next lesson in our networking series is our networking assignment. And I think this is pretty special because this is your chance to actually put one of these lessons to work. And let me explain what we're going to do. First, how many approaches will you try from our previous lesson? Do you remember the second approach? Well, it's mail someone you admire, and that's what we're going to do today. In order to do so, we need to get out a couple worksheets first. Let's get out one that we've already worked on. It's your network building worksheet. Here you should have already hopefully finished. And at the top, section number 2 is mailing people you admire. Who's on your list of people that you admire? We're going to take the time and contact one of those persons. So who would you choose? But before we contact them, we want to go through the 5 steps to getting influential people to respond. And if you follow these 5 fairly simple steps, your probability of getting response from the person you admire really go up. So let's find out what these steps are. And these days, busy people are too busy to read emails, so they have the habit of ignoring them, right? However, when someone receives a physical piece of mail in handwriting, it gets their attention more effectively. It shows more of a sense of importance because someone took the time to write it, to sign it, and to mail it. It has that personal touch. Next, get out the worksheet labeled Networking Assignment. We want to fill out this sheet as best possible before you actually get to writing. Go ahead and push pause if you don't have this worksheet. Okay, step number 1 is to tell them why you chose them. It's important not to forget to let them know why they're the right person to help you. How are they special or unique to you? What distinction drew you to this person? What do you want to know from them? Then add a sentence or 2 about what you know about their work and how it has influenced you. Be as detailed as possible. So here we are on that worksheet. And it's these 3 sections I'd like you to focus on. First of all, how are they special or unique to you? And what distinction drew you to them? Take a moment and fill that out. Once you've done that, go down to the next section. What value can they add for you? What do you want to know from them specifically? And then the third part, what do you know about their work or accomplishments that has actually influenced you? Putting these 3 sections together is going to help answer the question about why you chose them. Getting on to step number 2, show that you've done your homework. You need to have researched these people and show that you have a fair understanding of who they are and their accomplishments. Research does show that people are more motivated to help those who try to help themselves. And you can show that in showing that you've done your homework. Don't ask questions where the answers can be easily found searching in Google. Express that you've already put some effort into looking for those answers and clearly state what you've done to get these answers. That's this next section here, number 2. Here, go ahead and answer this particular question as best possible. Can you clearly state how you have already made effort to find answers to what you want to know? Number 3 is highlight uncommon commonalities. What could that mean? If possible, now it's not always possible, but sometimes it is, find something that you and the person you admire share in common. The more specific and the more uncommon, the better. Of course, this takes some research and understanding of this person. Why? There's a good amount of psychological evidence that these types of similarities draw people closer together and will give your person the desire to help and respond to you. So, do you have similar backgrounds, experiences, early challenges in life, likes or dislikes? The most uncommon similarities you have are usually the best. So keep a lookout for those uncommon commonalities. And that's section 3 right here. Answer these 2 areas. Number 1, can you identify things you share in common with this person? Make a list, as many things as possible. And from there, which of these is most likely shared by the least number of people? This makes it an uncommon commonality and a higher likelihood to draw you closer to the person you're writing to. Number 4, you want to be really clear and specific with whatever question you're asking. And keep in mind, you don't want to ask a lot of questions. Make it simple. 1 question is fantastic. 2 possibly, definitely not 3. The fewer, the better. Have you heard of KISS, K-I-S-S? Keep it short and simple. Don't write more than 2 or 3 paragraphs. The person you're writing to is most likely busy, and whether they're busy or not, they most likely are not interested in reading a lengthy letter. The simpler the message, the easier it is for them to read and consider. Furthermore, be specific with your request. What exactly are you asking of them? Do you want to know about a specific time they were able to overcome an obstacle? What steps they took during or directly after university? Advice for someone who's in a particular situation that you might be in? Don't ask general questions like, how do I become successful? Evidence shows that people are more willing to respond to you if they're given clear directions on how to contribute. The real goal is to start dialogue, not to ask for help. If they respond, you are now open to future emails and more genuine exchanges. And number 5, finally, express gratitude. We always want to be grateful for someone who's helping us out, right? Never sound as if you're demanding or begging the person to respond. Remember, don't demand and don't beg. Quote unquote, you should respond or please respond are mistakes. You're much more likely to get a response if you can make the person's experience enjoyable. That experience can be more enjoyable when they feel appreciated and have a sense of making a difference in people's lives. Instead of the other phrases, use phrases like, thank you so much, I'm really grateful, and then express how this can make a difference in your life. Let them know how this will help you and potentially others. Now, once you finish the first worksheet, I have a letter writing format guide that should help you format your information into a pretty good letter. After you follow these steps, go ahead and type and print your letter, sign your name in blue ink, and then send it on its way. So let's take a quick look at that letter writing format guide. Now, here's an example that I've used in the past, and this is a real example, although contact information and names have been changed. This is a real example that I've used to get a response from someone that my wife admires, and I have come to admire as well. So let's start from the top down to the bottom. At the top, go ahead and put in your address and then the date that you've written the letter. From there, you want to include the name and address of the person you're sending to, the recipient's information, and then a common salutation. For example, simply, Dear so-and-so. So regarding these 5 steps, if you look at step number 1 about tell them why you chose them, I go ahead and state this right here. For example, the reason I am writing you is because blah, blah, blah. Then step 2 is to express that you've done your homework. I have step 2 down here in the second paragraph stating, I have read about your contribution to the Pilates community, and by adding a psychological component to your work, blah, blah, blah. As you might have guessed, my wife is a Pilates instructor. Number 3, you want to highlight uncommon commonalities. The uncommon commonality that I've chosen is that my wife has fallen in love with Pilates and made a career out of it, just as this person has done the same in their career. Toward the bottom, number 4, have your specific request. My specific request is 1 question. And then at the end, step 5, real simply, I express gratitude. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful. And there you have it. It's pretty simple. So take the time to follow these instructions in the same format that you can see here for you. Then the next thing you know is you have an effective letter to more than likely get a response from the person you admire. And who knows, start building a relationship with that person. So let's recap what we've talked about regarding the 5 steps to getting influential people to respond. Number 1, tell them why you chose them. Number 2, show them you've done your homework. 3, look for uncommon commonalities and state them clearly. 4, make a specific, simple request. Try to limit it to 1 question. And 5, express gratitude and thanks. So there you have it. These are the steps to get someone that you admire, someone famous, maybe a big influencer in your industry to respond to a specific question you might have. And who knows, you could start building a relationship with this person and thus expanding your network. That's it for this section. Let's get ready for the final section, mystery question answered. Okay, here we are at the final section of this core lesson on networking. We're going to talk about the mystery question answered. If you remember, currency is money or other medium used to buy or sell something, specifically a medium of exchange. Remember, information is the currency of today. Trust is the currency of leadership. And attention is the currency of social networks. What was my mystery question? It was, what is the currency of effective networking? So, did you come up with an answer? Any guesses whatsoever? Well, if you recall Keith Ferrazzi, he said, quote unquote, I learned that real networking was about finding ways to make other people more successful. In essence, helping others become successful helps you become successful. The more people you help, the more help you'll have. And the more help you'll have helping others. Sounds like a tongue twister, doesn't it? But the idea is to help others. It all comes back to you in the end. So, in other words, the currency of real networking is generosity. In networking, you want to find ways to help others and not just help them in simple ways, help them generously. So keep that in mind the next time you're networking. And if you want to get even more serious about networking, get a copy of this book. It's fantastic. I'm sure you can find it on Amazon or possibly your local bookstore. And don't forget to become the teacher. Go over these worksheets with a friend or a family member. Encourage someone to contact someone they admire, or encourage someone to join or even start their own networking club. If you help others network, then who knows, you might find out that you yourself are becoming a fantastic networker as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, this concludes another one of our core lessons. I hope you found value in this particular exercise over networking. Remember, networking is a fantastic way not only to meet new and interesting people, but to build a wealth of knowledge that comes back to you in the end. Okay, see you for our next lesson. Talk to you soon. Okay, so here we are to begin the 7th core lesson in our entire 12 core lesson course. This particular lesson is on mentors. Are you familiar with what a mentor is? Well, if not, you're about to find out. And the focus here today is finding the right mentors. So what's our quote of the day? It goes like this. If you'll read along with me over here, a mentor is someone who sees more talent and ability within you than you see in yourself and helps bring it out of you. Now, that sounds pretty valuable, doesn't it? In today's lesson, we're going to go over, number 1, our introduction and mystery question as usual. Then we'll look at the importance of mentors, finding the right mentors, and then we'll wrap up with mystery question answered. So let's get into it. Heroes. You're familiar with what a hero is, right? Well, the definition is a hero is a person who is admired or idolized for courage, outstanding achievements, or noble qualities. Can you think of a few heroes? Who comes to mind? Well, superheroes, of course, and everyday heroes. Many of us had a hero as a child. They may have been superheroes like Superman or Iron Man, which is really popular today, or they could have been people in heroic professions such as police officers and firefighters, even our parents, of course. Having a hero to look up to who is related to your major or industry is a valuable thing. We can learn a lot from people's mistakes, successes, and overall experience. Do you remember this photo or this collection of photos? These heroes may be the successful people you've heard about and can read about. However, you most likely will never communicate with them or meet them. Most likely, but who knows? A mentor, on the other hand, is an experienced and trusted advisor. This is somebody that you will meet and you'll probably become quite close to because, as it says in the definition, they're a trusted advisor. So you need this relationship. So I have a question for you. Do you have a hero in life? Your parents? Someone you've read about? Someone you've heard about? Most of us do. But how about a mentor? Do you have a mentor yet? Or do you have anyone in mind? Well, we're not going to focus so much on heroes in this lesson. However, we are going to focus on mentors and getting a mentor or mentors for you and your success in your career and your success in life. So, how do you get a mentor? Well, just ask. Mentors want to help, but they don't want to waste their time. Mentors don't want to give advice to people when there is little likelihood that someone will follow through with that advice. So, if you want to find a mentor, you have to have the right approach because you can't simply ask someone to be your mentor. Having a mentor is a relationship that must develop over time. Experts say that the best approach to getting a mentor is to ask him or her one powerful question. And that's my question to you. What one powerful question do you think you would ask a person for them to become your mentor? What is that one powerful question you can ask? Think about that over the rest of this particular core lesson and see what comes to mind. The answer might be a little surprising. Okay, so let's recap what we looked over in this particular section. We looked at what a hero is versus a mentor. Then we talked a little bit about how to get a mentor. And finally, the mystery question was, what one powerful question should you ask someone in order to build this mentor relationship? Having said that, let's go ahead and get ready for the next section of this core lesson on mentors. Why should you have a mentor? So in this next section, we want to take a closer look at why you need a mentor in your life and the importance of having that mentor or mentors. And let's revisit what a mentor is. A mentor is a source of wisdom. A mentor is someone who is already experienced in your field or industry and has a wealth of knowledge that they want to provide you so you don't make the same mistakes as they've made, or you can go into a certain direction that they know will benefit you, that's in line with the goals you've set for yourself. Also, they help you with growth and development. They're almost like a parent to you. Yes, they have a source of wisdom, and with that source of wisdom, they take on the role of helping you go throughout the steps to become more than you are today. They help you with that growing process. Again, a mentor takes a long-range view of your growth and development. They're not here just to help you with a few things today and a few things perhaps tomorrow. It's a relationship that builds over time. Your mentor may be someone you continue to have a relationship for years to come because they've taken a vested interest in helping you go from good to great. Also, a mentor helps you see the destination, but does not give you the detailed map to get there. Your mentor is a guide, a teacher, but they're not there to tell you exactly what to do. After all, this is your life, and of course, they respect that. When it comes time for you to make decisions, they may help you weigh each decision so you can make the best choice possible. And a mentor offers encouragement and cheerleading, but not how-to advice. Mentors are there to boost you so that you have the confidence to go after the goals you set in life. So let's look at 10 reasons why you need a mentor. Number 1, mentors provide information and knowledge. Well, we already talked about this. Mentors are usually very experienced in their fields or just experienced adults. And through that experience, they are able to impart their knowledge and wisdom to you. Number 2, mentors can see where we need to improve when we often cannot see that. Again, mentors have been there, done that. Sometimes we can't really take a step back and look at ourselves from another perspective. However, a mentor can, because after all, they are not us. And with that wisdom that they hold, they can see where you might be going in the wrong direction or the right direction and point out what areas that you need to focus on for improvement. 3, mentors stimulate our personal and professional growth. A mentor, again, as we just said, they're cheerleaders in a sense. They want to push us in the right direction so that we become better tomorrow than we are today. Mentors are a sort of catalyst to make change happen. 4, mentors offer encouragement and help keep us going. There are going to be times when we run into certain challenges and we might second guess ourselves and doubt, are we really going to be successful or not? And have we made the right decision? Mentors keep us on the right path and help us push forward through the difficult times. 5, mentors are disciplinarians that create necessary boundaries that we cannot set for ourselves. So if we're going in the wrong direction or we're making decisions that maybe aren't in our best interest, or we're participating in some sort of behavior that's not beneficial for us, a mentor can step back and let us know point blank, what you're doing is not in your best interest. Stop doing this. Instead, start doing something else. There's that parent relationship. 6, mentors are sounding boards, so we can bounce ideas off them for an unfiltered opinion. Mentors are going to help us make better decisions because when we have ideas, we can run those ideas across a mentor and they're going to be truthful with us. Is this a good idea or is it a bad idea? And what changes should be made? 7, mentors are trusted advisors. These days we can't always trust people in our industry. It's a competitive world. However, your mentor is in no way your competition. They're here for the sole purpose of building a relationship and helping you in one form or fashion. 8, Mentors can become connectors. Now, since a mentor is already established in their industry, they probably already have a vast network and several connections. They know a lot of people. Now, that's great for you, especially regarding our previous core lesson on networking. Mentors can help you connect with other people who in turn can help you back. 9, we can learn from mentors' experiences and mistakes. Other people's mistakes and other people's experiences are such valuable information because they can either put us on the right direction or even better, they can prevent us from making certain mistakes. And mistakes can be costly. They can cost money and time. Wouldn't you want to be able to stop a mistake before it happens? And number 10, mentors are free, which makes them priceless in more ways than one. A mentor's motivation is not to get something from you, at least nothing monetary. You shouldn't ever pay a mentor for their time. The real reason they're helping you is because, well, they have this connection to you. They want to build a relationship. They want to help someone who is going to go through a similar process that they went through. Remember, one of the core needs that people have is to help others. And that's a mentor. However, there are some misconceptions that you want to keep in mind regarding mentors. Number 1, it's a misconception to believe that mentoring is about me, that it's all a one-way street, that you who is being mentored just gets, and the mentor just gives. It's a relationship. And remember, relationships are two-way streets. You want to somehow give back to your mentor. It's a misconception to think that being mentored is more passive than active. It's not just you listening to a mentor and taking in information. You need to act on that information. This is crucial. Remember, an idea is worthless without action, so be prepared to act. It's a misconception to think that you need to wait for a mentor to find you. This almost never happens. You need to be, again, proactive. Go out, seek out a mentor, build a relationship, because if you don't, you just might not find a mentor. And finally, the 4th misconception is that you should ask someone up front to be mentored. Don't ever do that. That's incredibly awkward. Never say, "Will you be my mentor?" Mentoring is a serious relationship. There's a big responsibility on both sides of the relationship. To be a mentor, you really need to put in a lot of effort and focus on you, the mentee. So don't just ask someone to be a mentor. You need to build that relationship up. And we're going to talk about that soon, which is our next topic, how to find the right mentor. So let's recap about the importance of mentors. We looked quickly at what a mentor's role is. We looked at 10 reasons of why to have a mentor, and we looked at some of the misconceptions. So having said that, let's get ready for the next section, which is about how to find your mentor. Great. Now you have a better understanding of the importance of mentors and really why you should spend time to identify a mentor and build that relationship, because it's really going to affect your career and your life in positive ways. Now we want to figure out, how do you find the right mentor for you? So let's take a look at that process. We're going to cover 8 steps to help find the right mentor for you. But before we begin, as usual, get out some paper and pen so you can take some notes. Number 1, find someone you want to be like. This might take a little bit of time and research, but don't be discouraged. You'll find somebody quicker than you think. Identify a handful of people who you would like to be like. Make sure that they are fairly local so it's reasonable to meet them. Remember, these are people who you need to build a relationship with. You need some one-on-one, face-to-face time. Then choose people who have qualities that you would like to have yourself. Don't simply choose someone because they have a great job or make a lot of money. You don't want to be superficial. Remember, we're looking for someone who is able to help you become more like they are regarding their philosophy, their skill sets, and their experience. Also, take the time to do some research of people in your industry, in your major, in your field, if you can't already quickly name 3 to 5 people. So, what I'd like you to do is make a list of people who you might like to emulate, who you might like to be like. Are they local in your area? If not, where are they? Remember, we want to be as local as possible so you can meet them. And what qualities do they have that you admire? What qualities, personal or professional, do you like about them? Take a moment and try to answer these questions on your piece of paper. Number 2, you'll need to study the person, at least a little bit. What I want you to do is learn more about each of these persons you've written down. Google them. See if you can find their blogs, visit their social media. I'm sure they're somewhere online. And make a list of what you think their personal strengths are and their personal weaknesses might be. You'll come up with better ideas as you research them a little bit more. So start with Google. Choose one person, Google them. What pops up? You might be surprised. Do they have a possible book, a blog? Are they on social media? Check out their Facebook account if they have one, Twitter account if they have one, LinkedIn account, which they probably do. Then number 3, ask for a short meeting. However, don't ask them to be your mentor at any point. Remember, that's a no-no question. Instead, ask for that short meeting and try to keep it, 30 minutes to an hour. Short and simple. You don't want to burden them in any way. You want to make this as comfortable as possible. So make it informal, perhaps grab a cup of coffee. Try to have that natural conversation, but bring along a few specific questions with you that you would like to ask them to learn more about them and their perspective on things. Write down 3 questions you might ask each of these individuals. Now, depending on the person, you might have different questions. Who knows? Try to individualize your questions. Make them more specific to each of the persons that you are potentially meeting. What advice would you like from them? What would you like to know more about them personally? Would you like to know the struggles they've encountered? Would you like to know their biggest accomplishments? Would you like to know just general advice they might have for you? 4, evaluate each meeting after the fact, after you've actually finished and completed each of these meetings. Ask yourself if you'd like to spend more time with this person. If you had a good feeling and you want to spend possibly more time with this person and build a relationship, great. Maybe they're the mentor for you. Did they encourage you more or tell you what to do more? Remember, a good mentor is not someone who's telling you how to do things. Instead, they're guiding you in a general direction. So, if they're encouraging, there's another green flag that maybe this person is a potential good mentor. And did you leave the meeting feeling inspired and better about yourself? If so, fantastic. If you get a green flag for all 3 of these, then this person might really be the mentor you're looking for. Number 5, follow up with those you hope to see again. Now, let's say you have 5 meetings. Some of these meetings might not go as you expected. You might not get that good feeling and encouragement from some of these people. So you might scratch them off your list as potential mentors. However, those that you do want to keep on your list, you want to follow up with. And there's a specific way you might want to do that. Number 1, after you choose a potential mentor or mentors, send an email or a text within 24 hours and kindly thank them for their time. That's just good etiquette, good manners. Then let them know that you would like to meet again sometime. Don't put anything specific down yet because you want to get a feel. You want reciprocation. You want that feeling that they also enjoyed their meeting and might like to spend some more time with you again in the future. And if they seem willing to meet again, then take advantage of that. Offer to get something on the calendar as soon as possible. Make a date. Set a time. But of course, don't set that time too soon after your initial meeting. 6, let the relationship grow naturally. So fantastic. You've planted that seed of a relationship. Now you want to let it grow as it normally would. You don't want to push it. This is the start of a relationship, hopefully a long-lasting, mutually beneficial relationship. Don't try to label this person as your mentor just yet. That takes a little bit more time. Be sure to listen to their advice, apply that advice in your life, and let them know how things work out. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, pay attention to this one. This one is key. Let me repeat this one more time. Be sure to listen to their advice. Then apply that advice in your life. Take action. Make things happen. And then, after you've done it and you've put in the effort and time and tried, let them know how things have worked out. Mentors will really appreciate it because it shows that you've really listened to them and you've taken the time to implement their advice. 7, expect challenging times. That's just the nature of things, right? Real growth requires challenge. We don't really grow without that challenge. Expect your mentor to push you at times. Yes, your mentor is a guide, but they're also there as that parent figure in a sense. And that parent figure is going to push you in times of challenge throughout obstacles so that you become better tomorrow than you are today. And be willing to push yourself and accept criticism for your mentor. Criticism is a necessary thing. At least constructive criticism is. Listen to that criticism and use it to your benefit. And don't be afraid to ask for feedback. But if you do, again, make sure you act on that feedback. And finally, number 8, don't give up. Stay committed. Mentoring takes time and effort. And throughout that time and effort, you've got those obstacles and challenges. Some people give up way too early. And remember, you only fail when you give up. So over time, this relationship should benefit both you and your mentor in several ways. Learn from the overall experience because one day you will be the mentor most likely. You will have developed the experience, the skills, the understanding to mentor someone else potentially at one point in the future. So I want to leave you here with one important note. Remember Keith Ferrazzi, the author of the book Never Eat Alone? He made a special point that he doesn't want people to forget, and that is make an effort to identify somehow how you can give back to your mentor. Now, this might not be obvious at first, but as the relationship grows and as you better understand your mentor, you'll find ways to give back. Make sure you do that. Now that you've taken the time to go through the process of better identifying potential mentors, I want you to get out your Identifying a Mentor worksheet and looking at the notes that you've taken just recently, put that into this particular worksheet. Real quick, there are 1, 2, 3 examples, all the same information. With potential mentor number 1, put in that person's name. Then, what do you like about this person? What qualities do you admire? From there, list any resources where you can learn more about them. These may be books, blogs, social media, etc. Finally, list these 3 questions that you would like to ask them regarding their advice, potentially your major, your industry, or their lives. Keep this information handy so the next time you get ready to meet any of your potential mentors, you'll be ready for that meeting. Okay, so let's recap our 8 steps to find the right mentor. Number 1, identify people that you want to be like. 2, study them, do your research, Google them. 3, get that short meeting over coffee or something like that. Remember, 30 minutes to an hour is fantastic. 4, after the meeting, evaluate that meeting. Did you get a green flag or a red flag regarding them being mentor quality? 5, follow up with those who you would like to continue a relationship with. 6, let the relationship grow naturally. Remember, don't push it. 7, expect these challenging times. They happen to everyone, so you don't give up. And finally, stay committed. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, guys and girls. Now you have a much clearer idea on how to find the mentor that you need and you want. Let's get ready for the final section of this core lesson, mystery question answered. So here we are at the end of our core lesson on mentors and mentorship. Do you remember the mystery question that I asked you? Well, if we go back to it, I asked that you should ask your mentor or potential mentor one powerful question. So what is that one powerful question you should ask? The answer to this probably will be different than you were expecting. What you should do is ask the person who you want to be your mentor one powerful question. And this question is really up to you. You want to ask a question where the answer will be meaningful to you and you can apply in your life. I'm not giving you the question to ask. You need to come up with the question to ask. And that question must be meaningful to you and something that you can apply in your life. Now stay with me. From there, you need to go and actually implement that advice. You need to take action. You need to do the work. What's powerful here is when you are looking for this potential mentor and you ask them a compelling question, they're going to want to know, are you listening and are you going to take that advice? Show them that you are and that you will. Listen to them, take action, try your best to make things work, and then go back to them and say, look, I was listening. I took your advice and made these things happen. Now, maybe you were successful with whatever this particular question and advice was. Maybe you weren't successful. Maybe you failed. That's okay. The point is, you put in the time and effort to take that advice. And that's a huge stepping stone to that mentor-mentee relationship. And don't forget, become the teacher. Is there anybody who could benefit from a mentor that you know? Any family, younger brothers or sisters? Any friends? What are their thoughts on mentors? Take what you've learned here today and have a conversation with these people. Also, is there anybody that you can actually mentor now? Sure, you might not have a wealth of experience or skill sets, but I'm sure you have something that you can give back. All right, that concludes our lesson on mentors. Let's get ready for the next core lesson, finding the right people to be in your life and excluding the wrong people. See you soon. Okay, welcome back to our next core lesson. I have a question for you. Are you spending your time with the right people? Well, that's our lesson today. It's about surrounding yourself with the right people and not the wrong people. So let's start out as usual with our quote of the day. Surround yourself with good people. Surround yourself with positivity and people who are going to challenge you to make you better. In today's lesson, we're going to first, as usual, look at our introduction and mystery question. From there, we'll go on to why friends and acquaintances, why you want those, specifically the right ones. We'll go over some simple but good advice for you to take about choosing the right people. Then we'll talk about attracting the right people to you. And finally, we'll go ahead and wrap things up with mystery question answered. So let's get right into things. As usual, I'd like you to get out a little bit of paper and a pen or pencil, and we're going to do a little bit of note taking. What I'd like you to do is think of your friends. Think of your family, fellow students, and anyone else you spend your time with. Now, number one, I want you to think of people you spent time with yesterday. Go ahead and write down their names. Take a minute, think about it. Who did you spend most of your time with yesterday? We'll push pause for a second. Then number 2, think of the people you spent time with mostly last week. Write their names down. Remember, mostly the last 7 days. Push pause, write down their names. Okay, finally, think of the people you spend most of your time with generally. Take a look at your paper. Are these the same people? Do the same names pop up? Well, probably so. Now, I want you to keep those people in mind. Now you have a list of names. What I want you to do now is limit that list of names to the top 5 people that you spend time with. Who are they? Go ahead right now, circle the top 5 people that you spend time with on a regular basis. Push pause, take a moment. Fantastic. Now you have the top 5 people that you spend time with and you have their names. From there, what I want you to do is take a few minutes, write down any positive and negative qualities you see in each of those 5 people. So take person number 1, write down their name, and under that name, do like I have here with positive qualities and negative qualities. For example, with positive qualities, you could say this person is honest, responsible, and hardworking. Fantastic. Now, do they have any negative qualities? For example, maybe someone's arrogant or lazy or cynical. They just have a bad attitude. Take a moment with each of these persons and write down a couple positive qualities and if they have a couple negative qualities in your opinion. Definitely push pause now so you can take time to write these things down. Fantastic. Let's get to that mystery question you've been expecting. Why did I ask you to choose these 5 people? Any guesses? And why would I ask you to list their positive and negative qualities? Well, keep that in mind as we progress throughout this core lesson. Let's recap on what we went over in this little section regarding introduction and mystery question. Number 1, I asked you, who do you spend most of your time with, especially recently? Then, who are the top 5 people that you spend time with? What are their positive and possibly negative qualities? Oh, and I can't forget the mystery question, why these 5 people? Okay, that's it for this section. Let's go ahead and get ready for the next one, friends and acquaintances. Okay. So let's talk about why you should have not only the right friends, but also the right acquaintances. But before we talk about that, let's look at the differences between friends and acquaintances. What is a friend? Well, by definition, a friend is a person whom one knows and with whom one has a bond of mutual affection. It should be pretty obvious to everyone what a friend is. However, what about an acquaintance? An acquaintance is a little bit different than a friend. They're a person that you just know slightly. An acquaintance is someone you spend time with on a rarer basis. You don't really know them that well. So let's talk about friends first. Interestingly enough, research shows that the people who we spend the most time with greatly impacts our thoughts and our behavior. The friends that you're hanging out with and spending time, whether you knew it or not, consciously or subconsciously, they're having an effect on your thoughts and your behavior. Actually, you may be more likely to gain weight if your close friend also gains weight, and perhaps vice versa. Studies show that happiness is also directly related to our colleagues and our friends, which also includes our acquaintances. The people that you hang around with has a direct effect on your smile. Let's talk about 7 reasons to choose your friends carefully so you can better understand if you are making the right decisions when it comes to your friends. Number 1, your friends have great influence over you. Friends can bring out the best in you or the worst in you. Their moods and behavior can and will influence your own mood and behavior. Are your friends usually in a good mood or a bad mood? Is their behavior the type that you would want for yourself? Number 2, you'll grow with strong-willed friends. Friends with discipline, friends with determination, and friends with ambition will help you grow simply by being around them. 3, they help build you up for success. The right friends can encourage you to be persistent and focus on your goals and doing what's right. The wrong friends will put you down, joke about your goals, and slow you down on your road to success. You don't want those kind of people. 4. Wrong friends can cause you to be counterproductive. Constantly negative friends are toxic. That's very dangerous. This negatively will distract you and prevent you from growing. It will also start to become a part of how you see the world. So be very careful of people like this. 5. Close friends are the secret to living a long and happy life. Good friends who are close friends add to your benefit in many ways. One of the most interesting ones that has a physical effect on you is that these people help you actually live longer. Studies show that people with a large network of friends and a few close friends will outlive their counterparts by 22%. Humans are social animals, and whether you like it or not, people need human connections to thrive. Number 6, friends can inspire you. The right friends will encourage you to succeed, just as you should do the same with your friends. Each time a friend takes interest in your life, that gives you a boost to proceed and go further. If your friends never encourage you, then perhaps they're not really your friends. And number 7, friends can serve as an example to you. When a friend does well, accomplishes something of importance, or does a good deed, that behavior will serve as an example for you, thus making it more likely you will learn from their experiences and possibly do the same things as they have. Of course, the opposite is also true. If your friends mostly drink beer or play video games, you will probably do the same, more so than if you did not know them. How will that type of behavior affect your life, your future, and your success? But what about acquaintances? These are the people that you aren't too close to and you don't know that well. It is commonly known that the best way to improve a skill is to practice it, and to practice it with someone who is better than you, whether it's soccer or chess or video games. This translates into your personal and career success. It's important to surround yourself with other successful people, and better yet, those who are more skilled than you. This way, you're much more likely to learn from these people intentionally and unintentionally. That's really good advice. Choose your friends carefully and choose your acquaintances carefully. And to recap this particular section, we looked at the difference between a friend and an acquaintance. Then we looked at the impact of who we spend time with has on ourselves, whether it's intentional or unintentional. We also looked at 7 reasons to choose your friends carefully. And we looked at how having the right acquaintances can really benefit you in so many different ways. Okay, let's get ready for the next section, some simple but good advice. So, having talked about why to have the right people in your life, having talked about friends, and having talked about acquaintances, I have some simple but good advice for you that I'll hope you'll really consider and put into action into your life. So let's take a look at 4 particular pieces of advice I think you'll find quite valuable, especially if you implement them. So, starting with number 1, spend time with people who are smarter than you. It might be common for people to want to be the smartest person in the room. It happens all the time. But that may only make you feel better. It doesn't really help you grow. It doesn't really help you develop. And it doesn't really help you reach your goals. However, being around smarter people than you can really pay off. These people can consciously and unconsciously challenge us to be better in our thoughts and our behaviors. So look for people who are more skilled. Look for people who are just more intelligent. Look for people who are more successful than you. And make friends. Spend time and surround yourself with those people. Number 2, get to know people who have already accomplished the same goals that you're looking to accomplish. When you get to know others who have already accomplished the things you hope to accomplish, you can learn a great deal from them that you certainly cannot learn from textbooks and theory. That's the thing about education and university. Generally, it's textbooks and theory, but not necessarily practice. But what you can learn from people who have already gone through the process you're about to go through, that can be golden. You can be aware of the tips and tricks to get things done, the people to meet and talk to, the best direction to follow, and the mistakes to be careful of since they may have already made those mistakes. This information, as I said, can be priceless. 3, if you can't form relationships with these people, then what should you do? Make them friends in your head. It may not always be possible to develop relationships with the people who have already accomplished some of the goals you seek to achieve. That's understandable. So, what's the next best thing? Find people who have already successfully achieved what you hope to achieve and follow them on social media. Listen to their podcasts. Read their blogs. Read the books and biographies about these people. Soak up information that's available. Learn from them from afar. That's the idea of friends in your head. Not actual friends, but those heroes you can follow from afar. And number 4, and this is really important, say goodbye to the negative people and the naysayers. Remember that the wrong friends are the wrong decisions. This is especially true with negative people. These individuals are, as I said earlier, toxic. People who always complain, people who make fun of others, people who say you can't or you shouldn't work hard for your goals and doubt your abilities. These people, although they may seem to be friends, don't deserve to be active participants in your life. You should think seriously about ending that friendship. Furthermore, take a look at your own attitude. If you're a person who always complains and looks down on others, you should seriously think about why your attitude is the way it is and change it. Otherwise, you'll become your own worst enemy and will block your own path to success. So, I really think this is fantastic advice for you to take in order to surround yourself with the right people and not the wrong people. Let's go over quickly what we talked about. Number 1, surround yourself with people who are smarter than you, more successful than you as well. 2, surround yourself with people who have already accomplished the same goals you want to accomplish. And if you can't find those people, then the next best thing is to have friends in your head. Seek out people who have accomplished those goals that you're trying to accomplish and read more about them. Learn from their successes and their failures. And finally, very important, stay away from the negative people and the naysayers, those people who don't have faith in what you can accomplish. Disregard those ideas. Okay, so there you have it with 4 pieces of advice. Let's get ready for the next section, attracting the right people. Now, how do you attract the right people? Well, in order to do so, I want to put you on the right track. And in order to do that, we have a worksheet specifically designed to get you on that track. So if you'll take a moment, get out your worksheet titled none other than the Right People Worksheet. I'll give you a second to grab that. Push pause. So we're going to go throughout 6 different steps to help you get on the right track to attracting the right people. Number 1 asks you to refer back to your goal setting worksheet. Now, regarding those goals, revisit where you want to be in the future. So what are your goals? Look at your short-term goals. How about your long-term goals? Make a few general notes on today's worksheet in number 1 of the goals section regarding these questions. Go ahead and push pause and make those notes now. Now, after you've completed number 1, let's go over to number 2. What types of people have accomplished those specific goals? Go ahead and push pause again and fill out that section. Then let's go on to number 3. What qualities, skills, and characteristics do you need to get in order to reach these goals and become more like the people you've listed earlier? Make a list of these skills in section 3. Go ahead and push pause again and fill out that section. Then onto the next page, number 4, what can you specifically do about getting those skills and attributes? List any possible actions that come to mind. If you can't think of something, get on Google again and just simply type in, how do I get this particular skill? Make a list of those avenues that you can take in order to get those skills. So go ahead and push pause again and take the time to research and then write down those actions. From there, let's go to number 5. Where do these particular types of people meet outside of work? For example, what organizations do they belong to? What clubs, what events do they attend? Where do they spend their time online and offline? Again, this is going to take some research on your part, but it's well worth it. Get on Google again, get on the internet. Ask people in the industry later if you have time. Where do these people spend their time outside of work? Push pause again and do the work. Then finally on to number 6. Which of these organizations that you've identified in number 5, which of these events and which of these places can you involve yourself in? Which ones interest you the most? Put those into number 6. Go ahead and push pause again and fill out that section. Now you've taken the time to answer number 1, look at your goals. 2, list these types of people who have accomplished those goals. 3, write down the qualities and skills and characteristics needed to acquire them. Basically, what kind of person do you need to become? 4, what actions can you take in order to realize what's listed above? What can you do to get those skills? 5, where do these people that you've listed in number 2 spend their time? What organizations and events do they attend? And then finally, 6, which of these organizations, events, and places listed above can you get involved in? Now you know what action to take. Get involved in getting these skills and get involved in being around the same places these people you've identified are. Join these organizations. Go to these events. Take action. Okay, so that was a quick worksheet, 6 steps to help you identify and put you on the right track to attracting the right people. Now, don't feel discouraged. It might seem like you can actually get those skills too quickly or meet these people too quickly. But if you take the time to fill out this worksheet as best you can, and you take action in order to acquire those skills and to put yourself in the same environment that these other people spend their time, the next thing you know, you're going to start attracting the right people. I promise you. So please take this advice, go throughout the worksheet, and implement it in your life. Okay, let's get ready for the final section of this course, mystery question answered. Now, here we are at the end of this core lesson on choosing the right people to be in your life and getting rid of the bad people. I'd like to end this with the mystery question answered. And if you'll recall from the beginning of this lesson, I asked you to look at the people you spend the most time with, the most time you spent with yesterday, last week, and generally. From there, I asked you to choose the top 5 people that you spend time with. Now you've identified those top 5 people, and not only did you do that, you identified their positive and negative qualities. So can you guess, why did I ask you to identify the 5 people you spend the most time with and their positive and negative qualities? Any guesses? Well, something pretty interesting happens when you hang out with these particular 5 people. Jim Rohn once said, "You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." And this happens to be scientifically accurate. The people you spend the most time with, they rub off on you. They influence you directly and indirectly. You take on the qualities, both positive and negative, of those 5 people. Now, this may happen quickly or it may happen slowly, but it still happens. Take another look at those positive qualities. Take another look at those negative qualities. Are these positive qualities the ones you want? And are these negative qualities ones you want to stay away from? It might seem unfair or a little bit cruel, but these 5 people you want to make sure are the people who are going to be making you better for today and in the future. And if they're not, you should do something about that. So consider that seriously. And don't forget, once again, become the teacher. Now, do you have any friends or family who are hanging around the wrong people? If so, talk to them. Do you have friends or family who are hanging around the right people? Congratulate them. And yourself, be one of those positive persons so that those around you will benefit just from your presence. Take what you've learned today and spread the good news. All right, guys and girls, that wraps it up for this core lesson on the right people. Stay tuned for the next one, embracing failure and learning from it. Ladies and gentlemen, guys and girls, welcome to our 9th core lesson. This one is particularly special because it has to do with something that happens to all of us at one point or another in our lives, and that is failure. Yes, we all fail, and when we do, what you want to do is embrace that failure and learn from that experience. Now, let's start as usual with our quote of the day, and it goes like this. There is only one thing that makes a dream impossible to achieve, and that is the fear of failure, which we all have at one point or another. But we need to get over that particular fear. Today, we're going to start with the introduction and mystery question. Then we'll go on to what is failure and why is failure actually good for you. Then we'll go into an activity called the failure toss. And this particular activity I find really interesting, and I hope you do too. Then we'll take a look at how to learn specifically from failure, the steps that you should take in order to gain the most from these experiences. And finally, of course, we'll wrap up with the mystery question answered. So let's get into that mystery question. And the question is, who is this famous American politician? Let me describe who he is. Number 1, this particular person failed in business. He also failed in farming. He also lost running for state legislature at one point in time. He also then had a nervous breakdown and was rejected for a job as land officer. Now, that's not just it. In addition, he ran for Congress and, can you guess, failed. He ran for U.S. Senate and then failed. He ran for Vice President of the United States and, can you guess, failed. And finally, he ran for Senate again and, what do you think? He won? Lost? He failed. Who could this person be? That's the mystery question for this particular core lesson. And as we go throughout learning about failure, how to embrace failure, and how to learn from failure, can you guess who this particular American politician is or was? So to recap fairly quickly, because this was a short introduction and mystery question, we looked at the details of a famous American politician, specifically his failures, and then the question was, who is this person? All right, again, try to guess and get ready as we get into the next section. What is failure and why is it good for you? Okay. So what is failure and why is it good for you? Well, let's take a look. But first, as you might have guessed, go ahead and get out some paper and a pen. We're just going to do a little bit of writing, just a few notes. So once you get out that piece of paper, let's begin. I'll hit pause real quickly. Okay, let's continue. What is failure? I'm actually asking you, what is your definition of failure? Now, hold on a minute. Don't look in the dictionary. I want you to think of your own personal definition as best you can. It can be what you remember from the dictionary or what you learned in life or you heard from your parents, or it can be your own personal definition. What is failure to you? Go ahead, push pause, and write down 1 or 2 sentences defining failure as it applies to you. How about this question? Have you ever failed? Sure, it's an obvious answer. Everybody fails, right? Well, I'd like you to think of a time that you failed. Now, the bigger, the better. If you have failed big, fantastic. So take a moment. Think of some point in your life where you really tried, you did your best, but you failed. Okay, can you think of something? Again, write down that experience in a couple words. A sentence, 2, 3 sentences. It doesn't matter. Just briefly describe that experience of you failing. Okay, I have it. Are you ready? Failure is unavoidable and necessary. Not what you were expecting from me, right? This isn't really a definition of failure, but this is the truth about failure. And this is what I really want you to understand and embrace throughout the rest of this lesson. Number 1, you can't avoid failing. Number 2, it's necessary. It's for your own benefit. So are any of you Batman fans by chance? I'm not necessarily a fan, but I have seen the movies. And in one of the movies, I don't remember which one, Bruce Wayne, or Batman as a child, happened to fall down, and his father had a lesson for him. And he said, "Son, why do we fall? So we can learn to pick ourselves back up." That's brilliant to me. Failure is the foundation that learning is based upon. Think about how many times you had to fall in order to ride a bike, how many mistakes you needed to make in order to learn a new skill. How about to become a master at that skill? Imagine how many times you need to fail then. You shouldn't think negatively about failure because it's unavoidable, it's necessary, and it has several benefits that you should keep in mind. And what are those benefits? Well, let's look at 8 of them. Here's 8 reasons why failure is good. Number 1, embrace failure because, as I already said, everyone fails. Beware of social media, ladies and gentlemen. People post only the highlights of their lives and enhance the images and stories to make them look even better than they are. Your Facebook feed can make you feel like lesser of a person because you might not feel like you have the life you should. But SNS isn't reality, right? Everybody struggles and fails. These failures are reality checks and teach us a little humility. Without failure, we might not reflect on our lives and appreciate what we have. And we'll see later, appreciation is a key to happiness. Number 2, failure makes you dig deeper and reach new understandings. Without failure, we might not reflect on our lives and appreciate what we have. Failure helps us reflect on the journey of life and what we want and where we're going. This reflection opens up new solutions to the problems we face. New opportunities arise. Number 3, failure emboldens the mind, making you stronger. Frederick Douglass once said that without struggle, there can be no progress. And how true is that? Every person who is truly successful in which it was not given to them by family or handed to them in some way has gone through some degree of difficulties. It's these difficulties that make people stronger and push them to realize their goals. Number 4, through failure, you learn life lessons that can't be learned from success. If you were always successful and never failed, what would you really learn? This idea is, of course, related to other reasons on the list, but it's something to remember when you're faced with failure in the future. You'll find yourself possibly deciding to continue or to give up. What will be your choice and why? Number 5, failure makes you search for new ways of doing things. Thomas Edison is famous for failing over 10,000 times to invent a commercially viable electric light bulb, but he never gave up. He viewed each failed attempt as a learning experience. Finally, after persistence, he invented a stable, working light bulb that changed human progress everywhere. Quite often, we need to work hard and continue to struggle before we solve the puzzles we're working on. Number 6, failure makes you more empathetic to the plight of others. Failure helps you better understand others' unfortunate situations. If you've experienced a similar struggle as someone else, then you can empathize with them much more. And better understanding people and the situations in the world leads to better connections with others and a better sense of morality and ethics. And we need these things to build better futures for ourselves, our children, and those around us. Number 7, knowing that it's okay to fail allows you to take more risks in life. Remember at the beginning of this lesson, we saw a quote, "There is only one thing that makes a dream impossible to achieve, the fear of failure." Well, fear, at least irrational fear, is your biggest enemy in so many things in life. The fear of public speaking, the fear of talking to that girl or boy you like, fear of asking questions, fear of trying something new, fear of being successful. It's a much bigger risk to not try than to try. And now that you know that failure is a teaching tool, you may become more ready to take on bigger yet smarter risks that lead to successes. And finally, success tastes far sweeter after major failures. You may have heard a saying similar to, "How can you appreciate the good without first knowing the bad?" Or, "You can't appreciate the light without the dark." If you rarely fail and only have small failures, then you will not really enjoy your successes. However, the opposite is true. Once you've struggled, failed, and then succeeded, that moment will be like no other. It will feel fantastic, and it will motivate you to continue developing yourself more into who you want to be. Therefore, to wrap things up on what is failure and why is it good for you, well, we looked at how to define failure. I asked you to define failure for yourself. Then I told you the simple truth about failure, that it is unavoidable and necessary. And finally, we looked at the 8 reasons that failure is good. So having said that, let's get ready for an interesting activity called the failure toss in the next lesson coming up. Now let's get ready for our activity titled the failure toss. And this is a pretty interesting activity that's going to help you reflect on the failures that you've made and the wisdom you've taken from these failures. So let's get going. But before we begin, I'd like you to get out not 1, but 2 of your worksheets for today's lesson. The first one is titled the failure toss activity. And the second one is titled your failure toss reflection worksheet. Please get those 2 out before we begin. Go ahead and push pause and come back after you have those 2 sheets ready. Look again at your definition of failure that I asked you to define in our previous lesson. And if you look up here, I've got a few examples of failure that maybe are definitions from other people. Let's read those real quickly. Number 1 up here, failure is when we don't match up to the expectations we have of ourselves. Okay, that's a good definition. Do you agree or disagree? The next one here is failure is when we can't meet the goals we set for ourselves. All right, that's a decent definition of failure. Maybe both of these are true in their own ways. How about the third one? I don't think there's a thing like failure because we always learn from our mistakes. You know, that's a really positive attitude on failure itself. Do you agree or disagree with that definition? Whatever your definition is, I'm curious, what are your particular failures? So let's get out your first worksheet titled Failure Toss Activity Worksheet. Now, If for some reason you don't have this, this is also doable on a piece of paper, but it's better if you have the one I've provided. And don't forget your pencil or pen. Once you've got that worksheet ready, go ahead and divide the worksheet down the center. Fold it vertically in half, creating 2 columns, as you can see in the image on your screen. Now you can see on the top left, we have a column called failures, and in the top right, we have a column called wisdoms. Now I'd like you to list your failures in the left-hand column. For example, failure 1, 2, 3, and 4. Go ahead, push pause, and fill out this left-hand column. Okay, now that we're back, I'd like you to reflect on each failure and what wisdom, what lesson do you feel that you've taken from each failure? I'd like you to list those wisdoms on the right-hand side that correspond with each failure. Take a moment here, push pause, and complete the right-hand column. Now that you've completed both columns, I'd like you to do this. That line going down the center, I'd like you just to rip it in half. Now, carefully, of course, so it's a clean cut, but separate both of these sides. Separate this paper into 2 halves. Okay, take a moment, push pause, do it quickly. From there, you have 4 choices I'd like you to make. Think carefully about these 4. Number 1, thinking about your failures and your wisdoms. Would you like to, number 1, keep both your failures and your wisdoms? Number 2, throw away your failures and keep your wisdoms? Number 3, throw away your wisdoms and keep your failures? Or number 4, throw away both your failures and your wisdoms? What would be your personal choice? We're going to push pause one more time so you can give it some thought. Okay, now, if you chose to throw away something, ball it up and throw it away in the trash. Just get rid of it. Go for it. Do it right now. Throw it away. All right. I'd like you to look at your failure toss reflection worksheet and answer these 3 questions. Number 1, what choice did you make? Go ahead and write it down in the space provided under number 1. That's an easy answer, right? You just made it. Number 2, why? Now here's a little bit more difficult question. Why did you make that decision? Write it down in the space provided in number 2 and explain as best you can why you made that decision. And then number 3, what is the life lesson in this experience? Now, this is what you feel you've gotten from this exercise, philosophical or not. What do you feel is the potential life lesson that this exercise could provide you as an individual, you specifically? And that is the failure toss exercise. You might see the value in it at the moment, or you might not. And if you don't, you might see the value in it in the near future. We'll see. So wrapping up the failure toss, I asked you to get out your 2 worksheets, your failure toss worksheet and your reflection worksheet. And you made a choice, one of these 4 choices of what to do with your failures and your wisdoms. And then you filled out your reflection worksheet. And we might come back to this at some point in the future. Having said that, let's get ready for the next lesson, how to learn from failure. Now you know how to embrace failure, but how do we learn from failure? Well, what you need to do is put in the effort to do so. Before we begin on the steps on learning from failure, what I want you to do is keep in the back of your head, keep in mind the failures that you've made, maybe specifically the bigger failures that you've made, and think about these as we go throughout these next few steps. To learn from failure, you want to do 5 things in this order. Number 1, take responsibility. 2, identify the cause. 3, evaluate your thinking. 4, research it. And 5, document it. Let's go throughout each of these in a little bit more detail. Number 1, take responsibility. Recognize that you failed. That's not difficult. However, whose fault was it? Don't complain. Don't blame others or situations that are out of your control. If you mentally take responsibility and you own that failure, then you'll become mentally stronger and better prepared to prevent failure, or better prepared for the next time failure happens. Here are some quotes that you might like. I sure do. From the famous Jim Rohn, he said, "You must take responsibility. You cannot change the circumstances, the seasons, or the wind, but you can change yourself." Lou Holtz, quote unquote, "The man who complains about the way the ball bounces is likely to be the one who dropped it." And number 3, George Washington Carver. 99% of all failures come from people who have a habit of making excuses. Don't make excuses. Don't complain. Own your failure. Number 2, identify the cause. Quite often, the cause of failure is not one particular situation, action, or decision. It's usually a combination of decisions that were made over time. Look back on what decisions you made and which ones have contributed to the final result of failure. And document. Write it down. Document every decision, working backwards until you reach the point that ultimately became the road to failure. Number 3, evaluate your thinking. Try to recall, number 1, how you imagined how things would turn out, and 2, how things actually turned out. What was your vision of success and what was reality? Ask these questions. Were my goals reasonable and attainable? Did I make a mistake in setting my goals? Did I make accurate assumptions about my capabilities and the challenges? Did I make a mistake in judging the situation? Did my strategies make sense, given the circumstances and goals? Did I make a mistake in charting my course and choosing my methods? How logically organized, feasible, and complete was my plan? Did I make a mistake in creating the plan? And did my team, colleagues, friends, or just myself, did I follow the plan? Did I make a mistake in execution? All of these are really important questions to ask and to answer. 4th, research it. Research how similar situations were dealt with by others. This will help you see what obstacles they faced and how they tried to overcome them. What can you learn from others' situations? Take notes on what you learn. Remember, there's a wealth of knowledge out there in books and online. You can learn from the best of the best, from the successful people in the world, from their mistakes and their successes. Put in the effort to find out those answers. Once you've looked at how others have dealt with similar situations, ask people you know what they think. Approach experts if possible. If not, talk to people who you might think have good advice. Have a conversation with them and explain the situation, ask questions, and write down their feedback. And finally, perhaps the most important part, once you know the cause of that failure, what led up to that failure, the decisions that were made, how others have approached similar problems, and you have some advice from others, then put it all on paper in a logical and organized format. This can be a great resource for you later, so do it. It may seem like a lot to do or possibly unnecessary, but remember, successful people do what unsuccessful people are not willing to do. So be willing to do what is necessary. There you have it. These are 5 steps to the road to understanding failure, embracing failure, and then learning from it. Take this advice and remember these 5 steps are: 1, take responsibility. 2, identify the cause. 3, evaluate your thinking. 4, research it. And 5, document it. That's it for this section on learning from failure. Let's get ready to answer the mystery question for embracing failure and learning from it. Now it's time to wrap up our core lesson on embracing failure and learning from it with the answer to our mystery question. Do you remember the question I asked you? Well, let's do a quick review. I asked you a question about a man who failed in business, farming, lost running for state legislature, had a nervous breakdown, got rejected for a job as land officer, ran for Congress and lost, ran for U.S. Senate and lost, ran for vice president of the U.S. and lost, and then ran again for Senate and lost. Who could this famous American politician be? Well, let me give you one more clue that might let you guess. Finally, he succeeded. He was elected President of the United States, but shortly after that, the nation split in two. Well, can you guess now? The answer is none other than the 16th President, Abraham Lincoln. Despite all his failures and setbacks, Lincoln never gave up. He learned from his mistakes and persisted. It was the sum of all these experiences that made him stronger and the type of person who would become what is believed to be one of the best leaders the world has ever seen. So keep in mind and try to remember that behind every successful person is a number of failures. Let the story of Abraham Lincoln be inspiration to you the next time you fail. And remember this quote, straight from Lincoln himself: "You cannot fail unless you quit." And as always, remember to become a teacher. Take what you've learned in this lesson and spread the good news. If you know someone who's down because they've failed, teach them the 8 reasons why failure is good. If you know someone who has failed, help them understand how to learn from those failures, to take responsibility, identify the cause, evaluate their thinking, research, and then document. Overall, as you become the teacher, not only do you help others, you gain a deeper knowledge, a deeper insight into those lessons. So, as I said, that wraps it up for this particular core lesson on embracing failure and learning from it. Let's get ready for the next lesson, happiness and the science behind it. Hello and welcome to our 10th core lesson, and this is a special one in my opinion. It's over the topic of happiness. Everyone wants to be happy, right? That's sort of our end goal. This particular lesson is going to help you build an emotionally rich and balanced life. At least that's the plan. And I hope you find this lesson as valuable and as interesting as I have. So starting from the beginning with our quote of the day, it goes like this from Henry David Thoreau: "There is no value in life except what you choose to place upon it, and no happiness in any place except what you bring to it yourself." So that's something to think about as we go throughout this lesson. Starting with number 1, we'll talk about, of course, as usual, the introduction and mystery question. And it's just going to be a short mystery question for us today, compared to others perhaps. Then we'll go on to the misconceptions that a lot of people have about what is happiness and what does it take to be happy. From there, we'll talk about what determines happiness and the science behind that. We'll go into the thoughts that are required for happiness, and then to the actions that are required for happiness. And finally, we'll wrap things up with the mystery question answered. So get out some scratch paper, it doesn't really matter, just as long as you can take a few notes. Okay, I'll push pause for you for 1 second so you can get that handy. Okay, my question to you, what is happiness? You know, not everyone has the same answer. Just like success has a different meaning to different people, so does happiness. To you, how would you define happiness? So take a moment, write down 1 sentence, 2 sentences, 3 sentences. How would you describe and or define happiness for you? Push pause and go ahead and do that. Okay, now that you have something written on paper about happiness, what do you think makes people happy? Can you make a list? Things that we need to do, things that we need to have, things that we need to think. make a list of what you think are these things that make people happy. Okay, once again, push pause and generate a short list. All right, having asked those two questions, here is the mystery question of this core lesson on happiness. According to scientific conclusions, scientific studies, according to science, what do you think was discovered to be the number one, the most important thing you need in order to be happy? Jot something down on paper. Give it a guess. Go for it. Now, you might be right, you might be wrong, and as we go throughout this lesson, will you change your mind on the answer to this question? So keep that in mind. What does science have to say that's the most important thing that you need to have in order to be happy? Okay, so let's wrap up this fairly short introduction and mystery question to happiness, and then get ready for the next section, happiness misconceptions. What about the misconceptions about happiness? The things that people typically think are true that make us happy, however, they really don't, especially according to science. Well, that's what we want to focus on this section of the course, the misconceptions about happiness. Now, earlier I asked you, what is happiness to you? And would you list some of the things you think contribute to happiness? Well, what about making a lot of money? Was that on your list? Does a lot of money lead to happiness? How about getting the job you always wanted? Will that sustain your happiness? How about getting a nice car, the house you always wanted, expensive, beautiful jewelry, gifts in general, or things? Do things bring you happiness? How about accomplishing goals? Now, our first lesson was on goals, right? And shouldn't that make us happy? And how about never feeling pain or discomfort? Nobody likes that, right? So no pain, then yes, happiness? Well, let's take a look at all of these in a little bit of detail. Of course, money is a necessity to live, right? But how much do we need? Well, we need enough to get us the basics like food, a decent home, transportation, and education, right? But so many people want to be rich. That's really rather common. But why do they want to be rich? How about you? Do people want to be rich because they believe it will lead to happiness? Is that true? Well, studies show that a salary of around $75,000 a year is where happiness sort of levels out. It plateaus. Now, this number 75,000 can change from location to location because of the cost of living. Let's say in Atlanta, Georgia, that number is a little bit lower at $42,000. New York City is about $105,000. Now, there's a definite difference in the cost of living between these two places. So we need the basics to survive and the basics to be happy. But do we really need more than this number? Science says no. Science says our level of happiness sort of, as I said, plateaus after these numbers. Did you ever think that you'd be happy once you finished high school? Or after you were accepted to university? Do you think you'll be happy once you get your first job or you got your first job or the job you really wanted? How long do you think that happiness will last? Long term? Short term? And is that happiness? I'd like to introduce you to an interesting concept called hedonic adaptation. Strange word, right? Well, let's take a look at its definition. Hedonic adaptation is the observed tendency of humans to quickly return to a relatively stable level of happiness despite major positive or negative events or life changes. According to this theory, as a person makes more money, expectations and desires rise in tandem, which results in no permanent gain in happiness. Still interested? Well, do things like a big house, new car, beautiful jewelry, and expensive gifts make people happy? A lot of people work really hard for these things. They dream about them all the time. Why? How much happiness do they bring? According to the hedonic adaptation concept, people may be temporarily happy, but that fades rather quickly. We tend to get tired and used to these things. However, something interesting happens when instead of receiving, we give to others. A 2008 study shows that happiness spikes when people spend money on others instead of themselves. Furthermore, in 2013, a follow-up study found the same results in 136 different countries. So that tells you this is not a cultural thing, this is a human thing. Furthermore, a 2017 study showed there is a neural link between generosity and happiness. That means there's a brain connection suggesting that the more generous someone is, the more happy that person in return becomes. We may get a shot of the neurotransmitter dopamine when we finish items on our list or our to-do list, when we scroll through Facebook, when we beat a game, for example. The same thing happens when we accomplish goals. Our brain gets this chemical release and it feels good. However, it's pretty temporary. Don't get me wrong. This is a good thing unless we get addicted to these dopamine shots. For example, Facebook, video games, gambling, those can be addictive. But having goals and accomplishing goals is great. It's the path to success, right? But the good feelings wear off, and simply finishing goals does not lead to happiness. Surprised? So, what does lead to happiness? Here's a clue. Have you ever heard the saying, "It's the journey, not the destination"? Well, according to Linda Wallace, a certified psychology coach, committed goal pursuit is one of the keys to a happy life. But most of the happiness we get from striving for our goals comes while we're making progress toward them, not after we achieve them. That's pretty interesting. And that's why it's so important that we choose goals that are in sync with what we love and value, and that we make a conscious effort to enjoy them along the way. And no one wants to feel discomfort or be in pain, of course. No one likes to suffer. So it seems to be logical that the less suffering we experience, the happier we become, right? However, if there is no pain, would we be able to grow? Would we be able to appreciate the good without the bad? Research shows that pain helps us because it helps us recognize pleasure. Relief from pain boosts pleasure. It helps us form social bonds, and it helps us focus and take things more seriously. So struggles, discomfort, pain, it's all necessary. It's part of life. And if we can recognize that and understand that it helps us on our journey to happiness, well, all the better. So were you surprised with some of these misconceptions about happiness? Well, we looked quickly at money. Money is good. You got to have some of it, but you don't have to have a lot, at least not to be happy. 2, you got to work, right? But your dream job might make you happy temporarily, but that level of happiness may diminish over time. 3, things like a house, car, jewelry, etc., gifts. Things don't really bring us happiness. Although if they do, that happiness is rather brief. 4, accomplishing your goals. Now, we need goals to be successful, but just the act of accomplishing them does not really bring happiness. It's the pursuit, the progress that we make that really brings us that happiness. And 5, we need that pain, that discomfort to grow, to progress, and that growth and progress leads to happiness. So I hope you found that as interesting as I did when I first heard these misconceptions on happiness. Let's get ready for the next section. We're going to find out what things actually determine happiness scientifically. See you soon. Then where does happiness come from? What actually determines happiness? Is everyone familiar with the present Dalai Lama? Well, the Dalai Lama had something interesting to say about the purpose of our lives. And quote unquote, as you can see, the purpose of our lives is to be happy. Do you agree with this statement? It can be debated, but ask yourself, why do you want what you want? If you ask yourself why enough times, the final answer might be to be happy. If you want to be rich, well, why do you want to be rich? It makes me happy. Why do you want this new car? It'll make me happy. Why do you want these other things? Why do you want success? To be happy? Well, it seems that usually it comes down to that one answer. So the question is, what actually makes people happy? And the answer is simple. You choose to be happy. Okay, this is obviously oversimplifying things, but it's kind of true. Happiness doesn't depend on your outside circumstances as much as you might think. It's not too external. The best way to find happiness is to look inside yourself, but that requires you to do two specific things: thoughts and actions. But hold on, we'll come to that soon. Now, I've got a quick disclaimer for you, my students. This lesson is intended to help you identify what typically leads to happier lives and how to take steps to become happier individuals. However, it is not intended as a solution for those with serious mental conditions, such as chronic depression, whereas appropriate treatment from a medical professional is advised. Now, having said that, let's go to a man named Edward F. Diener, American psychologist, professor, and author. Before looking at the science of what actually makes people happy, let's take a look at what is called your happiness baseline. We all have a happiness baseline. This is our general long-term happiness. Now, there will always be good days, and then there will be bad days. Things that happen to us that make us happy, things that happen to us that take away that happiness and make us sad. And so our daily happiness constantly fluctuates around this baseline. The important thing here is happiness always returns to a baseline. It always returns to your baseline. In fact, research by Ed Diener, as we just saw, has found that even after such drastic life changes, such as winning the lottery or becoming paralyzed, happiness will eventually return to its baseline. This can be seen in history of those who actually won the lottery. They became really happy, but they sort of got used to it and returned to whatever baseline they had. The same thing has happened with specifically people who were paralyzed, and of course you become incredibly depressed. But as you work things out, it takes a little bit more time to return to that baseline. And this baseline is in all of us, yet we all have different baselines. And if you're interested in your particular baseline, you can go to Penn State's University website, type in authentichappiness.sas.upenn.edu, then go to questionnaires, and over here on the right, we have Authentic Happiness Inventory. If you go there, sign up, you'll get a better idea about where you specifically are and what your baseline might be. But that's up to you if you want to take the time. Going back to our lesson, we still want to answer the question, what determines happiness? Well, let's take a look at Dr. Sonia Lyubomirsky. I think I'm pronouncing that wrong, but I tried. She's an American professor in the Department of Psychology at the University of California, Riverside, and author of the bestseller, The How of Happiness, A Scientific Approach to Getting the Life You Want, a book of strategies backed by scientific research that can be used to increase happiness. She's shown that 50% of our happiness is actually from genetics. Yes, that's a gamble we all go through. Some people just win the lotto here and others don't. And unfortunately, we can't do much about the DNA side, but you do have control over the other 50% to a good extent. The next here in yellow, 10% is our external circumstances, including money, status, jobs, cars, houses, and things. But don't get misled. You don't need much of these for happiness. And the science shows that a lot of money doesn't lead to happiness. Studies compared people to the Forbes list of the wealthiest Americans with the general population and found that they were only slightly happier than the average, with 37% being less happy than the average American. That's pretty interesting research, huh? So what does this leave us with? The other 40%, thoughts and actions. And it's this section we have most control over. Scientifically, this is where happiness is most influenced and where you should concentrate if you're looking to be happier. This is where you can focus to change your happiness baseline. That 40% is where we are going to focus in this lesson and give you the option to increase that baseline. But the work is up to you. Let's recap what determines happiness. Number one, we took a look at what's called your happiness baseline. It stays level usually, and we fluctuate up and down, but we usually return to that baseline. Then we took a look at what determines happiness. Now we have genetics, about 50%. Then things are external, the things in life, which is about 10%. But what we have most control over, the remaining 40%, thoughts and actions. And finally, now we know that it's up to us. We have control about raising that baseline if we so choose. Okay, so let's get ready to take a look at the thoughts involved to help you raise that baseline. Okay, well, let's just jump into it. Let's look at the science of finding happiness specifically through your thoughts. But first, could you have guessed? We need to get out our worksheet dedicated to this particular lesson. And that worksheet is titled Your Happiness Checklist. Go ahead and push pause, and then once you have that ready, we'll begin. Okay, now that you have your checklist, there are 5 areas regarding thoughts that can raise our happiness baseline. Those include, number 1, gratitude, 2, forgiveness, 3, loving yourself, 4, goals, something we've already done to a degree, and 5, meditation. Could you have guessed any of these 5? Well, let's go ahead and get into the details. Starting off with gratitude. Well, what is gratitude? Gratitude is a thankful appreciation for what an individual has or receives. So, what are you grateful for? When we express gratitude, we think about the good things we have in life. We recognize where these things come from and the people who have provided them. We see that these things have come from outside ourselves. In one study, people were asked to write a few sentences each week, focusing on particular topics. One group wrote about things that they were grateful for that had occurred during the week. A second group wrote about daily irritations or things that had displeased them. And the third group wrote about the events that had affected them, but no emphasis on them being positive or negative. Can you guess what might have happened after 10 weeks? Well, those people in the first group who expressed gratitude were more optimistic and felt better about their lives. In addition, there were fewer visits to the hospital. That's a pretty big impact on your mental and your physical, isn't it? Furthermore, studies that were conducted on giving gratitude and having appreciation for things had these effects. Couples felt more positively toward each other. They were also more comfortable expressing their concerns in their relationships. And what about at work? When managers simply said thank you to staff, productivity and results increased up to 50%. That's pretty huge. So let's go ahead and look at your worksheet. Now, what I'd like you to do with your worksheet is go to the first section under thoughts. And here we have number 1, gratitude. I'd like you to take a moment, list 5 things that you are grateful for. Once you've listed these 5 things that you're grateful for, read this statement here. I usually feel grateful for these things I've listed above. How much do you agree? Strongly disagree, disagree, neutral, agree, or strongly agree? Go ahead and check that box once you've finished. Now, go ahead again, push pause, and fill out this section, please. So the next part on thoughts regarding happiness is forgiveness. What is forgiveness? Well, you probably already know, but let's go through the definition. Forgiveness is a conscious, deliberate decision to release feelings of resentment or vengeance toward a person or group who has harmed you, regardless of whether they actually deserve your forgiveness or not. The point to forgiving here is to do so whether or not you think they deserve it or not. It's a decision to rid yourself of a grudge and the negativity, the negative feelings that go along with it. It's more about you instead of the other person. Forgiveness is not condoning, it's not excusing, it's not forgetting, and it's not necessarily even reconciling with the other person. Forgiveness is not weak, but strong. However, it isn't usually easy. Studies show that, for example, emotionally abused women, college students hurt by emotionally distant parents, the elderly hurt by family members, incest survivors, and people recovering in a drug rehabilitation facility, those who put a conscious effort into forgiving those who hurt them experienced emotional health improvement. And they experienced the elimination of psychological depression, which is pretty significant with these types of persons. Is there someone you can think of that has hurt you, that has upset you in some way, where maybe it's time for you to give forgiveness? Well, let's go back to your worksheet. In this next section, number 2, under forgiveness, the question for you is there anyone you are holding a grudge against? Is there someone you have not yet forgiven? If so, write that person's name or people's names under letter A. Then, regarding this sentence here, I usually forgive people quickly who have upset me in some way. How much do you agree? Check one of those boxes, please, now. We'll push pause so you have the time to do it. Great. Third on our list is self-acceptance. Now, self-love is basically what that means. This is the feeling of satisfaction with oneself despite deficiencies and regardless of past behaviors and choices. How much do you feel that you like yourself? How much do you feel that you love yourself? You are the only you around, right? Dr. Mark Williamson, Director of Action for Happiness, said, quote unquote, our society puts a huge pressure on us to be successful and to constantly compare ourselves with others. This causes a great deal of unhappiness and anxiety. These feelings remind us that if we can learn to be more accepting of ourselves as we really are, we're likely to be much happier. Our day-to-day habits have a much bigger impact on our happiness than we might imagine. So what are the steps to loving ourselves? Well, here are 3 positive actions that people can take to increase their levels of acceptance. Number 1, be as kind to yourself as you are to others. See your mistakes as opportunities to learn. Remember the mistakes that we talked about earlier in our accepting failures lesson? Notice things you do well, no matter how small they are. 2, ask a trusted friend or colleague to tell you what your strengths are or what they value about you. Take the chance. Go ahead and ask. And 3, spend some quiet time by yourself. Tune in to how you're feeling inside and try to be at peace with who you are. These are 3 steps that the University of Hertfordshire recommends. Okay, let's go back to your worksheet. Our next section, number 3, is self-acceptance, loving yourself. Just go ahead and click how much you agree or disagree with this statement. I like the person I am and enjoy being me. Go ahead and do that real quickly now. We don't need to push pause, do we? Okay, 4th on our list is none other than goals. And congratulations, you already have specific and organized goals that are written down, right? So you are in the top 5%. That's fantastic. But how do goals increase happiness? Is it accomplishing goals? Maybe not necessarily. Actually, goals are a source of interest, engagement, and/or pleasure. They give us a sense of meaning and purpose. And bringing a sense of accomplishment when we achieve what we set out to do, or milestones along the way, This also builds up our confidence and belief in what we can do in the future. So it's not necessarily having goals or accomplishing goals, it's the pursuit of those goals which brings us the most happiness. Back to your worksheet for a second, please. Now, under number 4 with goals, do what we did just a few moments ago. Check how much you agree or disagree with this statement. I am actively working on accomplishing my list of goals. All right, let's go back. Finally, we have meditation. Meditation is a practice where an individual uses a technique such as mindfulness or focusing their mind on a particular object, thought, or activity to train attention and awareness and achieve a mentally clear and emotionally calm and stable state. Whew, it's a lot to say, right? Scientists at Kyoto University scanned the brains of volunteers participating in a study where they were asked to rate their happiness. Those who had higher levels of happiness had a larger area of the brain called the precuneus. Also, previous studies have shown that regular meditation can boost gray matter, which could explain why those who meditate report greater happiness. Studies also show that those with a larger precuneus not only experienced happiness more intensely, they also felt sadness less intensely. And have you heard of the chemical cortisol? Cortisol is the hormone in your body responsible for stress. Too much of it can lead to sleep trouble, anxiety, and mood swings. Other studies revealed that after just 4 days of mindful meditation, people's cortisol levels decreased significantly. Now, what an amazing stress reliever. So, would you like to take a few steps toward mindfulness meditation? Here are steps that you can take. Number 1, get comfortable. Find a quiet place where you won't be disturbed. Ideally, this would be a room in your house where you can be alone and at peace. 2, get in position. You might try sitting cross-legged on a low cushion on the floor or upright in a chair. Some people prefer to meditate lying down. It's up to you. 3, get relaxed. Close your eyes. Set a timer for 5 minutes if you're just starting out. And begin by taking a few deep, cleansing breaths. Breathe in deeply, but naturally, through your nose and out through either your nose or your mouth, whichever feels more comfortable to you. Let the breaths flow all the way down into your abdomen. 4, focus on your breaths. Become aware of the sound of your breath as you inhale and exhale. As you inhale, you breathe in all the peaceful and joyful things around you. As you exhale, you rid your mind and body of all the stress and toxins that have been bothering you. Number 5, bring your thoughts back to center. Your mind will wander. When you notice your thoughts wandering off, it's totally normal. Simply acknowledge it and bring your focus back to the center, back to your breathing. And finally, number 6, make a commitment. Like exercise, meditation takes practice. And the more we practice, the better we get and the stronger that mindfulness muscle becomes. Even just 5 to 10 minutes per day has been shown to make an enormous difference to well-being just after 8 weeks of meditation practice. Let's go back to our worksheet one more time. Under meditation, check how much you agree or disagree with this statement. I regularly take time to quietly relax and clear my mind. Fantastic. So these are the 5 steps toward thoughts required for a happier you, raising that happiness baseline. Real quickly to go over those, we talked about gratitude, forgiveness, loving yourself, goals, or more specifically, progressing through goals, and meditation. Try to incorporate all 5 of these into your life for a happier you. And get ready for the next section, not thoughts, but what are the actions you should take. Now that you know the thoughts that are required for a state of happiness and raising your happiness baseline, what about the second component, your actions? Well, let's look at the 5 actions that are needed to up that happiness baseline. But before we do so, let's not forget that you're going to need your worksheet, the second half of your worksheet titled your happiness checklist. Go ahead and get that out, please, if you don't already have it. Okay, so what are the 5 actions that you're going to need in order to boost your happiness? Number 1, exercise. That might have been an obvious one to you. Next, sleep. Gotta have it. 3, friends. We all want friends, have friends. 4, laughter. Remember, laughter is the best medicine. And number 5, giving and helping together. So let's start with number 1, exercise. Of course, exercise is important. You've heard the phrase, sound mind, sound body, right? Well, we need to take care of our body if we're going to take care of our mind and in turn take care of our happiness. Did you know that on exercise days, people's mood significantly improved after exercising? Mood stayed about the same on days that they didn't exercise, with the exception of people's sense of calm, which deteriorated a little bit after time. This means that on days that you exercise, you really boost that happiness. And I've experienced the same thing on multiple occasions. It certainly works for me. Of course, it's going to work for you too. In addition, exercise increases the production of dopamine. Remember, we recently went over that term, dopamine? It's the chemical that plays a role in happiness. It's a neurotransmitter in the brain that's necessary for feelings of pleasure and happiness. Also, exercise lowers stress in the short term and the long term. Fantastic. Furthermore, it boosts confidence as you start to look better and feel stronger. Who can argue with that? Looking better, feeling stronger? Of course, confidence is going to go up. And it helps relieve anxiety. If you have anxiety in your life, what's a great stress reliever? Yeah, exercise. And finally, it helps fight insomnia. If you don't sleep well, then exercise more. If you do so, you'll probably find yourself sleeping better. And where should you exercise? The gym? Great. Go to the gym if you have a gym membership. But if you can, get your cardio or your walking done where? Outside. Even better, in nature. Over 100 studies have shown that being in nature, living near nature, or even viewing nature in paintings and videos can have a positive impact on our brains, bodies, feelings, thought processes, and social interactions. After all, nature is natural, right? So get out those worksheets and fill in the next section. And that next section is here under actions. What I'd like you to do is list up to 3 physical activities you might enjoy which can be regarded as exercise. What are 3 activities that you would like to do that would be considered exercise? Weight training, jogging, walking outside around the park, biking, swimming, sports, you name it. Go ahead and list 3 of those things now. And then tell me, how much do you agree with this statement? I engage in exercise that increases my heart rate on a regular basis. Okay, push pause, finish that section number 6, and then we'll go back to the next part. So next on our list is none other than sleep. You certainly have to have sleep. Good sleep is something everybody wants. It's something that the body and mind need, but too many of us don't get enough sleep. How much sleep did you get last night? How much sleep do you think you regularly get? And better yet, how much sleep do you think is actually necessary? You know, it varies from age to age. Actually, according to the National Sleep Foundation, this is the number of hours that you really need of sleep per day. As we're really young, we really need a lot of sleep, 14 hours a day for infants. And then it sort of tailors off as we grow older. Once we're around 18, then all we really need is about 7 hours a day. But most people don't get that amount. So again, how much sleep are you getting? Is it at least 7 hours of quality sleep a day? If not, you should do something about that. According to Sleepless in America, a study consisting of 68,000 plus people, including children and adolescents, who completed journal entries and questionnaires found that inadequate sleep was associated with horrible things like family issues, school troubles, physical problems, and depression. So sleep plays a big role on your mood and happiness. Let's go back to your worksheet and get the next section done. So here in number 7 under sleep, simply check the box where you feel you most agree with. I regularly get a minimum of 7 hours of sleep per night. How much do you agree with that? Okay, check that and let's go back to our lesson. Next on the list is spending time with friends. It's not necessarily the number of friends, it's more the quality of friends. And not only the quality of friends, but the quality of time you spend with those friends. Interestingly enough, research from Harvard Medical School and the University of California, San Diego have found that happiness tends to spread within a circle of friends and then through social networks to other circles of friends. So, happiness is contagious. This study also concluded that sadness does not spread out in the same way as happiness does. So, lucky us. So what are some good reasons to spend time with your friends? Well, number 1, spending quality time keeps you calm. It can reduce that anxiety. 2, it increases your sense of belonging. We need that sense of purpose in the world, right? What's the meaning of life? Well, this gives you part of that answer. They help you battle with health issues as well. Friends keep us healthy. It can improve your mood, of course. Being around people you enjoy helps you enjoy your time. And they actually help you live longer. Studies show that spending more time with friends lengthens the amount of time you live. So back to our worksheet again. In the next section, number 8, under friendships, check the box where you agree most with this statement: I regularly spend time with friends who make me feel good. Okay, check that, and let's get back to the next section. Laughter. What do you think about these 2 pictures? Well, everyone loves to laugh. Laughing can reduce stress, boost our mood, improve our immune system, and even relieve pain. Did you laugh at either of these 2 pictures? Researchers even believe that the long series of exhalations that accompany true laughter cause physical exhaustion of the abdominal muscles and, in turn, trigger endorphin release. They say that our results highlight that endorphin release induced by social laughter may be an important pathway that supports formation, reinforcement, and maintenance of social bonds between humans, according to co-author Professor Lauri Numenmaa of the Turku PET Center at the University of Turku in Finland. And if you didn't know what endorphins were, these are these neurotransmitters that are produced to help relieve pain when our bodies are experiencing physical pain. Furthermore, laughter also is contagious. I'm sure you've seen that before. One person laughs and then it spreads. It's like a drug. Laughter makes us feel better. It makes you more attractive. Did you know that? If you look at someone smiling, those who are laughing and smiling tend to seem more attractive to other people. Also, it relieves stress. Laughter takes away that anxiety, and it creates happiness at that moment. So when you laugh, you are happier. Okay, back to our worksheet. Number 9, under laughter, let's do the same thing as we've just done earlier. Check which of the boxes you most agree with. The statement here is, I regularly laugh so hard it hurts. Okay, we got one more to go. And last but definitely not least, giving and helping. It has long been believed and experienced that we feel good when we help others and give to others. This may be linked to why we have thrived so well as a species. By helping each other, we help the species, the human species. Think about our holidays and celebrations. We usually give to others on these days. Using MRI scans, researchers have found that the part of the brain connected to gift giving was linked to the part of the brain long associated with the feelings of happiness, and that by triggering the giving part, we could also trigger the happiness center. MRI scans revealed that an area of the brain linked to generosity triggered a response in another part related to happiness. So, generosity in turn leads to happiness. The study provides behavioral and neural evidence that supports this link between generosity and happiness. So let's go to the final section of your worksheet. Lastly here, number 10, giving and helping. When was the last time you gave to someone or helped someone without the expectation of something in return? Can you list 3 examples below? Go ahead and push pause, think about it, and see what you can come up with. Now go ahead and check the box that works best for you with agreeing with this statement: I take time to give and help others. How much do you agree with that statement? Okay. So to recap, what are the 5 actions that lead to greater happiness in our lives? Number 1, exercise. Go ahead and do it. 2, sleep. Get at least 7 hours, right? 3, friends. Have those quality friends and make sure that you spend time with them. 4, laughter. Laughter is the best medicine, right? And 5, giving and helping. We always want to do something to give back to the community, to give back to others, so that in essence, it comes back to us as well in the form of happiness. So what I'd like you to do is revisit your worksheet. Take a look at areas where you strongly agreed and areas where you didn't agree as much. Now, in those areas you strongly agreed, well, you're doing pretty well. But in the other areas, there might be some room for improvement. What do you think? That's up to you. So go ahead and reflect on those answers and get ready for the final section of this core lesson, Mystery Question Answered. Great. Hopefully now you are on your way to a happier you and a happier future. But what about that mystery question? Well, let's get right to it. The mystery question was, according to scientific conclusions, what do you think was discovered to be the most important thing you need in order to be happy? Now, here's your clue. It's one of the 10 things we studied in thoughts and actions. Can you guess which one it is? Well, humans are social animals, and this can be traced back down to our evolutionary timeline. And because we are such social animals, it's in our DNA that we require human connections not only to survive and thrive, but also to be happy. So the answer to your question is spending time with friends, or actually more specifically, a sense of human connectedness. Having a strong sense of human connectedness really is what will have the biggest impact on any human being's sense of happiness. Have you ever heard of the Grant study? Well, this is very interesting. It shows the relationship of this connectedness, this warmth of relationship to happiness. The Grant study is one of the longest running longitudinal studies of human development. The project, which began in 1938, has followed 268 Harvard graduate men for 75 years plus, measuring an astonishing range of psychological, anthropological, and physical traits, from personality type to IQ to drinking habits to family relationships, in an effort to determine what factors contribute most strongly to human flourishing. And their findings showed the stronger your sense of connectedness to other people, the stronger your network, the stronger your relationships to others, people earned an average of $141,000 per year more. And even more interesting than that, these people were 300% more likely to achieve extreme professional success. George Vaillant, one of the men involved in this study, an American psychiatrist and professor at Harvard Medical School and director of research for the Department of Psychiatry, Brigham and Women's Hospital, said, quote unquote, the 75 years and $20 million expended on the Grant study points to a straightforward 5-word conclusion. Happiness is love, full stop. So what is your ticket to happiness? Well, it's your sense of love. Not necessarily for your family, but more so for your friends and community. There's something to think about. And if you'd like to know more about this particular study, I highly recommend listening to one of the directors for the grant study talk about the study's background and results. It is fascinating. You can find it on YouTube or TED.com. If you search under this title, What Makes a Good Life? Lessons from the Longest Study on Happiness. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. These are the 10 steps, the 10 paths towards happiness. And let's not forget, be the teacher. How can you do that specifically with this lesson? Well, don't forget your happiness checklist. Print out that happiness checklist. Print a couple copies. Give them to friends, give them to family members, and see where do they sit on their own checklist. Where do they strongly agree and where don't they? Where do they have room for improvement in their own happiness? So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I really hope that you found as much value in this lesson as I have. And I'll see you for the next core lesson, number 11, on resourcefulness. Hello and welcome back. This is our 11th core lesson. Can you believe how quickly we've progressed through these core lessons? Well, today is a special lesson, and the title of it is Becoming More Resourceful. What does that really mean? Are you familiar with the definition of being resourceful? Well, if not, don't worry. In the next section, I'll explain. But before we get there, let's look at our quote of the day, and that is, a resourceful person can see opportunity when others see only obstacles. Keep that in mind throughout the rest of this lesson. And let's go through the order of things for this core lesson on resourcefulness. Number 1 is, of course, our introduction and mystery question. 2, what is resourcefulness and why is it important for you? 3, how resourceful are you? Then, how do we become resourceful people? And we'll wrap it up with our mystery question answered. Without further ado, let's get into the mystery question. So here we are with how many camels do you count? 17. The story goes like this. A father had 17 camels when he passed away and left them to his 3 sons. The last will and testament of the father stated that the eldest son should get half of all of his camels, while the middle son should be given 1/3 of all the camels. The youngest son should be given 1/9 of all the camels. As it's not possible to divide 17 evenly by any of these numbers, 17 by 2, by 3, or by 9, the 3 sons started to fight with each other. They couldn't come up with a solution. So one of them said, "Aha! Why don't we ask a wise man for a solution?" And they did. They asked this wise man, "We have 17 camels. What do we do? How do we divide them by a half, a third, and a ninth?" And the wise man thought for a moment and he came up with a solution, and a solution that worked well. So your mystery question, ladies and gentlemen, is, what do you think was the wise man's solution? Now, this is going to take a little bit of thinking and maybe even some math. So after this section, keep it in mind as we go throughout this core lesson on resourcefulness. And so to recap, we simply introduced the mystery question. We have 3 sons who are trying to divide 17 camels among themselves according to their father's will. The question for you is, what is the wise man's solution to that problem? So that's that for this mystery question. Let's get ready for the next section of resourcefulness. What is resourcefulness and why should it be important to you? So in our next section, I'm going to pose the question to you, what is resourcefulness and why is it important? But of course, I'm going to answer that question also. So let's get into it. What are resources? Can you think of any? What would be the definition, as far as you can define, what are resources? What resources do you have? What are these particular resources that you possess, that you own, that you control? What are your personal resources? Finally, what is your best resource? Now, let's take a moment, push pause. I want you to write down or say out loud, what do you think is your best resource? So, did you have an answer? I hope so. According to Anthony Robbins, also known better as Tony Robbins, American author, philanthropist, and life coach, resourcefulness is the ultimate resource. Kind of interesting play on words, huh? Then the question is, what is resourcefulness? Well, according to the dictionary, resourcefulness is creativity in action. It is taking the available resources, using them to the fullest, and thereby finding an answer or invention or a new discovery that was previously unseen. Once again, remember, creativity in action. Do you recognize this man, Steve Wozniak, co-founder of Apple? He once had something to say about resourcefulness, another definition. He said, instead of focusing on the things you don't have, focus on what you can do with what you do have. And that's resourcefulness in a nutshell. Do you know who this guy is? If you're my age, you probably recognize him instantly. This is, you guessed it, MacGyver. And what was MacGyver famous for being able to do? All MacGyver really needed was a paper clip and some chewing gum to defuse the bomb. That is the ultimate example of resourcefulness. Resourceful people can figure out things on their own. They find a way to make things work. They find solutions to problems using imaginative methods. They're able to use resources at their disposal to help solve problems or overcome obstacles. Do you know who this man is? No, this is not MacGyver after losing his hair. Actually, this is none other than Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon. Surprisingly, it wasn't his Ivy League education that he attributes to his success, because he is a Princeton alumni. Actually, it's his ability to be self-reliant. In other words, his ability to be resourceful. Jeff Bezos once said, as a lot of entrepreneurs know, the whole point of moving things forward is you run into problems. You run into failures. Things don't work. You have to back up and try again. Each one of those times you have a setback and you back up and try again, you're using resourcefulness. You're using self-reliance. You're trying to invent your way out of a box. So why is resourcefulness so important? Highly resourceful individuals have been found to be able to better meet life's challenges and to experience more positive health outcomes. Resourcefulness is one of the top skills a person needs to be successful, especially environments that change quickly or are filled with a lot of competition. And that's really the world today, isn't it? You want to be as adaptable as possible to the world around you, and businesses want people who are as resourceful as possible. So what is resourcefulness and why is it so important? Well, we looked at the definition of resourcefulness. It's creativity in action. We asked what is the best resource that you have, and well, the answer is resourcefulness. 3, we asked what should you focus on? And the answer is instead of focusing on what you don't have, focus on what you do have. And 4, why is it so important? And that's because it's one of the top skills that you will need to be successful and one of the top skills that businesses will look for. Okay, now that you know what resourcefulness is, what your best resource is, and why it's important to be resourceful, let's get ready to take a look at the question, how resourceful are you? So have you been wondering how resourceful you are? Well, we're not going to be able to really accurately judge that, but you might get an idea from something we're about to do. Just as it is difficult to teach someone to be resourceful, it's also difficult to test how resourceful a person is. However, there is an interesting test that comes close and it's fun to try. So let's give it a shot. The purpose is to give you a feeling of how resourceful you might be. And the name of that test is Guilford's Alternative Uses Test. The Alternative Uses Test asks you to think of as many uses as possible for a simple object, like a brick or a shoe or a paperclip. The test is usually time constrained. Practicing this widely used divergent thinking test will also help you develop your ability to think creatively. So what you do is you take an object, give yourself a time constraint, for example, 2 minutes, and try to come up with as many alternative uses for that object as possible. To give you an example, here are some alternative uses for a brick. Number one, a step. You could put it on the floor and use it to step up. Maybe not that useful, but still an alternative use. A paperweight. You can put a brick on your desk to keep papers in order. Not beautiful, but effective. A diving aid. You could use its weight to help you dive deeper into water. Hope you can hold your breath. Or a cheap dumbbell. Now, if you like to work out at home and all you have is a brick, well, there you go. What about you? Did you have any of the same ideas or something a little more clever? So I think you get the idea of what to do with alternative uses for objects. This test measures divergent thinking, as it is looking for the participant to generate lots of ideas. This is different from most traditional exams, where these traditional exams focus on convergent thinking, which is your ability to reach a single correct solution to a problem. Results of the test are measured across 4 different subcategories. Those are, number 1, fluency, the number of alternative uses you can think of. 2, originality, how unusual those things are, which is evidence of thinking different. Flexibility, the range of ideas in different domains and categories. And elaboration, the level of detail and development of that idea. So, why don't you get out a piece of paper and a pen and let's get ready. But as you're getting that piece of paper and pen, we're not really going to be able to judge or score your test. This is just to give you an idea of how resourceful your thinking might be. The actual test is a little more complex and we're not going to be able to go into that. But let's do this just for fun. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to think of as many alternative uses as possible for an object I'm going to give you. So get that paper ready, get your pen ready, and I'm going to ask you, are you ready? All right, let me get out my smartphone so I can time you. Start when I say and stop when 2 minutes is up. All right, your first random object is none other than a ping pong ball. Are you ready? Go. Okay, stop. Go ahead and count how many items did you list for a ping pong ball. All right, so you're feeling a little warmed up. Great. I got another one for you. I'm going to put that clock up again. Here's my iPhone. All right, are you ready? We're going to go again. The next random object is a plank of wood. And go. Fantastic. Now, count again. How many items did you list for a plank of wood? Is it more or less than the ping pong ball? All right, now you've really warmed up. Let's just do it one more time. Got my phone out, ready to time you. 2 minutes tops. The next random item is a paperclip. And go. Okay, please stop. Now, count your items again. Do you have more or less the first, second, or third time? Hopefully, you're able to get more as you progress through each of these different items. And I hope you had a little fun. Creative thinking is always a good exercise. So let's recap quickly about judging how resourceful are you. We looked at the alternative uses test, and I gave you 3 different objects to list alternative uses for. That was a ping pong ball, plank of wood, and a paper clip. I hope you had fun. Now remember, being resourceful requires creative thinking, and we're going to go into the next lesson. What can you do to be more resourceful in the future? I'm sure you've been wondering, how can you be a more resourceful person? Well, there are a few things you can do to help you increase your ability to be resourceful, but it may not be what you're expecting. Well, resourcefulness can't really be taught. Sorry to tell you that. There isn't a step-by-step process to make someone resourceful. It's a complex combination of problem solving and creativity. But learning how others have been resourceful, practicing problem solving and creativity, along with a few other techniques, can create the mindset that allows for greater resourcefulness. So again, to be a more resourceful person, you should take the opportunity to solve various problems in the future and study other successful people. You will be exposed to their creative solutions and the thinking that went along with it. So try to solve interesting problems and puzzles and study other successful people. And since we now know that resourcefulness equals creativity plus problem solving, what should we do today in this particular lesson? Well, let's practice. And as we practice creatively solving problems, try to incorporate these ideas. There's 6 of them. Number 1, keep an open mind as best possible as we go throughout these problems. Ask questions. Now, of course, you can't ask me questions. No matter how loud you are, I'm not going to be able to hear you. Collaborate. If you're working in a group, you want to be able to work well with others. So openly work well with group members. Use something called positive skepticism. Skepticism is doubt. However, positive skepticism is questioning, well, can there be another way? It's keeping this question about whether something is really true or not. Bend the rules. It's a way of thinking outside of the box. And of course, don't give up. Keep going, keep pursuing, keep persisting. That way, you'll eventually find success. All right, now get out a piece of paper and a pen, and we're going to do a little exercise that I think you're going to find interesting. We're in a desert survival situation, and I'm going to give you that situation, which is actually based on over 2,000 real cases in which men and women either lived or died depending on the decisions they made. And you're going to make some of those decisions now. So here's the scenario. You have been in a plane and your plane has crashed. It's crashed in the desert and you only have a few items to help you survive. You have exactly 15 items. And the idea is to list these 15 items in the order of importance so that they'll help you survive. Now, we don't have time to really complete this activity, but we do have time to look at these 15 items and consider their usefulness in such a situation. Here are the 15 items. Now going from the top left all the way down to the bottom right, let me just make sure you know what they are. Number 1, a flashlight. 2, a handgun. 3, a raincoat, clear plastic raincoat. 4, a heavy jacket to keep you warm. 5, 1 liter of water. 6, sunglasses. 7, a knife. 8, a cosmetic mirror. 9, a parachute. 10, bandages or gauze. 11, a book on edible animals. This means this book will let you know what animals are safe to eat. 12, a map of the area. 13, a compass. 14, salt. And 15, a bottle of whiskey. Which items do you think are the most important and the least important, and why? Go ahead, push pause, take about 5 minutes and think about it. Write down your list, make notes, and we'll come back and I'll give you the answers. Now, as you're making this list, I want you to keep in mind the 6 things that help you solve problems. Number 1, keep an open mind. 2, ask questions if you have people around you. 3, collaborate if you have people around you now. 4, use positive skepticism, question whether something is real or not. Question the real use of something. 5, bend the rules. And 6, don't give up. But we don't have a lot of time today, right? All right, push pause, make your list, and then come back. All right, let's go over some of the answers. Now, would you believe that 2 of these items are actually dangerous and they can probably kill you in this situation? Which items might those be? Well, they are the salt and the whiskey. Salt here will dehydrate you and take the water out of your body, leading to a quicker death. And whiskey, although it is a liquid, and although it might make you feel better, 1, it takes the water out of your body, and it will give you the false sense of being warm. Alcohol really doesn't warm your body, it just makes you think you're warmer. It can actually drop your body temperature, and it gets cold in the desert at night. Next, 4 items will not help you or hurt you. Which ones are these? The gauze, it's not going to matter if you got cut or not, because if you don't get out of this situation soon, well, you're just probably going to die. The book on edible animals won't matter. Just about any animal's edible. The map won't help or hurt you because you really shouldn't be walking in the desert, and people tend to make circles in the desert. They just end up where they started. And the same goes for the compass. It's not really going to help you get out of a situation, at least not in this one. So, which ones are most important? All these other ones will help you, but can you guess which is the most important of them all? You're probably going to be surprised. It is none other than the cosmetic mirror. Statistically, those people who had a cosmetic mirror of some sort had an 80% chance of being rescued within about 48 hours. you can use this mirror to signal to those around you or to planes passing by. Surprising, right? At least I was surprised when I first heard this. And if you're curious, the real order, here it is, with number 1 being most important and 15 being least important, just to satisfy your curiosity. We don't have time to go into the reasons, but can you see how positive skepticism and bending the rules can open up new possibilities for these objects? So to recap on how to be a resourceful person, remember these things. You want to solve puzzles and problems. You want to practice doing this. It'll help you develop the mind that will become more resourceful. Also, it's really important to study how other people have been successful from their resourcefulness. Go ahead and read about these successful people. Then, things to remember. When trying to be resourceful, keep an open mind, ask questions, collaborate with team members, use positive skepticism, bend the rules when possible, and don't give up. And finally, we went over our desert survival example. I hope you found that valuable and interesting. So if you keep these things in mind, you'll be well on your way to being a more resourceful person in the future. And let's get ready to answer the mystery question. You might be surprised at this tricky answer. So have you been wondering about the answer to our mystery question regarding the camels? Well, it's a little bit tricky and you might be surprised at the answer, so let's just get right into it. Let me remind you of what the mystery question was. We had 17 camels that were left over from the father, who gave them to his 3 sons, and in his will, they needed to divide them accordingly. And that number would be half to the oldest son, a third to the next son, and 1/9 to the youngest son. They couldn't do that because 17 does not divide very well into those numbers, unless you want to cut up a couple camels, right? So what did they do? They asked a wise man for a solution, and the wise man came up with something interesting. So after being approached by these 3 brothers, the wise man listened patiently to the details about the will. After giving the matter some thought, he did something interesting. He took one of his own camels and gave it to the 3 brothers. That increased from 17 camels to 18 camels. Interesting number. Then he started reading the deceased father's will again. He said, half of 18 is 9, so he gave the oldest son 9 camels. Then he said, 1/3 of 18 is 6. So he gave the middle son 6 camels, and 1/9 of 18 equals 2. So he gave the youngest son 2 camels. What does that equal? Interestingly, 17 camels. So how many camels do we have remaining? 1. In which the wise man kindly took back. Everyone was happy, and the wise man kept his camel. So when confronted with challenging problems, remember this story about the 18th camel and try to come up with an innovative solution. And don't forget to become the teacher. What can you do to become a teacher? Well, think about the example of the plane crash in the desert. Show that story to friends. See if they can come up with better answers than you did. See how many can come up with the number 1 choice of the cosmetic mirror. So I hope you found this core lesson valuable, and spread the good news, teach others, and remember to always work on your resourcefulness by solving puzzles and thinking creatively. All right, see you for our final lesson, the 12th lesson, pretty soon on personal branding. Great, you've made it to the final lesson of our 12-part series. Today's lesson, today's core lesson may be a little different than the others because it seems to be somewhat of a newer concept compared to the others. So let's get into what I'm talking about. Today's lesson is specifically on personal branding, not branding per se, but personal branding. Our quote for the day goes like this: if you're not branding yourself, you can be sure others will do it for you. So it's a bit of a warning. It means if you're not taking control of your perception, how other people view you, then they're going to take control of it instead of you. So wouldn't you want to keep that power over your perception, your reputation, in effect? So what are we going to talk about in this last core lesson? Well, we'll go over, of course, as usual, the introduction and mystery question first. Then we'll talk about why or what personal branding is, why do it, and who should do personal branding specifically. Then we'll look at considering your ambitions to work on that personal brand. We'll look at how to craft a brand statement, and we'll go into what you should do in order to broadcast your personal brand. And then finally, of course, we'll wrap things up with mystery question answered. Okay, let's get into it. First, not personal branding, but more specifically, branding. What is that? You've heard of it before, but let's define it. Branding is the marketing practice of creating a name, symbol, or design that identifies and differentiates a product from other products. So what companies come to mind when you think of good branding? Here are two that are the best of the best at it. Number one, of course, Apple computers and Apple products. And two, swoosh, that's Nike. These two symbols are instantly recognizable around the world. The reason isn't because they have the best products. The reason is because these companies are masters of branding, and their approach to branding is a different approach to marketing. They don't focus on telling the world who they are and what they do. Instead, they focus on telling the world what they believe. Now keep that in mind. These companies show that they stand for an idea, and their competitors typically don't, and thus always find themselves focusing on how to beat Apple or how to beat Nike instead of focusing on themselves. Regarding branding, I want to focus instead of on a company, on an individual who is the world's best brander, arguably. So who is one of the best personal branders of all time? He himself is better known more than his over 400 companies that he owns. He's built a name, and he has built a name that has more value to it than those companies combined as well. And here are a few details. Number one, he's not from a wealthy family. He performed badly in school. He dropped out of school at the age of 18. But he's adventurous, highly resourceful, and understands the importance of branding. His airlines started when he was stuck in Puerto Rico trying to get to the British Virgin Islands. There weren't enough people to book for the flight, so the airline canceled the flight. He called a private charter company and, almost as a joke, went around the airport with a sign saying $39 one way to British Virgin Islands. All the passengers who were waiting to get there took up his offer, and the plane was full. That was the birth of his airline company. He is also known to encourage entrepreneurs and youngsters. He's involved in a variety of startup events and also funds many of them. He's widely known as a mentor, philanthropist, and champion of the youth. And we can see him quoting this: "Too many companies want their brands to reflect some idealized, perfected image of themselves. As a consequence, their brands acquire no texture, no character, and no public trust." Something that he has done the opposite. So, can you guess who this personal brander extraordinaire is? So to recap this initial section of our core lesson on personal branding, we looked quickly at what is branding, the marketing idea, corporate idea of branding. What is or who is one of the best personal branders in the world? And my question to you is, can you guess who he is? So good luck on that guess, and let's get ready for the next core section. What is personal branding? Why should you do personal branding? And what are the best candidates? What are the best type of people who should do personal branding? See you soon. Great. So now you understand what branding is, but what is personal branding? Let's go over what it is, why do it, and who should have a personal brand. Well, different than branding itself as far as the corporate business term is, We have a new term called personal branding, and this is your ability to recognize, own, and promote your persona. It's the unique combination of your skills, experience, and personality that you want the world to see. Think of it as the management of your reputation. Personal branding is smart because it helps make you more visible. You want to be seen in a crowded world. It makes you look more professional. Now that you're visible, you want to look good too. It establishes credibility and trust, and you need these things for people to give you opportunities. It helps you find a job, and maybe you're going to graduate university fairly soon. Maybe you already have a job and you're looking for another job. It strengthens job security. Once you find a job, you want to hold on to it as long as possible, or at least as long as you want to keep that job. So personal branding has a lot of benefits. And here's a really good quote that lends a lot of truth. People give opportunities to those who they know, like, and trust. And a personal brand, at least managing that personal brand well, building that personal brand well, will help you with these things. It will get people not only to know you, but to also like you and trust you. So, who is a personal brand for? What do you think? What types of people should have, build, manage a personal brand? Well, the answer could be surprising. The truth is, everyone should have a personal brand. And believe it or not, you already do. A personal brand is for everyone. Whether you like it or not, you already have a brand, and that's called your reputation. So the question is not if you should have a personal brand. The question is, are you going to manage your personal brand or not? So there are two places where you build and manage your personal brand. One is in person, and the other is online. In person is obvious. Your personal brand is affected through your friends, your coworkers, your network, which I hope that you're building, and everyone you come into contact with. As far as online goes, well, the obvious is also true. It's social media, for example, Facebook, Instagram, and so on. It's blog posts, anywhere that you're creating information and putting it online. It's also online publications. Anytime that your name pops up somewhere online, perhaps someone has written about you, or perhaps someone will in the future. And it's any Google search someone performs on you. Now, don't be surprised. People will Google you at one point or another, especially employers. Why don't you take some time, Google your name online and see what pops up? Are you satisfied with what you see? And does this represent the person you are or you want to be? Let's take a look at a couple quotes made by successful people and experts in their fields on the topic of personal branding. Your personal brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. Your personal brand is what differentiates you from others. If you're not branding yourself, you can be sure others will do it for you. And I think we saw this one recently. Personal branding is all about your unique promise of value and what you bring to the table. It's also about getting your potential clients to choose you as the only solution to their problem. Your personal brand serves as your best protection against business factors you can't control. And finally, be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. And that's the way you want to approach your personal brand. So to recap, what is personal branding? Why do it? And who should have a personal brand? Well, we looked at the definition of personal branding compared to our previous lesson on branding itself. We looked at the reasons why personal branding is a smart thing to do. And we also found out that everyone should have a personal brand, build it, and manage it. And finally, where are personal brands seen? They're both in person and online. So you want to focus on both of those. Don't neglect one or the other. Okay, that wraps it up for this section on personal branding. Let's look forward to the next section, considering your ambitions. So we want to look at the steps to define your personal brand. And there are 3 steps that I want you to follow. Number 1, consider your ambitions. 2, craft a brand statement. And 3, broadcast your brand. So can you guess what we're going to work on in this section? Of course, it's going to be considering your ambitions. And you should already have a sense of your ambitions because of our first lesson, our first core lesson on goal setting. The next thing I'd like you to do before we really begin is get out your worksheet for this particular core lesson. And the title is your personal branding worksheet. Go ahead, push pause, get out that worksheet, and then let's continue. As I just mentioned, you already have an idea about your ambitions because of our first lesson on goals. And if you recall your goal setting worksheet, you should have written down your short-term goals and your long-term goals. Now keep those in mind for a second. As far as considering your ambitions, you already have direction and are already quite aware of your goals. However, I want you to think about how you are perceived by others. How do other people think about you? And I want you to think about how you would like to be perceived and answer this question in doing so. When people think about me, they think about what? So what comes to mind? How do you think people think about you? So let's do another thought experiment. And here we have our time machine again. I want you to imagine 10 years from now, 10 years from today, what do you want to be known for? When somebody hears your name, when somebody thinks about you, what should they associate with your name? What could you be famous for in your circle of friends and your circle of peers? All right, give it a moment, think about it, push pause, write a few notes down. What do you want to be known for in 10 years? Okay, that's not as easy as it sounded, was it? All right, now go to your worksheet, your personal branding worksheet, get it out, and let's go to section number 1 under Consider Your Ambitions. In number 1, I have the same question for you. In 10 years, what do you want to be known for? Can you write that list that you were just now creating? Can you make a few notes, write a few sentences in this box? Now, go ahead and push pause so you can finish this section, and then we'll go on to the next one. So now that you have an idea of what you want to be known for in 10 years, I have a sentence that I want you to try and complete as best possible. Now, my example here is from a man named John, as you can see up here. But we want to make this person actually you instead. So I want you to do this. Let's do another thought experiment. I want you to imagine that you're at a dinner party or you're meeting someone for the first time and someone is introducing you. And while you're being introduced, what would someone say while introducing you to another person? How would someone introduce you to this other person? Now, the example up here, as you can see, is like saying, hello, this is John. He is known for something. He has accomplished something. If you want to talk about something, then you want to talk to him. So imagining that this is now not John, but you instead. How would someone introduce you to another person? What are you known for? What have you accomplished in 10 years? What do you specialize in? So if someone wants to talk to you about a certain topic, then you're that go-to person that they want to get information from. We have these 3 blanks. I want you to try to fill those in as best possible. So let's go back to our worksheet, and under number 2, scroll up a little bit. Using some of the answers above, complete the sentence here. Again, this is your name. Put your name here, please. He or she is known for what? He or she has accomplished what? If you want to talk about something specific, your area of expertise, then you want to talk to him or her. So you have 4 areas I want you to fill in. The first one's super easy, right? It's just your name. But the next 3 take possibly a little thinking. Go ahead and push pause now and try to complete this section as best possible. But don't think too hard about it. You can always come back and change it later. Actually, you probably will change it more than once as time progresses. Fantastic. Now you have a clearer idea of your ambitions, especially 10 years from now. So to recap what we've talked about, I asked you, how do you think others perceive you at the moment? And then we talked about, how do you want to be perceived? How do you want, or what do you want to be known for in 10 years? And finally, what would someone else say about you when introducing you to another person? Okay, so that was part one, considering your ambitions. Let's get ready for part two, crafting a brand statement. Now that you've considered your ambitions, we want to move to the next step and take a look at building a brand statement. Now, our previous lesson was more geared on what other people will say about you. This particular section is more about what you say about you. Your personal branding statement will be unique to you, and if written correctly, it will clearly describe what you do and who you serve. So try to identify 3 areas that make you unique, and here they are. Number 1, your natural talents. Natural talents may be things like being social and well-liked, being able to solve problems, being resourceful, being detailed, and the strengths you have that are found on your strengths test, something I'll show you in just a second. Number 2 are your acquired skills. Your acquired skills are the things you've learned and studied to get better at. These things you might put on your resume, perhaps. Things like computer skills, programming, different languages, management, design, and any certifications. And third are your personal passions. Your personal passions include the things that interest you, as you might expect. What do you like to talk about? What do you like to read about, to listen to? What do you do for fun? Now, just a second ago, regarding your natural talents, I mentioned something called the strengths test. If you want to know more about your strengths, I suggest going to this website. It's www.viacharacter.org. And you can do something special here. If you go under Character Strengths, and then you scroll down toward the bottom, you can take their free survey. Now, this Institute on Character offers a free survey to help you identify your top strengths. All you need to do is register and then on your way. So I really suggest you take the time and fill out the survey so you get a better understanding of your strengths. Now, this is my test results on strengths, and it gave me an idea of what my top strengths are and maybe some that I could work on. So give it a shot. It'll help you fill out your natural talents area. So considering these 3 areas, your natural talents, your acquired skills, and your personal passions, I want you to get out that personal branding worksheet and fill out these 3 sections. Now, those 3 sections are right here under Craft a Brand Statement. Now, I'd like you to take some time, list some of your natural talents. Now, once again, if you fill out that online survey, it can help you fill in this particular area. Then go over here to number 2, list any skills that you currently have and any skills that you're currently working on obtaining. Put them all down here. And then in number 3, list a few of your interests and passions. Once again, these are things that you do for fun, things that interest you. So go ahead and push pause, fill out these 3 sections, take the survey if you can, and then we'll continue. Great. Now you have a clear idea of your natural talents, acquired skills, and personal passions. From these talents, skills, and passions, what kind of person are you now, or do you hope to be? Try to bring some of these pieces together to make 1 or 2 sentences that show your uniqueness and what you do or hope to do. Your personal brand statement is basically a catchphrase that says something about your expertise and what makes you unique. It gives people a quick glance into what you can do so they'll be able to understand how you can be of benefit to them at some point. And if catchy enough, that's how people are going to recognize and remember you. Does it seem difficult? Well, don't worry if this seems hard. It'll take a while to get it to feel right. You can always change it later. Actually, you may change it several times as time goes by to get it right. So now we want to write that in your worksheet under number 4. So scroll down to here, number 4. Using the answers in the above 3 sections, what information can you use to complete the following personal branding statement? I use my natural ability to something something and my skills in something something to help others something something in the whatever industry you're in or plan to be in. It's the same statement you just saw. So take a little bit of time, fill that out to the best of your ability, press pause, and then we'll continue. This all blends together to become the unique you that you share with the world and what you build as your reputation and personal brand. Remember to be true to who you are, though. Don't make an effort to be what you think others want to hear. If you do that, then you're trying to be someone you aren't, and that really won't work out for you in the long run. It's going to be the real you who people come to like and trust, and that is your unique personality. Congratulations, you now have a personal brand statement. So in order to come up with that particular statement, let's recap what we did. We took a look at your natural talents, and I asked you to go to the strengths test online, the VIA Character Institute. Then you looked at your acquired skills, the skills you have now and the ones that you're probably working on. And then the last section to that would be your personal passions. What do you like? What are your interests? And from there, you created your personal branding statement. Good job. The next thing we want to do is broadcast your brand. And that's the next section, and we'll get there in a second. Fantastic. Now you know what you want to say about yourself. You've crafted your brand statement. The next thing we want to do is broadcast that statement both offline and online. Now you want to consistently communicate this to others. And if you continue to do so, over time people will associate you with your brand. You'll become considered a thought leader in your field. It does take some time, but it's well worth it. This can be a huge advantage over others when you're looking for a job or trying to generate business of some kind. Therefore, practice talking about your brand with your friends, classmates, and professors. Talk to everyone about interesting topics in your field or industry. The more you talk, the more you potentially learn and connect with other like-minded people as well. Continue to build your network, especially with those with similar interests and people who you can help later with your talents and skills. And take a look again at our networking lesson. Use it, build your network, and build your brand at the same time. Let's go back to your personal branding worksheet, the next section on broadcast your brand. We want to fill out the next 2 sections, number 1 and number 2. So here under broadcast your brand, number 1 asks these questions. Have you made an effort to network more? What specifically have you done? Have you joined any clubs or organizations, attended any events, met or contacted people of influence or those that you admire? If so, please explain what you've done, and if not, why haven't you yet? So go ahead, push pause, please fill in this section now. Okay, now let's go to number 2. Number 2 says, list the social networking sites you currently use, SNS like Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and so on. Which one do you think would be the best choice for you to start broadcasting your personal brand on? What do you think is the number 1 choice out of however many you currently use? Push pause again, think about it for a moment, and write in your answers. And take your brand and professional interests online into your social media accounts. Choose a platform that you like or use most and stick with it instead of trying to use several SNS platforms at the same time. It's really better to stick with one as opposed to many. Choose one that you can specialize in. So again, what's your favorite SNS site? What I would like to do now is try a quick experiment. You might find this fairly interesting. Go ahead, open up one of your SNS platforms. Open up the one you use most. Maybe it's Facebook, maybe Instagram, who knows. Go ahead, open up one now and take a look at your posts. Take a look at your photos that you've uploaded. Go ahead, do that right now. Push pause. Take a look at the posts you've made recently. What kind of content have you put in those posts? How much are they related to what you want to be known for, huh? Remember that what you post online is what you add to your reputation and your personal brand. Are you comfortable continuing posting as you have been recently, or would you benefit to make a change, a different direction in your post that would better reflect the person that you want to be in 10 years, and content more related to your areas of study and your industry? Are your posts more like this?
Oh my God.
Take another look. Summer is not a month. Or this? These are just jokes, but the point is, keep in mind what you're posting. Remember, this is a direct reflection on your reputation. Instead of these posts, maybe you want something closer like this. Look at the bottom headline. Chui wins Distinguished Teaching Award. There's something positive and possibly valuable information to someone in your industry regarding this post. Posts like these add to your reputation and personal brand in a positive way as well. So let's go to number 3 on your worksheet. Number 3 asks these 2 questions. What content could you post on these sites that would create value for other members? And what could you educate others about? Take a moment, push pause, and think, how can you best answer these questions about yourself? So, what is a good idea to post? Start with anything that will educate others. Be an educator. That is a simple and great way to help others. That's how you create value. Sharing knowledge is a fantastic way to build a reputation where others start to see you as an expert in a particular area. And try to be as specific as possible in your field. Don't try to educate people generally. That won't set you apart from others, and most people will not be interested. Instead, educate others about specifics in your field or industry. Here are 3 pretty good examples of someone named Gary Vaynerchuk, also known as Gary V. He's all over social media and he's killing it. He's doing a fantastic job. He posts things that are valuable to people in these social media sites. Things like the 4 people every startup needs, or why nice guys finish last is not true. This is a Facebook example. Something on LinkedIn, he's posted these 3 things that may be of value to several people, more geared toward the LinkedIn community. And Instagram posts that are more geared to people on the Instagram community. Nonetheless, make your posts educational and valuable. And are there any lessons that you've learned in this online class that can be tied to your field or industry, or that can help people be more successful in that field or industry? If so, use these topics to start with. After all, you've just recently learned them. Now, here's some important things to do to make sure you're doing things right on social media. Number 1, clean up your posts. Delete any photos that are in bad taste, especially any photos that involve alcohol. Make sure you look professional. Remove any posts that use bad or offensive language. We don't want to offend anyone. Remove politically opinionated posts, unless these may be required for your industry. But typically, politics should not be in your industry. These things tend to offend people more so than bringing them together. You want to build relationships, not burn bridges. Basically, remove anything that may make you look bad when considering the person you want to be in 10 years. Furthermore, optimize your profile or profiles. Make your profile look professional and reflect your field or industry. Choose a professional looking headshot of yourself for your profile photo. And take time to fill in your background and history sections to reflect your goals, talents, skills, and any value you hope to add to others. It's well worth the effort. So let's look at number 4 on your worksheet. Number 4 asks, what specifically do you plan to do in order to clean up your S&S accounts? Make a few notes there, push pause, and then let's wrap up this section. Now, I've mentioned LinkedIn earlier. It's really a great platform to help you network and build your brand and your reputation. So why not? Get a LinkedIn account, optimize it, try to build up to 500 connections, and use it. LinkedIn is great for a few reasons. 1, recruiters use LinkedIn. This can help you find a job. Next, LinkedIn sends you news for your specific industry. They can help you stay informed. It's an easy way to stay professionally connected to former classmates and colleagues, more so than Facebook, I'd say. You can follow influencers like Richard Branson and Warren Buffett and learn from the value that they post. And finally, it's free. It's free networking, so why not use it? Now you're on your way to broadcasting your brand both person to person and online. And to recap what we talked about the networking effects that you should be doing. Are you working currently on building your network? I hope so. If not, start. We talked about your social networks. Which ones do you use? And which one do you think is the most important one for you to use specifically? We talked about the right content to post, what you should be posting versus what you shouldn't. We talked about cleaning up your profile and making you look more professional and reflecting more of who you want to be in 10 years. And I said, why not consider LinkedIn? It can be of benefit to you now and potentially the future. Fantastic. We're just about done with this core lesson, the last of all of our core lessons, personal branding. Let's look at our mystery question answered coming up next. So here we are again at the end of one of our core lessons, and this happens to be our 12th and final core lesson. Now let's take a look at the mystery question answered. I asked you to try and name this master of branding and master of personal branding. Once again, let's remember he wasn't from a wealthy family. He didn't do well in school. He actually dropped out at the age of 16. However, he's adventurous, very resourceful, and definitely understands the importance of branding. Not only that, if you recall, one of his flights was canceled to the British Virgin Islands, and he held up a sign saying $39 one way to British Virgin Islands and got a lot of people to go with him, which then led to the beginning of his own airlines. So, were you able to guess who this man was? Well, do you recognize him now? This is none other than the famous Richard Branson. And he once said, and I quote, "Branding is everything. A young girl once came up to me and told me I could be famous because I looked just like Richard Branson." That's pretty funny. That shows you just how famous this man is. Not necessarily for his companies and his success, but his personality, himself. That's true branding power. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, become the teacher. Perhaps help someone create their branding statement, or help someone with their online persona, help someone clean up their social media account and improve their online presence. Great. Now you are on your way to having a better long-term personal brand. Let's get ready to wrap up our entire course with our summary video. Congratulations! You have successfully completed these 12 core lessons that you'll need to be successful in your career and happy in life. Just to recap what you've learned the value of setting goals and having a strategy that puts you immediately in the top 5%. You've learned a little bit about time management and that you need more than just goals, a strategy, and good intentions. You need time management. You've learned the 5 rules of gold, how to budget, and you're on your way to not only saving a good amount of money, but potentially investing. You've learned that personal development is an ongoing process and a lifelong process. You've learned that being likable really is valuable. And you've learned the 6 principles on how to be likable. You've learned that networking is your net worth and the steps you can take to start building your social capital. You've learned that mentors are of extreme value and the steps not only to identify a good mentor, but how to establish and maintain that relationship. You've learned that you really need to surround yourself with the right people. Remember, you are the average of the 5 people you spend most time with. You've learned that embracing failure is key because failure is inevitable and necessary. You've learned the science of happiness, that you have control over your attitude, your mental component, and your physical component. You've learned that your greatest resource is resourcefulness, which is a combination of creativity and problem solving. And finally, you've learned that you have a personal brand, whether you like it or not. It's just your choice whether you manage that personal brand or you let others do it for you. Of course, you want to control your reputation. Now you are aware of the fundamentals needed to be successful and happy in this life, and you're better prepared than most people ever get close to being. Again, you're in the top 5%, maybe the top 3 or 2%. And now that you're there, don't lose that position. Revisit these lessons. Maintain and continue to manage your goals. Build and nurture your relationships. And always work hard on developing yourself. Help others by using the knowledge and experience that you now have. Become the teacher and pass on what you've learned here to others. Thank you again, and I hope that you found these 12 core lessons of value and that you'll put these into practice into your life, not only now, but also in the future. Take care, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again. And remember, successful people do what unsuccessful people aren't willing to do. Don't wish things were easier, wish you were better. Bye-bye and take care.